Many thanks for keeping a date with me on the program, Icons. And the storyline is giving value to the society and, of course, making the society a better place for us all to live in. Today on the program, my guest is Dr. Tabusaid Osago, the MD CEO of Twisting Osteo and Orthopedic Acupuncture Center, giving us he wasn't about being born with a golden spoon or a diamond spoon, a silver spoon. But I think he was pretty lucky because he was born in between a bronze spoon, a wooden spoon, and a bronze spoon. That's something to cheer about. So let's talk a bit more about how what gave you that conviction to start something on your own. A lot of people have visions, they have dreams, they have things they would love to do, but it ends in the realms of dreams. It never comes to reality. But where you are, was this like a dream, or how did you come about it?
Okay. Moving forward, how I started Trisent Osteo, which is now Trisent Healthcare. Yes, for the glory of God. We started in 2018 going into 2019. I was thinking, I've always been thinking of settling down, but I didn't have money. So with my working field work and office work that I've done over the years, I was able to save some amount of money, which was not up to 500,000 naira. I saved for myself. So I now called my friend in Abuja. Asked Salama, I want to start up something, a business. He said, which business? I said, business in my line now. He said, okay. I said, should I start in Abuja? I said, Abuja is a big city. I said, okay. I said, but I'm looking at my state. I've worked some places in my state, but the people, they are suffering of pain. And they just take drugs anyhow.
Yeah.
They don't even know what is therapy. Therapy actually works. So we were contemplating on it, and I just moved down to the. So I saw a guy who was moving me around. He became a friend. His name is Bobby. So I met Bobby, and I said I would like to see an agent in Benin. He said, okay, took me to Airport Road in Benin, and we saw one agent. So the agent took me to one building, just one building. So that was the building he has currently. So when he took me to that building, it was a duplex. It was an upstairs. And that building had no staircase. Because it was a duplex, the staircase was inside the building. And the ground floor was already occupied with a pharmacy.
So how do you access the building?
How do I know access it? So I said, okay, I will construct a staircase
To that building?
to that building.
From outside?
You can see determination.
Wow.
I didn't have money. So the money that was with me, I now worked a bit more. It's now it became 500,000. So I paid about 300,000 for the rent of that building. No, I paid 500,000 for the rent for that building because it was GRA.
That would leave you with nothing.
That left me with nothing. So when I paid 500,000, I called my sister. I said, I want to rent a building of 500,000. He said, 500,000 at your age. What will you do there? How will you get the money to pay? I'm just working by faith. So I paid, there was no money with me. So I went back again. I started hustling, looking for money. I got 300,000. So when I got that money, I called the neighbor to give me an estimate of what it would cost to do a staircase upstairs. So I got the quotation. I was started buying the materials bit by bit, bit by bit, bit by bit, to fabricate the staircase. So the staircase was not too high. If you are climbing, it's used iron, you really bah. So they give the staircase, we had access upstairs. So I did the front decks, which is the reception. Then I now did the office, my office. The office just had a table and a chair. And for me, I bought the table about 350,000. How did I get the money to pay for that table? It was my eldest sister that gave me a postdated check to pay for the table. So I deposited 100,000 for the table, and I took the check. I met the man. I said, "Sir, please, I need this table. Help me with this. Before the date of this check expires, I will pay you."
Wow. And he accepted your advice.
Accepted. And my sister told me, "Don't allow this check to bounce because they will penalize me for it." Yeah. So that fear was with me. So I paid with that check. So he gave me the table. And that's the table I'm still using up to today. Wow. Because it's a massive table with glass on top. So when we brought the table in, the money finished. Just like from zero.
Yes. I want you to talk to me about how would you, sometimes when you are the person at the center of a conversation or the subject of the conversation, it is a bit difficult as a question to respond to, as in how would you, looking at where you're coming from, how would you assess the level of impact made in your chosen career, your chosen profession, as it were?
I would say sometimes it baffles me. It baffles me. I just look back and I say, God, it's only by your power and by your grace. It's you alone that can choose someone and push the person, propel the person to do more. Over the years, if we have not given back to the society, we have given back to we reached out to more than 3,000 persons. More than 3,000 persons. These are free pro bono service to them. Not the one we have taken care of. So it will be the ones we have taken care of and the ones we have reached out to, say 7,000 to 8,000 persons. And we have treated them off play, and we have brought people back for us.
Like referrals.
So there was a time we did a therapy on an elderly woman that had not worked for 2 years. We just did therapy alone. No drugs, no injection, nothing. Just therapy. And the woman came not working. So the woman started working. And as she was working, she was using a Zimmer worker to work. Later, she didn't work again. With the Zimmer worker, she was working on her own, and she threw the Zimmer worker. So she didn't know that they were actually recording her. So they were videoing her, and we posted it on our Instagram. That's how we went viral. So when we posted it on our Instagram, people saw the woman was so excited. Someone that had not worked for some time, she was working. She was, a lot of reactions here and there.
Okay, that's good. All right, talk to me about what are those core values you have imbibed over the years that have been very instrumental to your success story? And then I know you talked about your elder brother a lot, your older siblings, how they molded you and all of that. But if you were to look outside the family settings, who would you say are those people in the business world that have inspired you, that have motivated you to what you are today? What are those core values driving you in the journey of life?
First of all, I'll say my reverend. Yes, my Reverend Timothy, the presiding pastor of.
Okay, I want to show it's not bad.
Okay.
I like to know, when people look at you today, they admire the heights that you have attained. What's the story behind the emergence of Trecent Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center as the primus inter pares when it comes to treatment for bones, treatment for pains, as it were? I've already said this a number of times. You can take care of pains without drugs. And I can tell you for sure that within the context of Nigeria, the use of painkillers is one of the most abused set of drugs. People are feeling pain, stomach pain. They just go, all the counter, get drugs at the table. You say most times, you can deal with pains without the use of drugs. And then we're talking about that after the establishment or with the emergence of Trecent. What are those values that you invite, that are sustaining you, and how would you describe those who you look up to as mentors outside your family settings, as it were?
Okay. Trecent's Healthcare, Trecent Osteo, was based a non-drug, non-injection treatment. Just basically therapeutic, helping your body to heal again. The human body has the capacity to heal when it has rested and when it has undergone some certain therapeutic measures or process. We started, like I was saying, we started mid-2019, and when we started, that was when coronavirus just happened.
As COVID-19.
COVID-19. So COVID-19 spanned into 2020.
Yeah.
And like I said, I had no money. When we finished, when I bought the office table, there was no money again. So that COVID-19 brought a whole lot of chaos, a lot of fear in people's mind. While people were seeing disadvantage in that COVID-19, we saw an advantage there. I saw an advantage there. With the number of persons I have met, I have spoken to, educated, enlightened and all that, they started reaching out to me. So, people were even scared of taking drugs because they cannot even go out to get drugs. They were sitting every day at home. Yeah. The whole country was shut down.
Yeah. There was a lockdown. Really.
There was a lockdown.
Yeah.
So the sitting position, people just sitting and all that became so chaotic. Became pandemonium. Everybody just sit down, they were adding up. They were sitting in their house, no exercise, nothing. They were just sitting in their house, locked down. So they started reaching out to me. So when they reach out to me, I go to their house, do therapy for them, exercise them, and they pay me for it, and I come back. So I was doing that. And he was paying money for it. It's not like the money was much. They were just paying me little stipend. But the joy of doing it,
That fulfillment was
that
there.
fulfillment, that people can still see, they can do therapy. So I started doing that over and over and over again. They were recovering. Even their immune system was already going down, being low, they were crashing down. They were recovering. I had a lot of money to now buy a bed. Until some person started coming to the clinic. When they started coming to the clinic, there was no bed. So I had this small sitter in my office. So I did therapy on bed, on that chair, that love sitter. So after the therapy, they feel relief and they go back home. When they come back, we do another therapy, they feel relief and they go back. Those stroke patients started coming.
Okay.
We started doing therapy on stroke patients, manipulation, exercise, giving them exercise to do, and all that. I had, there was a time I didn't even have a secretary. My secretary left because I was paying the secretary 11,000 naira. There, yes. So I don't know. We had some time, young people, they don't want to work. I don't know why. She now left. So I will go to the reception and welcome the patients. Then I'll take the patient to my office, I'll consult the patient, and I'll take the patient to the therapy room and work for the patient. So when they will ask me, who is the secretary? I'll say, I'm the secretary. I'll attend to you now. They will still see the director. He's around. It's okay. I'll say, okay, let me take you to the director. We go to the office. When we sit in the office, I will tell the patient, welcome sir, you are highly welcome to Crescent SU. What is your challenge right now? Are you not the one that goes register me? I think yes, but I can still consult you. I'll consult the patient. They will still see the therapist. Let's go inside. I'll show you the manifest. So we get to the therapy, I'll do the therapy. Okay. You are very good. I said, yes. When you went to an secretary, I've not seen one yet. One is not yet, another one is coming. And that was how I was doing. On the other section came. So it was stressful for me because I didn't have any money. I didn't have enough money. So I was staying in the office. I was sleeping there.
So your office now became my house. Your house.
Yes. Interesting. I could not go to the only sister I have here in the States, in the States. I could not go to her house. Transport was expensive, the stress was expensive, you know. So I wash my trousers, my shirts, just one trousers and one shirt. I had two shirts, one white and one blue, sky blue shirt, and one black pants trousers. So I wash it and I keep it. I iron it, most money I wear it. But I need you to repeat that. I need to repeat that because it's very striking when you look at it from the perspective that people don't realize that there's a time for everything. There's a time for life is a process. Exactly. Whatever level you want to attain in life, you got to take your time to go through it and get to that, topmost position to be able to achieve that. So you're saying after you got the office first, you pay for the table, you got the accommodation, and then you couldn't even afford an accommodation to live in. You have to stay in the office with your two pants and one trousers and two shirts that when you wash today, you wear tomorrow, then you maybe wash it, dried iron for the next day. Exactly. Then my house was one short joggers, a short combat, and a white vest. That was my whole room. So I washed these things, keep iron them and keep them. Then I didn't have money to be going to see my sister, so I just stayed in the clinic in the office. Because every time I go there, I'm out of cash. So what helped me? I will come there. What helped me? One day I was sleeping in the office. They didn't know that I was inside the office. So Amdoba came. Oh, yes. So they were breaking the door. Already, there was a burglary at the back of the door, the entrance of my office. They didn't know that. So they were breaking the door. I shouted, who is there? They said they are army officers. I said, which army officer will visit you at 2 a.m. at night? So they kept on breaking the door. So I ran into the ceiling to go and hid myself. So when I ran upstairs, I entered the ceiling. When I used to climb the ceiling, I scattered it so that they don't know that I've entered the ceiling if they eventually caught me. So they break in and break in and break in, they didn't succeed. So it was making too much of noise, and there are people living around. Nobody came to my rescue though. So they left. So the next morning, I came down. That day, I still walked in that place. This happened in Yaba, in the GRE.
Thank you very much. It's been worthwhile talking with Dr. Taibosite Osabo, the CEO of Tristan Osteo Orthopedic and Acupuncture Center in Benin City, giving us insight into his life journey and things to expect in the next decade. I want to thank you for having us your time. Thank you so much. This episode. Well, that's the wrap on Icons. It took a while it lasted. You can follow for more on our YouTube channel. Please post a comment there, and of course share this video. There's a lot of lesson to learn from it. Apply this to your everyday life, to your business life. You be the best version of yourself. I'm Sonny Duke Okosu, thanking you for staying with us. Bye for now.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
All right, now a very good morning to you, and you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV Network. My name is Evan Sunoku here. Today is Wednesday, the 10th day of June 2026. It's good that you are here on the program, and of course we are together. Well, not always alone on this program. I have my co-anchors here, and Oluwakbo is right here And of course, Wisin Omasho is also here. Good morning, lady and gentleman.
Good morning, Evan.
Yeah, no, good morning. Now, when I see that bright smile on your face every morning, it gives me hope for you.
Oh, really? Okay.
Despite what you're going through as a nation.
Tell me about it.
24 days right now, the kids are still out there. And people like, very worried about it, saying, come on, what will be the next line of action? Of course, our governor, that's saying that allegedly, that oppositions are the ones really feeling this kind of insecurity. And I was like wondering if opposition are really the ones behind it as a ruling party. What have you done about it? If you're the man is going to mess you up, you have to do everything you can to protect your own territory. Nigeria is a territory right now governed by the APC. So what are you doing about it?
Well, listen, that statement is capable of meaning two things. I mean, if oppositional parties are responsible for the insecurity in those states, then it means all the states where you have those opposition party, then maybe the APC is also responsible. So
No, he said around the country, was so special.
around the country.
Around the country, they want to win the election. I was like, okay.
Well, I actually honestly feel that the word allegedly in Nigeria has been bastardized, misused, and just,
anyway, let's bring our
to the
Lagos.
best minimum.
Let's bring our Lagos colleagues into the program this morning. Dr. Victor Okhai, I really want to say a very good morning to you. I mean, it's the first time that I'm welcoming you into this program as a colleague. Doctor, a very good morning, and also the lady there, Patricia. Doctor, good morning.
Good morning, Evans.
Patricia,
Unfortunately,
good
Doctor
morning.
is hooked up in traffic. He's on his way to the studio.
No, okay. All right, so how is Lagos this morning?
Wet and cold. It's been raining since yesterday here in Lagos, so everywhere is floody. I know it's happening in Benin too, so this caused a lot of traffic in Lagos. I'm sure that's why Doctor is stuck in traffic this morning.
All right, so he's going to be here there on time. Now, the establishment of Presidential Task Force on Ebola, we're saying it's something that I think we should begin to look at as we start this program this morning. About 10 billion naira has been set aside, to combat Ebola virus in the country. Now, we understand that the thing is taking a toll in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and of course other African countries and all that. Now, I don't know what happened to. I'm not saying that it's not good to have certain amounts set aside to fight Ebola, but I remember in 2020, that was about 6 years ago, we had, common ways we could fight Ebola and all that. So what is happening to all that now?
Well, anyway, if you take a look at the situation right now, is there in the sense that if you go to those parts of the country, talking about DR Congo, get to realize the severity of these Ebola's cause. That brings to mind COVID-19, and I kept on wondering if we are doing the same thing right now as we did during the era of COVID-19. We would nip this in the bud, but you know about the corruption and of course the allegation of corruption leveled against government officials in handling the COVID-19 fund. Now this amount of money, hope it will be used for the right reason, for the right thing, which is to prevent the scourge of Ebola entering into our country, because Nigerians, some of them, not all of them, have this penchant of dipping their hands into the jar and use a particular money for something else. That is my fear right now. You bring any money, yes, it is good, but what will it be used for? Is it going to be for the same purpose? Or so they want to line their pockets, all in the name of Ebola, they get some cash unaccounted for. Remember, it happened also during the time of COVID-19. So everyone should be very, very observant. This is what we call for transparency. We're talking about millions of naira or even dollars. How is it being used? The country will want to know, because it's high time we forgot about what really we are known for negatively as a country in terms of corruption. We have to be optimistic about the fact that since this money is given out for health reasons, it must be used for health reasons. Remember, next year is around the corner, 27 is around the corner. They're going to divert the fund. Now, that's a question raging in the hearts of so many Nigerians. It's huge, it's colossal. But if we don't have any case of Ebola, what happens to the money?
Now, I know the 10 billion naira is going to lead to the establishment of a presidential task force on Ebola. And of course, that task force is going to ensure that they kind of strengthen the operational preparedness, towards Ebola and all that. So I don't know, task force and all that, setting up. What's the take on the whole?
Okay, so there are those who would say it's a great step in the right direction. Just to put it out there, no holding break for the federal government. But then again, we have two things on this table: the tax force and the 10 billion naira, which has actually, sparked reactions online and offline. I also want to say that this is pretty much what we always say every time, not waiting for the situation to happen before we begin to take action. So let's say this time around, the federal government is just trying to be proactive rather than reactive. Take you down to when the Ebola virus was actually, preeminently dominated, several parts of the world, and we here in Nigeria, we fought the battle and we won, to the extent that other countries were coming here to learn how we were able to do it and also, replicate the same thing in their places. So aside the 10 billion naira, we hear that there's going to be presidential task force, in charge of it to see to it that borders have stricter measures, persons who are coming into the country, airports, and they are also going to be working with the Immigration Service, FAN, that's the Federal Airport Authority of Nigeria, and a whole other, bodies involved in all of this. But I understand the eyebrows being raised because it is an electionary period that we're moving into. Will the monies be diverted or not? Well, that's left for the federal government of the day to handle. We do not want a situation where the outbreak is actually, spread around to Nigeria. Of course, we do not have it in Nigeria. We should also put it out there. It's currently in DR Congo and Uganda, and we've been seeing how they've been, handling the situation. But what we just want to do is it's a case of better safe than never, really. So all eyes and all hands must be on deck at this point.
Yeah, Patricia, the 10 billion is supposed to be an intervention fund, to step in to arrest Ebola. And good enough, we really don't have we don't have cases yet. That's it. So, like what Anu said, that is the right step in the right direction. So I really don't think that we need to have cases yet before we start, running head-to-skelter. Now, Patricia, let me bring you to the discussion too.
Thank you, Evans. Unfortunately enough, Dr. Ohai is here with me. Anyway, like Anu said, putting that 10 billion aside for preparedness is very fantastic idea. We don't have to wait to get a case before we start to prepare to curb Ebola if it gets to Nigeria. I hope it doesn't get here. And then we remember what happened in 2022 or thereabout 6 years ago, that we were not prepared and we lost a fantastic doctor who received a patient of Ebola without knowing what it was, and we lost her. Anyway, so putting 10 billion aside to prepare for Ebola is a fantastic idea from the federal government. Doctor?
Sounds good for me on paper, but I'm just wondering. We had an opportunity during COVID to create isolation centers that were prepared, and doctors that were prepared to deal with emergencies. There was no reason to close them down. Just like you have the infectious diseases hospital in somewhere in Yaba, we ought to have places like that all over the country. We know that we're prone to pandemic. I mean, globally, it's not, and we've been warned that this is will come again and again. We can always have that in our budget. We don't need to wait. Right now, we'll be clapping and saying they've done a great thing. As far as I'm concerned, these are things that we ought to know. Health should be a priority. Education should be a priority. Security should be a priority. There are things that are given. These are not things that you come and begin to clap for government. Clap and say government has done a great job. But nevertheless, it's okay. And I hope that money, if Ebola doesn't come, will go back into the health sector and not just be frittered away on other things.
But doctor, we have a problem in Nigeria, or should I say Africa at large, for maintenance of structure. So I guess what was set up as at the time of COVID must have been in shambles by now. So I'm sure.
No, I think they just closed them down. What we ought to do is you know, I mean, we can't be talking about maintenance of structure. It's a shame. I'm aware, for instance, I know that during Obasanjo's time, about 8 hospitals were designated for renovation. There was a company in Austria, I know because I was involved at the time, Vamed, supplied world-class facilities across several university teaching hospitals. And whatever happened to them, it speaks to what you said about the issue of maintenance. But isn't it a shame? I thought that COVID would have taught us a lesson when even the high and mighty fell. You know, we lost a very, very important, was it Secretary to Government also at the time? You know, if it affected them at the time, one would have thought that they would have learned a lesson. But perhaps because they can always fly abroad, you know, at the drop of a hat, then perhaps that's why it doesn't mean anything to them. But it shouldn't be the case.
Evans, let's get back to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, Patricia. And Dr. Victor Okai, you're welcome to this morning on ITV Wednesday's edition. I mean, I've seen my colleagues also welcoming into the program. So in Benin here this morning, we're going to be looking at, you know, escalating tension in the face of escalating tensions, and of course, family tensions in Nigeria, the role of resolving dispute alternatively. That's what you call the alternative dispute resolution, you know, in Nigeria. So we're going to be exploring the mechanism. Now, good enough, we're going to be having a practitioner, a retired chief magistrate, you know, to do all that.
Oh, well, we're looking forward to the conversation because currently in Nigeria, I feel the thing called value has actually gone way down. I was listening to someone yesterday speak as regards what is going on, taking it back to insecurity, where right now on TikTok, on several social media platforms, we're seeing bandits, you know, show monies, and I was also seeing Nigerians begging for the same monies, the same proceeds of the kidnapping, and that says a lot about our value system and moral decadence in the country. So we're looking forward to the conversation today.
Now talking about alternative dispute resolution, you get to realize that sometimes that is just the best way to go, in the sense that some Nigerians are so below abject poverty to get a lawyer. So we have other means to really explore, you know, targeting peace and other. I think that is truly the best way to go. But the question now is, who are those behind it? You get to realize that someone said they don't want to go to court, let's go settle out of court. But the question also is, the persons or those group of persons you are going to, I mean, do they have or to, like, you know, settle each case amicably without fear or favor, as in getting straight to the heart of the issue and bringing out a resolution or a result that will satisfy both parties, whether you're found guilty or innocent. You just accept it, because sometimes you get to see all manner of infiltration.
Anyway, we'll leave the explanation to the experts, you know, this morning as we hit the discussion to see whether at the end of the day, if parties are okay with a settlement, with a judgment and all that, and that's just the way, you know, it is. All right, so we'll take a short pause now so that we'll bring the corporate trainer in Olatan Osaka into the program this morning. And of course, after which all the segments of this program we continue. Please stay with us.
Inwagata no Sahai is still my amiable name. I'm always delighted to come your way every Wednesday since the last 16 and a half years to add premium value to your day. No matter what you do as a career person, as an entrepreneur, as an NGO practitioner, always here to make sure that I give you that point of differentiation that will give you the leading edge in your field. And last week, we started a conversation on different leadership style and their impact on workplace dynamics. As a leader, what makes you a great leader, what makes you an outstanding leader, is your ability to read a scenario, to read a situation, and know the exact leadership style to apply. It is the same leadership style does not work in every situation. And last week, when I started this conversation, we looked at the cohesive leadership style, democratic leadership style, authoritative leadership style, affiliative leadership style, pace-setting leadership style as well as coaching leadership style. Now, what makes you a great leader, what makes you an outstanding leader, is the ability to know that in this particular situation, this is the leadership style I need to apply to be able to achieve desired outcome. And having applied that leadership style, you should also know when to apply the brake pedal to know that it's time for me to, pause on this particular leadership style and be able to transition into another leadership style as the situation changes. That is why this morning we are going to use a case scenario, a practical case study, to see how a particular leader was able to apply the cohesive leadership style to resolve a crisis situation, an emergency situation, and then the leader was also sensitive to know that it is time to transition from that cohesive leadership style and then apply the democratic leadership style. The cohesive leadership style is the command style of leadership that says, do as I say, do what I tell you. It works in emergency situation, crisis situation, and also when you want to quickly attend to matters of a discipline. The cohesive leadership style, do as I say, the command leadership style, do what I tell you, is very effective. But when it is overused or used in the wrong situation, it also has its own negative side. It may lead to demotivation. People may feel that you are overbearing. People may also feel that, you are micromanaging them too much, and then they may get demotivated. And then we also have, the democratic leadership style that is all inclusive. It carries everybody along. It's open to, suggestions, to contributions, and then good decisions are arrived at. So this morning, the case scenario we are going to look at is transitioning from a cohesive leadership style to democratic leadership style in the state waste management agency. That is a case scenario we are going to use this morning to see how a leader was able to apply the cohesive leadership style to resolve a crisis. And then that leader was also smart enough to know that it's time to apply the legs on the brake pedal on the cohesive leadership style and transition into the democratic leadership style in order to achieve desired outcome, consistently. So the topic is, the case scenario, the title is Transition from Cohesive Leadership Style to Democratic Leadership Style in a State Waste Management Agency. I go into the case scenario. The State Waste Management Agency in a Nigerian state was facing a major crisis. For over 2 weeks, heaps of refuse had accumulated across major roads, markets, hospitals, and residential areas in the state capital. Citizens were completely dealing on radio stations and social media. Health officials warned that the situation could trigger disease outbreaks. An internal investigation revealed that many waste collection trucks were not operating as scheduled. Some drivers and field supervisors were ignoring deployment instructions, while several contractors were failing to meet their obligations. Attendance records showed that many workers reported late or failed to report to duty altogether. The governor summoned the permanent secretary of the agency and demanded immediate action. Now, this is the phase one of the immediate action that was took to resolve the crisis, applying the cohesive leadership style, which is a leadership style, like I told you at the beginning of this conversation, that is used to resolve crisis and handle emergency situation. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, the permanent secretary adopted the cohesive leadership style. He convened an emergency management meeting and gave clear directives. Effective immediately, all personnel, all operation staff must report to their duty posts by 6 a.m. daily. Any staff member absent without authorization will face disciplinary action. All waste collection contractors must deploy their full fleet within 24 hours or risk contract suspension. No excuses will be accepted. That is, the beginning of the application of the cohesive leadership style, which says, do as I say, do what I tell you. It is often used to fix crisis and emergency situation. He also established a crisis monitoring team that provided hourly reports from different zones of the state. To demonstrate seriousness, the permanent secretary suspended 2 supervisors who repeatedly failed to monitor field operations, issued warning letters to defaulting contractors, ordered compulsory weekend operations until the backlog of waste was cleared, directed managers to remain in the field rather than work from their offices. The message was clear. Compliance was non-negotiable. Then Within 10 days, waste evacuation improved significantly. Major roads were cleared, markets became cleaner, and public complaints reduced sharply. That is applying the coercive leadership style, the command style of leadership, the do as I say leadership, do what I tell you leadership style to fix a crisis or an emergency situation like this waste management situation in this particular state, in this case scenario. Now, having fixed the situation, the permanent secretary did not just remain on that coercive leadership style. He now transitioned into democratic leadership style, which is phase 2, transitioning to democratic leadership style. After the emergency had been brought under control, the permanent secretary realized that continuing with a highly coercive approach could damage morale and reduce employee commitment. He therefore shifted to a democratic leadership style. Remember, democratic leadership style, as I've told you, is that leadership style that is all-inclusive, gives room for people to make contributions, make suggestions, and then good decisions are arrived at. He organized stakeholders meetings involving directors and department heads, waste collection supervisors, truck drivers, contractors, labor union representatives. At the meetings, he asked, now that we have stabilized operations, what changes can we make to prevent this situation from happening again? Now he has just moved into the democratic leadership style, asking for suggestions, asking for opinions, asking for views in order to keep the system motivated. Staff members openly shared their concerns. Some drivers complained about frequent truck breakdowns. Field officers reported inadequate communication equipment. Contractors requested clearer performance monitoring systems. Supervisors suggested introducing technology-based attendance and route tracking systems. The permanent secretary listened carefully and encouraged participation, the democratic leadership style. Several of the suggestions were adopted. Now, what became the outcome of the democratic leadership style, the result of the democratic leadership style? The agency subsequently introduced monthly stakeholder review meetings, established a staff suggestion scheme, implemented digital vehicle tracking, improved maintenance schedules for waste collection trucks, created clearer communication channels between management and field workers. As employees became involved in decision-making, democratic leadership style, ownership and commitment increased. That's one thing about democratic leadership style. It keeps the people better engaged, it makes them better committed, it makes them better motivated because they have become part of the, the process, they have become part of the journey. Productivity improved and industrial relations became more harmonious. What's the leadership lesson from this case scenario as I conclude? Remember, the case scenario is transitioning from coercive leadership style to democratic leadership style. Leadership lesson. This case demonstrates that effective leaders do not rely on a single leadership style. The permanent secretary understood that the emergency needed strong command and control during the crisis. He therefore used the coercive style to restore order and accountability. Once stability returned, very important, once stability returned, he intelligently transitioned to the democratic style, allowing employees and stakeholders to contribute ideas for long-term improvement. Very important. The result was not only a cleaner state, but also more motivated workforce and more suitable waste management system. Now, the key leadership principle here, use the coercive leadership style to control crisis or to control a crisis. Then use the democratic style to build commitment and sustain progress. And that's exactly what the permanent secretary of this particular waste management agency in this Nigeria state employed. So as a leader, be able to know that this situation at this point in time require this pattern of leadership, and then having used that, it's time to also transition to another style of leadership. What you are going to do is that you are going to stay with me on this segment. Next week, Wednesday, I'm going to continue also bringing another case scenario on board to see how we can practically, glean lots of insight from this, leadership styles and their impact on workplace dynamics, and then become a better leader, build better teams, build better workplace for our nation and our continent and the world as a whole. I'll be continuing from next week, Wednesday, like I said. So what you will do, send your email across, send your inquiries, send your questions. When I return next week, Wednesday, my name will not change. It will still be the amiable Inuagata No Sahai. Your day is so blessed. Thank you.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the newspaper review from our Lagos Network studio on ITV. And I'm not doing this alone. I have my co-anchor. I'm so proud to be with him and refer to him as my co-anchor. I have in the house Dr. Victor Ohai. You're welcome again, Doctor.
Thank you for having me.
Okay, our first paper today, we're going to be taking the Punch newspaper. On the headline of the Punch newspaper, NAS will pass state police bill this week, Senate leader. And we also have on the foreign scene, Nigeria's foreign debt to hit $72.6 billion after 2027 polls. That's from IMF. You can find that on page 9. And we also have post-primary cohorts worsens as INEC faces candidate submission deadline. You can find that on page 2. And we have Elumelu appointed chairman. Post-primary cohorts worsens as INEC faces candidate submission deadline.
Okay, so this is usually the case. Let me tell you an interesting story. There's a place I call the mortuary of candidates. Okay, the International Conference Center. Usually after primaries, that's where the submissions are done, where they go to submit the names of the candidates and then all other requirements, everything that is required to do it. And what usually happens is many names are substituted at that point. If as a candidate you do not go there to monitor, you will find a situation where you come back later and then you are no longer on the ballot. So now that you might say primaries have been concluded, that is a very, very critical stage. You might even find a lot of cases there, and it's usually a very, very, next to the election, that's probably the busiest time for INEC. So expect chaos in the days coming.
Quickly, let's look at NAS will pass state police bill this week.
Yes.
What's your take on that, Doctor?
Well, we have always clamored for it. I hope they do it, and let's hope it works for us.
We hope so. Let's quickly look at Daily Trust. Just one headline there that we're going to be taking. It says 6 years single term push raises elongation fears. I mean, they're trying to make it a 6-year one term.
If it's going to be 6-year one term, I hope the current president does not benefit, because then he would have done 2 terms. Okay? I don't understand why, if that should come when, at a time when perhaps the incumbent cannot benefit from it. You get what I'm saying?
Yes.
But we'll have to wait and see. But I think that there's an advantage in it, in the sense that every incumbent will concentrate on doing the work that they've been given. 6 years is more than enough to do a turnaround for anyone who's interested in working.
But coming at this time, Doctor, do you think there's a kind of...
That's where my suspicions are, you know, because that's why I said if that's going to happen, then the incumbent must not benefit from it, because it's no longer one term. He would have done 2 terms, one for 4 years and another 6 years.
That's 10 years in total.
That's 10 years, so we'll have to wait and see.
Wow. Okay, let's quickly go to First Daily. Nigeria's bleeding Kwankwaso wants demand security overhaul. That's on the top of the newspaper. And we have Ogun kidnap horror. Soldier 4 hostages killed in rescue attempt. This is getting so much, Doctor. Yeah. But let me go through. INEC wants court rulings could disrupt 2027 elections. Reps to Tinubu intensify war against bandits and kidnappers. Edo woman throws child into river on seer's advice. That's on the bottom of the newspaper. And let's quickly look at Tinubu sets up presidential Ebola task force, approves 10 billion emergency fund. And also Senate advanced bill to regulate cryptocurrency sector. Let's look at Nigeria's bleeding Kwankwaso once.
He was once a minister of defense. I'm talking about Rabiu Kwankwaso.
Yes.
I don't know what he set in place in his time, but there is no doubt that Nigeria is hemorrhaging. You know, it's been on for quite a while now. These are voices that ought to have been speaking all this while, But you know, sometimes when they're in the ruling party, they just everything is okay. You know, they try to minimize what is going on, make it seem like nothing is happening. But it's good, and I hope more voices also speak to it. He can afford to talk like this now, perhaps because he's in the opposition, but I hope that many more opposition leaders, but more importantly, people within the ruling party come out and say things as they are. Nigeria truly is hemorrhaging.
And is bleeding,
yes.
Because we just also have on the headline there, yes. The major one says soldiers, 4 hostages killed in rescue attempt.
That is the risk that comes with rescue missions. When you attempt, but when you want to go and free hostages, expect a crossfire. The alternative is negotiation.
Yeah.
And negotiation may require paying ransom or finding some other means of penetrating or trading off. Like in the case of the woman I saw online yesterday. Yes. They want to trade. So there's certain you can trade off without doing ransom. If that is what it is, and you can follow them through it, the fact that you set them free does not mean you cannot go after them afterwards, you know, and possibly where you can, you need them. People have your not even agree. My heart bled when I saw the headline. Unfortunately, we have the society we're in now. Poverty and everything has made us depend. Anything can be pointed to as your enemy. Your very child can be called a witch. They can say they are responsible for your problem. Big men don't do things like this. It is only the poor. And I think that this year is culpable. For whatever reason, he has brainwashed this woman and made her do this. And I think that he should be arrested. He certainly should not be allowed to go free.
Okay, Doctor, let's quickly look at Vanguard. The Vanguard newspaper on the top headline there says, IMF cancels federal government against $50 billion US dollar.
$5 billion.
Sorry, $5 billion UAE loan seeks higher taxes. I don't know. We keep borrowing. Why are we doing that?
Honestly, I'm shocked that IMF is even the one advising the FG because we have been complaining that we are over borrowing. There's nothing wrong with borrowing. I mean, if you see where it is going to and if there are direct benefits that we can see. But honestly, all of these loans, if you ask me, some of them might just be going into prosecuting electoral warfare, if you excuse my use of the language, you know. IMF of all people, maybe the loan is because the loan is not coming from them, but that's not necessarily so. I think it's a wise counsel. Why do you need $5 billion at this time, you know, from the UAE? And the alternative, they say, seek higher taxes. Nigerians are groaning under economic hardship already. But yes, you can do higher taxes, but I think that they can tax the very rich, you know, and make sure that they pay. There's a lot of tax avoidance at that level. They comply, but they avoid. I think that if you introduce higher taxes, there are certain goods, luxury goods, and the high net worth individuals, so that you can create a balance and make sure everyone benefits.
Thank you, Doctor. We're going to be taking one headline from the Guardian newspaper before we round off this morning. It says, household ration swapped to charcoal as cooking gas records 67% spike.
So we do have charcoal. So it's a resource that we have. I don't know, you go to Enugu, there's an abundance of it. So there's nothing necessarily wrong with it. What I wouldn't advocate is pulling down our forests, you know, but we do have pure charcoal. It seems to be the alternative right now because honestly, excuse my language, but cooking gas not be anybody mate again.
At all.
Like
At all.
country,
At
all.
all.
So It's crazy. 67% spike. Your salary has not increased. Nothing has. Everything is choking the ordinary person. I hope charcoal will be affordable, because if a product is scarce, it's going to be expensive. Simple economics. But I don't know how readily available it is. If it is, and there's an abundance of it, then that is a solution. Otherwise, we'll have to look up to God.
We always look up to God as Nigerians. I think that's where we're going to be stopping our newspaper headlines this morning, and we'll be going back to Benin for the continuation of This Morning on ITV.
The threat of global warming is real. You have seen the destruction of lives and property as a result of incessant flooding. Make the environment a conducive place for all to live in. Stop polluting the environment. Protect the environment today. This message is brought to you courtesy Independent Television and Radio.
All right, now, thank you so much. The program still this morning on ITV on your television. We did say that we're going to be looking at what alternative dispute resolution is all about in Nigeria, most especially as it relates to escalating societal tension in our country today. Now, some persons say that the societal tension that we're experiencing actually starts from the family tension. So, tension in families and all that. So, culminating into the societal tension that we have today. All right, so to do all this explanation today, we are so privileged to have a big one. We are talking about a retired chief magistrate, His Worship Isi Ukun Iyoha. She's an esquire and, of course, an alternative dispute resolution practitioner and a retired chief magistrate, just like what I said. Now, I also need to let you know that he is a fellow of the Institute of Chartered Mediators and Conciliators, that's ICMC, where he is the current vice chairman of the Edo State branch of the Institute, and so many other affiliations there. Well, good enough. She's a woman, but that's the way in the legal profession. When somebody rises to that position, you don't refer to her as a lady anymore. So you call her, you use the male gender, his for her description. So you're welcome. So, Madam, you're welcome to the program this morning on ITV.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Okay. And also, Wisdom Master is also my co-anchor on the show.
Pleasure having you, Madam.
Not to miss
Welcome.
you. Thank you.
All right. All right, so we've had you on this program some time ago. I remember we set the basis for when we talk about alternative dispute resolution. Yeah. Let us go over that again. What is alternative dispute resolution? Let's start from there.
Thank you. Good to have both of you here, and thank you for the honor. Like I mentioned in January, I still remember I came in January 20th to be specific. Alternative dispute resolution, as the name connotes, I like using that word, another access to justice, another way of getting justice, another door in which you can get justice, not through the courtroom alone. Why we talk about another way to justice is that issues can be resolved without going to court. That is why we have a DRO, which is alternative dispute resolution. You find that the society is getting, the problem we are having, they are getting out of hands. And the Constitution, Section 19 of our Constitution, Nigeria Constitution, alternative dispute resolution is endorsed. You have arbitration, you have mediation and conciliation, you have intervention, so on and so forth. There are many ways, there are many things that come under ADR, alternative dispute resolution. The reason the thing is just coming up is that ADR is that the courts are overburdened. If I tell you in high court, A judge can have 500 cases on his list. How are we going to cope with this? For years, the matters will be in court, not through the fault of theirs. So. And you find that ADRO is faster, is party-driven, because it's what the party tells the mediator, arbitrator, and whoever is sitting there. It's what you tell the ADRO practitioner. This is what parties have come together to say, oh, this is how we want to settle, this is what we want. And those things will be put down at consent judgment of court. We have ADRO judges, alternative dispute resolution judges, they are in high courts. And once those settlements are written, because it is party driven, you decided on what you want, nobody forced you, but we, as a mediator or an ADRO practitioner, you are the one that helps them to reach amicable settlement. You don't force them. It's so confidential, unlike the normal court system where anybody can come into the gallery and listen to any court proceeding. No, ADRO is not like that. It's done in a quiet environment. It's very, very confidential. So that is, in a nutshell, that is ADRO. Okay. Another way to get justice, another access to justice. It can be through court. Court can refer the matters to a mediator, an arbitrator, multi-door courthouse. The matter will be assigned to an ADRO practitioner. There's also what you call walk-in cases. You can your own walk into any ADRO practitioner's office, or even to multi-door, you can walk in. Like I'm a private ADRO practitioner, I'm also a neutral in high court. I take matters in high court, in multi-door courthouse. So those walk-in cases on your own, you can decide to go to anywhere, any ADRO practitioner, tell them the issue, and you put them down and we'll talk about it.
All right, now you're not saying that the resolution, so to speak, is subject to negotiations from both parties?
Yes, subject to negotiations. You are the ones, you know what the issue is. It's for you to bring them out. We always tell them, say the truth, because here, nothing can be used against you. If the ADRO matter fails, anything said in the session cannot be used in court. Nobody can call me as a witness. Nobody can call anybody, oh, this is what we did in the session that day. This is what you said. You are saying a different. No, it is without prejudice.
All right, now, Your Worship, we are looking at societal tension, family tension. Now, in the face of this escalating tensions and all that, you notice that I want to ask the question, is there a scope to which the ADRO can be applied? You talked about the law, you talked about justice. I may take, for example, a case that has to do with that there must be justice according to what the Constitution says. Maybe that has to do with deaths and all that. Can ADRO be applied?
In most criminal matters, ADRO cannot apply.
Okay.
But the parties may agree if they are just minor criminal matter, afraid to fighting. Afraid is to fighting. Both parties can agree. Instead of court, let's settle this matter out of court. Or something that is not violent, a violent issue. Just minor issues that are criminal in nature can be resolved through ADRO. But heinous matters, murder, armed robbery, those heinous crimes, kidnapping, ADRO cannot resolve them. Tax matters, ADRO doesn't go into tax matters.
Okay, so there's a scope and a limitation of ADRO. There's
limitation, but the scope is very wide. Family, land matters, commercial issues, and in arbitration, there's something we call arbitral clauses. When you are going into a contract, a commercial contract, you put in that clause. Not only commercial issues, but that's the most prevalent ones. You put in a clause, though in case there is an issue, in case we have problem with this contract, go back to the clause, and arbitrator, either you choose your own, I choose my own, or both we choose one arbitrator, and there will be a chairman, an arbitrator to who will oversee the issue.
All right, now if the ADRO is so effective, how come we're still having so many court cases.
Yes, we have so many court cases. Like I said earlier, there is no awareness. I can assure you that if there's awareness, let's even say there's a jingle running, so that you say it in native languages, you say it in Pidgin English, we are used to here, you say it in Queen's English. There's no awareness, because there used to be what we call settlement week in multi-doc, or where I'm a neutral. There used to be what we call settlement week. There is also what they call the other one. We do VMS in ICMC, Institute of Chartered Mediators. When you take those matters, like settlement week is for 1 week, we don't take money, we just make sure, just to decongest the court and create awareness too. When you mediate in some of those matters, by the time you finish, they always look perplexed, say, hey, so you have something like this? Many people don't know, even educated people, professors, many of them don't know. I handed a matter, I don't want to mean Unibear and all that. They were shocked. The matter was resolved that same day. Unibear issue, and it was there for a long time. They were happy. When we went for sensitization in a PFL some time ago, one of them was looking at me, was smiling. By the time we finished, he said, I know you. You did a matter, we're very happy. Not that kind of thing. Yeah. You will not even know, they will know you. So there should be awareness. Awareness is our problem in Edo State, particularly. There's no awareness in Edo State at all. It's just few people, maybe they happen to have friends who know about ADRO, they will tell them. There is no awareness. Once there's awareness, the courts will be decongested. Matters that refer from court, I've handled many matters referred from court by the chief judge of the state. Matters that were referred, many of them were settled. You know, somebody just wants a push to say, oh, let's go, let's say. The body is on him or her, but he doesn't know what to do. Actually, nobody wants problems, except, well, naturally it's an impolite problem. But 90% of people don't want problem. They just need a push. They just need to be aware. They just need to have confidence in ADRO. And why ADRO is so beautiful, the rules and regulations are strictly adhered to. Most people who practice in multi-doc, or the ones at least all the ones I know, they all have integrity. I can speak for myself. I have integrity. Mine is to make people happy. It's not the money. The money is not really enough, but not up to the not half of litigation money. Extremely cheap. So when they know this, they were asking me there, how is the cost? I said, don't worry, the cost is minimal, and you will be shocked when you know the cost.
Okay. Now, let us, you talked about family tension, and also we mentioned societal tension. Now, I also got to know that we have different types of ADRO. I mean, you've mentioned the arbitration. Then, of course, we have the one that has to do with reconciliation and mediation. So, negotiation. So, let's, look at them now. Now, let's start from family tension, because the way Nigeria is today, the tension in the society starts from every family unit. So if we start from the family units, if we attend to family tension, then of course we would have done a great deal in attending to the societal tension. So family tension, as it were, in Nigeria today, which of the ADRO do you think best suited?
The best suited for family tension is mediation and conciliation. The best, that is the best. The one that follows is negotiation. Because I've handled many family matters, if we're close to 30, but it's the same pattern. It's the same, family is the bedrock of the society.
Yeah.
If family is not happy, society is never happy. Because everything that happens, because that is the first place a child comes up and learn many things. In family, you have children now, drug use and abuse, spousal violence. I'm not saying men, no, I said spousal. There could be violence from a woman.
From a woman?
Yes, it's vice versa. It's not one-sided. Because I know of many cases like that. The man will be calm, but the woman is very violent. So you see, upbringing in a family is very important. When your family, when you know from your family background, you don't have to hit somebody. You don't become violent for you to make a point. When you have that upbringing, it will grow with you throughout your life. Particularly, the rate of divorce now is so high. But since it's like that, the ones you cannot advise against divorce, you make the mediation can make them to come to a round table conference. What do we do? Just because of the children. You can still be in relationship, be in talking terms because of these children. But these children, they need both parents, whether they are living together or not. And once that is done, this upbringing will be in a pattern, and the children will grow. I know sometimes, even with the upbringing, some children, because of peer group pressure, like this drug issue now, it mostly is peer group pressure. That thing is escalating. When this issue of banditry and this whatever is happening now, causing tension in the country, when it was coming up, they didn't nip it in the bud. So this drug issue now, what I see on the street every day, young boys and girls, it's not just boys. If they don't nip it in the bud now, and it escalates, it's even escalating.
Now, your worship again, Ma. Now, you talked about the armed banditry, that Nigeria is facing today.
Yes.
Now, the way it stands now, it almost looks as if the ADRO cannot resolve the issue anymore. I mean, we still remember how some of this issue started. Communities in some parts of the north, fighting over who actually owns XYZ,
yes.
Resource and all that. And of course, it escalated into community tension, and we have armed banditry today. So as it stands today in Nigeria, where do you think can ADRO come in? Because all these whole things we're talking about, armed banditry, terrorism, and all that, they started from somewhere.
Yes.
So where do you think is the role of ADRO right now?
Okay. The role of ADRO in banditry, kidnapping, and all those things, because when ADRO is, you have to have parties to negotiate with. Not negotiation, to talk.
The two parties must come together.
Whether they are up to 1 million, but they have to come together. In this present situation in Nigeria, who do you approach? Who do you call to say, let's come, let's talk? Because you hear it's political, it's religious, it's this. So who are you going to approach? That is the problem. It has gone beyond ADRO for now. I'm sure when it escalates so much, they don't know what to do, ADRO will still come in. Maybe then on their own they will suggest the people to talk with. Not I don't want to use that word negotiation. The people to talk with. Because when it's hot on this side, it's too hot on this side, something must happen. Say, oh, let's come to the table now, let's talk. But right now, you don't even know who to talk to. ADRO, the crimes they are committing, they are heinous in nature. And those kind of criminal activities, they are made for the courts.
Yeah, but there's a basis. I mean, there's a foundational problem. So
Yes.
can't still the ADRO attend to that? Take, for example, communities in the north whereby XYZ community says that, hey, we own the land. I mean, our forefathers started the cattle rearing. Then, of course, another community says that we own the land, our forefathers started farming.
Okay.
So at those of, foundational, level,
Yes.
can't the ADRO still fit in?
In that situation, the scenario you are just giving me, ADRO can come in. Because in these communities, you have their heads, communal heads. Yes, at least you have access to those kind of people. ADRO can come in perfectly and things will be resolved. Because ADRO, you just have to have integrity to do ADRO. So that when you, by the time you hear the story and you know the history, you have to know the history and the culture of the people. Very important in ADRO. Know the history and their culture. So by the time you know, you have to go deep. You don't have to ask a question. Ask neutral people questions. You will get the truth.
All right, now let's take about the component of the ADRO. Some Nigerians are of the opinion that you cannot trust the judgment of the ADRO because of the persons involved. How can you make it clear to Nigerians that the components of the ADRO vis-a-vis maybe ex-judges and the rest of them are reliable?
Judges? Judges are not involved in ADRO. The area where they are...
I mean ex or retired.
ADRO, like I mentioned, is a distinct platform altogether. There is no way, I've not heard of any, there is no way a judge, ex-judge, practicing ADRO will want to mess up his name, his or her name. Where his name? Because they are all male. There is no, I'm telling you from experience, trust ADRO because it's not like you are trying to give judgments. I said it's party driven. So the judge has no say in it. It only helps in reaching an amicable settlement. Since it's party driven, it is what the parties agree on that will be put down as settlement of court, and the ADRO judge will sign as consent judgment. We say consent judgment because both of you consent.
Agreed.
Yes. And you have to oblige because nobody forced you.
All right. Now you talked about the limitations of ADRO vis-a-vis kidnapping, banditry. Does it not mean that they are limited or restricted to certain cases or situations in the society?
Yes. ADRO. Are you talking of ADRO?
Yes.
Yeah, ADRO, there are cases, there are matters that are restricted, like I mentioned, heinous crimes, kidnapping, banditry, murder, armed robbery. ADRO cannot go into those matters.
So one of them is that ADRO is probably suitable for very fundamental issues before the issues escalate into other big ones.
Yes, that is why it is good to know that there is ADRO. Once you know, before a matter escalates, you run to an ADRO practitioner or go to where ADRO is practiced. From there, you nip it in the bud. It's only when nothing can be done, you can decide to go to court. But I can assure you, in most cases, I'm talking from experience, in most cases, when they see what is going on, they like it. Because, like I mentioned before, there's what we call caucus meeting.
Yeah.
When you do caucus meeting, you don't do it for one party, so that they will not start suspecting you. Once you, certainly you must do for the two. You will call the person, the others will go out. Even with some of them, they have lawyers. All of them will go out because let me not go to lawyer aspect this morning.
We'll come to that.
We'll come to that because we have to go through everything.
Because we know that there are some challenges.
Yeah,
there are challenges in the ADRO because some lawyers, they don't want to. It's going to be less. It will mean less money for lawyers.
But they don't know. They have more money when you allow ADRO.
Yeah. But let us quickly look at.
Let me complete your question.
Yes.
I was saying there is no way an ex-judge, an ex-magistrate want to mess up a name I didn't mess up when I was a sitting magistrate. Now I will mess it up when I'm happy. It's a passion for me, for myself. Very big passion. People know.
So once they do the right thing at the right time.
Right thing at the right time.
Okay.
We make sure you are the one. The parties are in charge of the session. At times they will quarrel, but they know the rules. We don't quarrel here. They know. That is what we call pre-session. We do those pre-sessions with them before anything, before the real date comes, so that they know how to behave.
Okay.
Very clean atmosphere.
Wow.
Now, from what you have, from the way you have spoken so far, it shows that the ADRO is actually a judgment outside the courts, outside the normal courtroom and all that. Now, I want to ask, after the judgment now, what next? is that judgment, is it legally binding on the parties?
Perfectly legally binding, because it's your process. It's party driven. You agreed on what you want. This party will say it's our own, this one will say it's our own. Eventually you write everything down. Why we say consent judgment of courts? When you finish, after the session, everything written down, what they agreed on, both parties, we'll go through it again. What we normally do, we'll go through it again before they do the final tapping. We'll read it out. Is this what people agreed on? Say yes. Is there any correction? Is there any omission or commission? You say no. Can we go and do the final tapping? You say yes. Then they will not go and do the final copy. And after that, you still read it to them. So why is consent judgment of court? So that it will be binding. You don't say, okay, I've done settlement. You can just, tomorrow you go back on it? No. That's why, because so that there will be enforcement.
Now, talking about enforcement, now that is the next question I wanted to ask. In court proceedings, after a judge, makes a judgment, so to speak, there are other aspects of the government or the society that enforces the judgment. Now, in ADRO, do they have enforcers?
Because it's a court where you get consent judgment of court, you use the same people. What happens is that once an agreement has been reached and settlement, consent judgment, because sometimes the judge will still call them. You say, is this what people agreed on during mediation or whatever? You say yes. Sometimes the judge may not, but most times he calls the parties. They will agree. The enforcement is this. Once they don't follow the settlement agreement, the party that is not happy will come back to court. Will come back to the court and go and there are people that do all this thing. Go and tell the judge that so thing. He will do that. It was a signature. We will go and find out what happened. Call them. Why are you not obliging? Then the judge will take it off from there.
They take it to court.
We will go back to that judge that signed the consent judgment. The matter will not come before her again. Then, if you don't come, whatever judgment they give against you, it will be implemented. I did one for this MTN. It is a mascot.
Let us not commercialize that now.
I was just saying, just example to say, if you don't come, judgment was given, and the people didn't come.
And it's binding.
It's binding.
Okay. Now, there's no doubt that the strength of ADRO, is that it's speedy, it's cost-effective, and of course, it somehow builds a relationship among parties, involved. Let us talk about the challenges now, because you hinted on it a while ago that it appears that some lawyers that ought to be supporters or practitioners of the ADRO, they are fighting against the ADRO. So what is the implication of that? Why is it like that?
No, not that they are fighting against it directly. Most of them are even ADRO practitioners. Some of them are mediators, some are arbitrators and all that. Like you rightly said, this issue of money, I won't get my...
As a lawyer, I'm supposed to make the money and all that.
Money, transport allowance and all those things. The thing is that, like most of us, what we do now, we'll ask the parties, have you paid your lawyers? If they are, sometimes you don't need, you don't even, well, I don't want to say that, sometimes you don't need a lawyer for ADR. But if you decide, we will not stop you. If you get a lawyer, once the session wants to start, you ask the parties, have you paid your lawyer? Yes or no? If you know you have not paid your lawyer, before we end this mediation, go and pay your lawyer. It's better for the lawyer, maybe they have not realized that matters are on your table. You see the one that within a month is over. It gives you more space.
But less money.
It's not less money.
It gives you more space, but because some of the people, the longer a case, a lawyer tends to gain them up because keep on appearing and appearing with more money. Now, if the case is short, I don't think it's going to affect the income of the lawyer.
The lawyer and the party, they already agreed on a fee. And that fee has to be paid in total. The fee has to be paid. Except maybe there are other things they add to it. Maybe, but once they have agreed on a fee, don't say because you are doing ADR you won't pay your lawyer's fee. You will pay it and it's off. The only thing I know would not be coming is this transport allowance they collect each time they go to court. Most of them are ADRO practitioners, but I know maybe with time, during the law week, it was really canvassed during our arbitration session that they were admonished in a way, lawyers, so that they understand. Some of them may not even understand. Many of them didn't even know the meaning of ADR.
Okay. All right. So as we commence our descent now, because time is of the essence, on this program. Now, I want to ask, what would you want to say has been your greatest challenge in all these years of practicing ADR?
The first thing is awareness. I always mention awareness and the issue of lawyers. Aside that, I don't think I've had any challenge more than those two.
Awareness on the parts of the people you give the service to?
People you give the service to, everybody.
Right.
The awareness is low?
Very low. It's at the low end in Edo State. Lagos is far away.
Compared to Edo State.
Yes.
Now take a look at Nigeria as a society. Do you feel that ADR has come to stay, or is just a flash inside the fry pan?
ADR is forever.
Forever?
Forever.
Wow.
Because there will always be problem in the society. There will always be problem in families. Is it possible for there not to be problem? It's not possible. The only thing is to dazzle it down so that it doesn't escalate.
Now, why do you think it's low in Edo State? Just within the next 30 seconds now. Why is it low? I mean, considering the amount of community issues that we have, in Edo State and all that, why is it still low?
It's the awareness.
The awareness is low.
Very low. And people, nobody wants to plunk money into such an... nobody
Maybe some of you, the practitioners, are not coming forward.
We are, in our own way. You know, when you're overreaching, you have to watch it. Particularly where I'm coming from, my kind of job before, you have to be careful not to pressurize people so much. That is why you do it in a subtle manner, gradually. Like settlement we do, it takes money. It takes money. We cannot be telling people come and pay for, come and contribute to settle. No. So we just, like we did it 2 years ago, we're supposed to be doing it every year. They don't have money. Yeah.
Because right now, I've seen whereby a group of persons, some of my friends, they went for the ADR, but still they're saying that maybe after the end of the general another, you know that what they said in that particular gathering, ADR, doesn't really suit them. Before you know it again, they resume hostilities. The thing is like, spending more, knowing fully well that after paying, no matter how small the money is to the ADR setup, you're still going out there to get a lawyer to charge the case to court.
I can assure you, it's pressure, behind the scene pressure.
Behind the scene pressure?
Yes.
You can get a better judgment in court?
Yeah, not better judgment, no.
Okay.
Many judges are ADRO.
They
are trained, seasoned, fellows. Many of them are fellow of the institute. It's not better judgment because they embrace it. Even Supreme Court allows ADR. They have sessions in their different courts.
Okay, as we await signals from Abuja now, before we join them, let us quickly, talk more on how it relates to the Nigerian society, tension in Nigerian society and all that. A while ago, you said that it appears that the escalating tension we have in our societies today, that they have gone far above the ADR. But, some persons are still maintaining that if we can go back to the foundational issues, maybe ADRO will help in solving that. I just wanted to speak more on that.
Yeah, like I said, like you mentioned, communal
Clashes.
clashes.
Yeah.
Those ones, ADRO. In fact, ADRO has been doing it. You know, remember Niger Delta, I mean, oil, this.
Yeah.
ADRO has been doing a lot there. So if you is the head of the communities, you are. I mean, you have somebody to go to meet. But this banditry, whom are you going to meet? Like those ones, yes.
The Hausa Fulani cattle rearers, the Hausa Fulani farmers, they have headers. I mean, we have the Miyetti Cattle Rearers Association and all that. I mean, these are heads.
The thing is that banditry and all that, we don't know the truth yet.
Really?
Whether it is religious, whether it's political, or otherwise. How do we know what their problem is? Tomorrow you hear this, always, oh yes, we want to Islamize Nigeria. You know, there are so many, we don't know where to pin it to.
So like you said, we need to know the history.
Yes, know the history. What is the issue? How do you go into a matter, you want to do a dialogue, you don't even know the history, you don't even know the people to approach? Like the herdsmen, I mean, like the villagers, very easy. Even in my village, they do it. Even the kings. ADRO can be done by anybody. It's just that the method we are using, modern method. In the villages, it was always on the market day at my mother's place. On market days, they will come and bring their issues. Yeah. And the Onoje will settle it. And they bind it. And they obey. Yes.
All right, now let's leave kidnapping, banditry. Let's come down to the society. Let's talk about marriages. Like what you rightly said, there's like, you know, this spike in divorce in the society. Now, some of the people that they tried ADR, it didn't work. So, what would you suggest in that particular situation?
Like I mentioned, ADR, we don't talk about, we don't do divorce in ADR. We only try to make sure the family is intact because of the children. How are we going to be paying the school fees of the children? How are we going to be doing this? How are we going to be talking as parents of the children? That is the thing that ADRO will not be interested in. Naturally, ADRO, there are sometimes, even when they say they want to divorce, by the time you go through ADRO, let them know this, they know the truth from you. They have to see that truth in you and have confidence in you. Once they see it, do you know some people will not say they didn't divorce again. After that, like you need counseling. Then counseling is inbuilt in it. You have to have that style of ADRO. Counseling will come in. You see, many things they didn't realize. Like communication is a major problem in marriages. Communication, there's lack of communication. It's later, by the time they have scattered everywhere, they will not come to realize, and it's too late. The bottom line is that children need to be taken care of. Let there be those children are not going to marry. Both of you will sit down for those children to be married to somebody. So just for that, the tension to go down, the children can relate to their mother, can relate to their father, whoever they go with. That is just the main thing now. We don't do divorce in the
but can a son or a daughter drag his or her parents to the ADR?
Sure.
Maybe they feel slighted or they are not well taken care of.
They can.
Because another time they sue their parents.
Yes, they do.
Yeah.
Yes, they do. They do. Not that they can't. They do.
They do. Wow.
And it will be resolved.
Yeah. How do you think the government can come into promoting the practice of ADR in Nigeria? You said in Edo State that it's very, very low, and yet we have so much communal issues,
family issues also.
Family issues.
Yeah.
This you do hear whereby community owners actually come to the media to ask their landowners and communities to come for verification and all that. All these are some of the pockets of community issues that we do have. So how can the government of the day, let's start from Edo State, to promote the practice of ADR?
The thing is to help create awareness, because when the government does it, you know, they have all the takes to help in awareness, to promote it through media or otherwise, and also try and fund any government ADRO center.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not talking of private ones, so a government-owned
ADRO center.
So they have privately owned ADRO center?
I'm a private practitioner.
Wow, I was interested.
Yes, I have my center. Then the multi-door courthouse in the High Court. I mean, court is government-owned. It's something I saw, although there's autonomy now. But then, they have interest there. They have, government has so many issues which people are not aware of. ADRO can settle it. Instead of washing your dirty linens in public, ADRO can take care of it. So long as we are truthful to ourselves.
So why do you think the government is not interested? Because
I don't think they have been made to know. I mean, not they know. They have. I don't think there's enough push. By the time you make representation to the governor, I think once that pressure is there, they will do something. So it's beneficial to everybody.
Maybe somebody like you are not pressurizing Edo State governor enough. Because you said that awareness here
I'm not even the type that pressurizes.
You have told us that there are great benefits of ADRO, but the awareness and the practice in Edo State is low. Then we asked how can the government come in there. You said that the government needs to fund and all that. ADRO practitioners need support. So that's why I'm going to be his lordship, his worship is is not pressurizing the government of the state enough.
No, I can't pressurize the government. That's not my at all.
All right, it's okay. So now what advice do you have for persons trying to get into that field, talking about the ADRO? What advice do you really have?
What do you mean by field?
The ADRO.
Maybe try to explore,
maybe establish private,
yes.
I want to explore the usage.
Yes, I think once there's awareness, people will know they know how to explore. Like I said, many of them don't even know. By the time you do, they come to court, they say, sessions, they're always surprised that there's something like that. I'm sure the lawyers that embrace it, they will tell them, okay, let's go to ADRO. They're always surprised. So it's just boils down to awareness. Let people know. If people know, ADRO practice, the practitioner will not be able to cope. Yes, I'm telling you the benefit. It's less expensive, less cost effective, confidential, party driven, and it's in a quiet environment where the whole world will not start hearing how you fought your husband fought you and all that. So when they begin to know, people who have done it, they continue to tell people and all that. There will be awareness.
All right, thank you so much. Your worship, really appreciate you coming. I think at this time we switch to
yes, and I want to tell Wisin that when I have a case with you tomorrow, Wisin, I will not go to court. I don't want to go through those court sessions.
I'm not saying courts are bad. I didn't say that.
I don't want to go through court sessions. The rigorous court sessions and all that.
I'll resolve it.
All right, so we'll be speaking with His Worship Isi Ihun Iyoha, Esquire and ADRO practitioner, and the retired Chief Magistrate in Edo State here. Thank you so much, Mona. We hope when we call on you tomorrow, you oblige us.
I will. Thank you. God bless you.
Have
a blessed day.
Yeah, we'll take a short pause now. We'll take a short pause now so that all the segments of this program will come your way. Let's stay tuned.
To Abuja studio right there as we continue the conversation on this morning on ITV on the platform of independent television right there. My name is Ogutime Ntolulakwe Ogutime, and we will continue with the current issue ravaging the country, especially as it relates to kidnapping and the recent reaction from the federal government with the impact of the service chief being summoned, and also ban of vehicles without number plates, also generating a whole lot of reaction. And joining me this morning is no other person than Dr. Lakunle Oluwaseun. He's a security expert and a crime analyst. A wonderful morning to you, Mr. Lakunle. Thank you so much for linking up with us this morning. And I know you've been following trends, especially what is happening across the country. And the recent decision by federal government to summon the service chiefs, and also the ban placed on vehicles without number plates. What do you make of this recent decision? Let's start from the angle of the service chief being summoned by the presidency. What do you make of that?
The directive is a necessary one as regards to the recent increase in kidnapping cases and other criminal activities like one chance and other crime that have been committed by the people. Number one, I think it is not that acceptable and reasonable for people to drive their vehicles on Nigerian roads without proper means of identification. Outside being kidnapped, outside being used, outside using those vehicles to commit criminal acts, what if those vehicles are stolen? A vehicle that is not properly documented may be very difficult to find after it gets missing. So at the preliminary level, the micro level, we first have to look at the advantage this directive is going to do to many Nigerians who are car owners. And at the other side, banning of vehicles without number plates and the ones without tint permits plying our roads on a daily basis is also a welcome idea, because we have seen instances and cases where these criminal elements make use of some of these vehicles to perpetrate evil. But some of these vehicles, in most cases, are only used to perpetrate criminal activities that are possibly committed within the town. The recent spate of kidnapping, to me, strictly has nothing to do with tinted glasses, vehicles without number plates. Most of these vehicles are used to commit criminal activities within city and poorer towns. The larger side of insecurity is bush. Who are kidnapped, they are taken to the bush where it is very difficult to locate them. So it is not, to me, that it is not really the factors that will bring about crime prevention and control in Nigeria. It can only prevent the criminal acts that are going on in our cities and neighboring towns. But it will not solve the larger problem of kidnapping in Nigeria.
Okay. Let's take a look at the tactics that have been deployed so far by the service chiefs right there. Do you think they are up to par with what they are facing?
As far as they are, they're just some of the distortion to some length. For instance, according to the competent law, and the best poverty, unemployment as one of the reasons for committing crime. The judge may not accept those reasons. The law, they commit crime. But really, in what we that high poverty, full of unemployment, all factors contributing to illegality. So the government needs to look beyond some of these minor solutions to crime prevention and control. We have to look at the kind of holistic analysis of the entire problem. There is history. There is a way it started. There is a way we've been handling these issues that has made it worse. So there are a lot of issues to be examined. It's not only the issue of banning vehicles without number plate, banning vehicles without tinted permit, and some of those things. Those are petty solutions to some of these problems. Because there must be a proportional force if you want to tackle this kind of criminals. These guys have weapons that you would least imagine. When they arrest them, you find it so difficult to believe where these guys are getting weapons from. And it's a kind of trans-border trade. Weapon trade is trans-border. Most of these criminal elements do not even get their weapons from Nigeria. I can't remember the last time I saw a police officer or an army officer with a brand new AK-47. But when you see some of these criminal elements, them brandishing anti-aircraft, you see them brandishing RPG, you see them brandishing AK-47, you see them brandishing AK-49, you see them brandishing G3 that can travel as far as 1 kilometer. So where are they getting these things from? So to me, the only superior firepower we have been making use of is the airstrikes. Outside that, on the issue of land-to-land attack, we have not done much in Nigeria.
Interesting right there, talking about it. But the one major thing that keeps cropping up in my mind also has to do with the community policing. I'm talking about not from the angle of police part, but I'm talking about the angle of people living within the community. Because most cases, people have not really taken a critical look at that. Because we've been placing so much blame at the doorstep of federal government, probably state government. We do agree that the state government are not living up to par when it comes to security. But in the community, what happens to when we used to be conscious of the people around us, the kind of people we put in our houses, the kind of jobs they do, and when we notice strange faces, they will bring it up to the nearest, they will bring it up to the security apparatus within our community. Are these not areas that we should be focusing on in a bid to tackle this insecurity issue?
Thank you. You are very correct. We have written and done extensive research on community policing in the last 5 years. And one of the factors that deter people from actively getting engaged in community policing is the fear of unknown. Because even our societies are already infiltrated. When they carry out attacks in some communities, you now find out that there are people who have knowledge of the geographical composition of those areas. These are people communicating with the criminals for them to have easy access to so many places in the bush. Community policing is a preventive policing, and it has worked for Nigeria over the years because every community in Africa was one traditional before it became a more complex and scientific societies. And whether we like it or not, people who live in a particular area know much about the terrain than those who are not staying in those places. So it takes two to tango. If there is no crack on the wall, there will never be a reason for the lizard to have a chance to penetrate the wall. So that's accepted. I agree with you 100% because community policing is the best way out of this issue. But if you are introducing community policing, it should come with innovations and interventions. Community policing now goes beyond people tying some kind of bracelet on their hands, on their legs. It's scientific society. So we have to go back to community because GCF. But you know, these guys, it has gotten to a stage where they do not police the community along with their hand. They also have to carry arms. But this is the question. What is the proportion of the arms they are carrying compared to what the criminal elements are carrying? You can't confront somebody with AK-49, AK-47, RPG, IEDs, then gone. It should be innovation and invention that will make it stand the test of time and be able to fight criminality as it occurs. One thing you need to understand is that as society progresses, pattern and type of criminal purposes, our parents often tell us, don't go kids. It occurs to people that ritualism cannot give them the kind of money they envisage. So they rather carry those people they want to use for money instead and collect the money. So the kidnapping to some criminal element is economic, like banditry, for instance. They mostly kidnap for money, and then the terrorists kidnap just to fight the government and make some kind of big negotiation as regards to their members that are in captivity. Also, as in some cases, to get some money to, build up their armory, because every day the armory gets depleted. Every day they lose members. Every day they lose resources. So they must always look for a way to re-strategize. They must always look for a way to make more money. And what do they use this money for? Because if you look at those who have been arrested, you look at them and there is no, you don't need any soothsayer to tell you these guys are poor. Yes, so you now begin to question what is now the rationale behind getting the money. In a state like Zamfara, a bandit leader, Machala Party, said they make about 300 million naira on a weekly basis. It all depends. And it is the locals they use to mine the gold. In fact, the last interview I watched, he claimed he just got 40 pieces of AK-47 from Algeria, purchased at the rate of 6 million naira per one. So imagine the amount of money these guys are making. So the problem is far beyond what we imagine. So community policing has to go back to the traditional communities. The traditional communities should be given some kind of method to protect themselves. Because it takes only those who live in those places to explain the agony they pass through on a daily basis.
One thing that is standing out for me also has to do with the fact that the kidnapping seems to be hydra-headed right now. We used to talk about the bandit just like you mentioned, but right now people have also criminalized kidnapping. Now people are kidnapping for money just like you mentioned. How did it get to this level? Especially, let's put into consideration what's happening in the southwest and the southeastern part of Nigeria. It's no longer about banditry. Most times we put the blame at the doorstep of the Fulanis, that they are the one behind it, they are the one kidnapping. But in some instances, we've also realized that, like the case of Oyo State, we've also realized that there are some informants who are people from the southwest who are part and parcel of what went down. Kidnapping seems to be criminalized. How did we get to this? What is the way forward?
Well, like I said in the beginning, that poverty, unemployment are major causes of crime. But our law, our culture will never admit that poverty, unemployment is one of the reasons for committing crime. Criminality occurs based on the pattern and composition of the societies we live. That's why you see that pattern of criminality in southwest is different from pattern of criminality in southeast. That of southeast is different from that of northeast, and that of northeast is different from that of northwest. The major problem is that over the years the government have neglected the people. And who are the people I'm referring to? The people who have nothing to offer except going out on a daily basis. There are people who cannot feed themselves except they go out on a daily basis. There are people, even if you collect salary, you still have to go out almost on a daily basis. So we have abandoned poverty eradication for a very long time. And the reality is that poverty can never be totally eradicated. People definitely will have to be relatively poor because one poor man in the society. Started in the southern part of Nigeria. Bikes because it's cheaper and it's at the same time faster, especially in a cosmopolitan city like Lagos. You can ban them in some areas, or you ban them by from working from so-so time to so-so time. But I do not believe in the total ban of Okada anywhere in Nigeria, because if you ban it, what will now be the mode of transportation for the poor? Look at some of our military checkpoints. And this is a typical example of how effective and efficient are the laws we put in place. Somebody will drive a car through a military checkpoint. The only thing you check is to look at the face of the person in the car. But the person that is riding bike, you are seeing the hands, you are seeing the eyes, you are seeing the legs. This is the person you have to come down from the bike and push the bike. So which is more dangerous?
Interesting. You know, some of the things mentioned as sacrosanct, but let's just oppose, because one of the major points you raised has to do with poverty. Just opposing poverty and enacting laws. We just realized that majority of Nigerians are not in the formal sector. Most are in the informal sector. And one of the major points you raised, responsible for the current situation of the country, also has to do with poverty. Now, with the recent ban enacting this law in Lagos, now let's look at it holistically across the country and put into consideration poverty. How do government find a balance before
so much. Thank you so much. The program still this morning on ITV on your television. Yes, we are still trying to connect Lagos Center for their segment there. Now, I still have my co-anchors here, Mbidi Anu and Wilson Omasho. Now, Wilson, the issue of insecurity in the country, we talked about it, a while ago, even when we talked about the alternative dispute resolution mechanism. And we said that if only we could go back to the foundational problem, the foundational issues of some of the things we experience in Nigeria today, Nigeria would be better. We talked about the armed banditry, the clash between the farmer herders and the cattle rearers and all that. Nigeria can be better, going back to the basis of all this.
Well, if you take a look at the situation, rather like what Ship said before she left the studio, she said you cannot really place it. At first, when those 23 children were kidnapped, we started hearing so many reports about them saying you have to Islamize Nigeria, asking for 1 billion, yada, yada, yada. All of a sudden, a new video now surfaced saying, look, all those things people are saying is not true. For the very first time, bandits came out to clear the air. Through that woman saying what they want is just a release of their captured brethren or friends, so to speak. Right now, the question is it politically motivated? Is it a religious thing? Or is it some miscreant just trying to make ends meet using dubious ways vis-a-vis kidnapping? You understand? Because it sounds right now Nigeria is in a situation whereby if something is not done quickly about the security challenge that we are having, I don't know if there'll be any future for Nigeria, because if traveling from point A to point B is quite scary because of insecurity. So tell me, how can one go about this business effectively and efficiently? Even in some clubs, get to it knocking on the door. They're not going to come to steal your car. They're not going to come to take your property. They're coming for you. So tell me, how can a nation strive? How can a nation survive in such a situation if something is not done quickly about the situation?
Yeah, I know. I think for us to want to say that it's politically motivated, it's not being truthful to the truths of insecurity in the country. I don't want to mention names now, but we've even seen state governors, saying that the insecurity in the country is, political. Now, the question that I ask to that, if you say that, okay, the kidnapping in your state is political, what about another state that you have your party there? So does it now mean that PDP is, kidnapping in Edo State, then APC is kidnapping in another state? I mean, I really don't get it.
Well, I think at this point it's just politicians being politicians, because time and time again we have heard, seen different politicians, political actors, have their say on what is going on currently in the country. The Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, recently made a statement that got a lot of people talking, where he was saying that it seems the opposition parties and some persons who are just in one corner, being that they didn't see anything to use against the president or the current administration in terms of the removal of fuel subsidy that a lot of government, administration have claimed they're going to do. This current administration came and did that. In terms of other things, infrastructure, he's highlighted a whole lot of things. They said there was nothing, and now they're all focusing on kidnapping, insecurity in Nigeria, and just causing mayhem in, pretty much some parts of the country. And he said that all of the things we're seeing currently is politically motivated. Also, the Minister of the FCT, Nyesom Wike, one man that is always on the front burner in the news, all over social media, also said the same thing as well, even the Minister of Works. So it's not the first time we're hearing, conversations like this, but the case should be, or the question should be, should that be the case? Why are we trying to politicize the hardship, the cruelty that, little children and women and men are currently facing in the country thanks to insecurity? Why are we trying to politicize it? Yes, we know that it's the electionary period. We're quickly moving towards the 2027 general election, because right now I feel anything that happens, we get the tie to politics in Nigeria, but that shouldn't really be the case. And then if that's the case, it's up to the federal government, the #1 man in the country, to do the needful. I'm hearing talks about firing the service chiefs if they're not being able to do their job. There are those Nigerians who would say, I think that case should also, go around to other politicians who have not been able to do what they promised Nigerians to do. They should also be fired, or perhaps, just leave the office. But I have never, in my, interesting time of staying in Nigeria, I've never heard or seen a politician leave the office. So this is Nigeria.
Listen, I was going to talk about the federal government delegation to your state. I think that was about last week or thereabouts, whereby the federal government delegation got to your state, to Riri local government area, to be precise, where the school children were kidnapped. Now, that federal government delegation did not deem it fit to try to bring the governor of the day. You are coming to my house, I'm not even told, I'm not informed.
That's also another form of politics.
That's your state now, that's the state I know, So I don't understand, because these same persons, these same politicians, it's almost a case of accusation and counter-accusation for them. A governor said that it is political. Now, that's your party, visited a place, and that's your party did not deem it fit to at least make a first call on the state governor. Now, it is still this same government that will turn around and tell us that governors are the chief security officer, of their states. Okay, if you say that the governors are the chief security officers of their states, then of course the first thing you do when you get to any state, you ought to be asking the governor questions. So what happened? How did it happen? You let the governor brief you, not for you to go into a governor's state, then unannounced, and you leave and all that. Then you expect the governor of that day to be with you on the same page in fighting the insecurity. Because the case I'm trying to make here is that I think it has come for us to realize that the idea of trying to politicize the insecurity that is currently going on in the country today is not going to do any person any good. Because armed men don't know, the kidnappers don't know whether you are PDP. They don't know whether you are APC. They don't know whether you are NDC or ADC. Now, they want to get you, they will come for you. So it's better when we understand that, look, these guys are just after whatever they are after. So the better for us. So rather than trying to politicize it, to play into our consciousness about what is going on, it's not going to help us in any way, Wilson.
All right. Well, the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Nyesom Wike, pointed at the opposition. And of course, the Senate President also did this say about Governor. It did the same. If you take a look at it, so I'm beginning to feel that politics is already in it. But the question now is, let's paint this picture. What if, I'm not saying that the opposition, like, behind it, you as the commander-in-chief, you have the military, you have everyone that is connected to safeguarding the country at your own beck and call. Why not take action to break the wings or the feathers of those perceived opposition that are behind it? Because you have all it takes. So what is the problem? Even if the man wants to mess you up, you have the artillery, you have the weapons. What are you going to do? As a leader, you start firm, put your foot on the ground and do your job. I wouldn't want to say, well, maybe XYZ is behind it. What if they are behind it? So what should be your response? Are you proactive or reacting? Because what I'm seeing right now is a lot of reactions. You get to see politics, not my party, so I'm not going to talk to him. I'm going straight to those people. That means I'm beginning to bring in politics, and it will not all go well. You work with the governor irrespective of his allegiance. What I mean allegiance about the political party that he or she belongs, because this is Nigeria. Like what you rightly said. They don't know APC. They don't know PDP. They don't even know Labour Party or NDC. They are after us. They are after our peace. They are after our tranquility. They are after our own source of livelihood. How can you just follow that right now? It's not about stealing cars, talking about, going to your house, stealing your money, talking about stealing you as an individual. I mean, that is worrisome, that is crazy, that is scary, and that is annoying. Everyone should put their foot on the ground. As it stands right now, they're not talking about Christians or Muslims. They attack both. So where are we? As a nation, as a country, where are we? Because these guys, they don't care about religion, they don't care about politics, they don't care about anything. All they want is just the money, and disappointingly, Nigerians are beginning to drop their own account for them to send them money. When did you get to this particular stage? You get to see them saying, I want you to come to our own state. Who does that? You don't have to be criticizing it, condemning it. You get to see Nigerians laughing over serious issues. Bandit, open up an account, blah, 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 send your ass up, begin to drop their account details for what? What is really, really going on? Now take a look at our intelligence gathering outfit. Is it not high time they took out these insurgents? Is it not high time they tracked these bandits, take them out of their hiding spot because they have the equipment? You saw one that raised false allegation about kidnappers. It was picked in Lagos, and Benin also the same thing. Why can't they use the same technology? Who is the owner of that TikTok account? When it came out to start saying, okay, fine, I'm coming to, they want to give out to Nigerians, and they just are dropping their account. Why can't they trace it and pick them up? Why have they been able to rescue those 23 children? Are we talking about running back again to what happened during last time, the Chibok girls? Is it the beginning of the end for those kids and their teachers? What in the world is going on? Forget about opposition. Do your job. Okay, let me use the word, put the opposition to shame. Since they're the ones doing it, put them to shame by doing your job. You have to get up.
Yeah, we're saying the greatest challenge for us as a nation right now, and maybe for those in authority, is the challenge of, who is really who. I'll tell you something. Now, recently, a friend of ours, were talking, and he made a scenario of what happened around Ekehon Road, down towards Ekehon Barracks, that a certain man was kidnapped with a motorbike. That's what's it called now? The stopover point there.
The checkpoint.
The checkpoint
yes.
at somewhere around that barrack area. That the kidnappers, two of them, one was in front, then the victim was at their middle, then the other at the back. That they even waved at the army, guys.
See that?
As in, hey!
Now that is the height of it.
Now, the point I'm trying to make is that the government is, because I try to empathize with government. The kidnappers, they have infiltrated everywhere. They have infiltrated everywhere, no? Now, they have their ties with some of the policemen. They have their ties with some of they have their ties with some of the security agents. Let's just put it that way. I mean, what do you make of kidnappers kidnapping, their victim on a bike, and they rode past a army checking point on a broad daylight? Then the army waved at them, waved at them. Now, what that means is that those faces are familiar faces. Do you understand? It's also possible that those guys are also army personnel. Do you understand?
Allegedly, though.
Allegedly. I mean, it's allegedly.
Yeah.
Now, the thing is, I think we need to, because like what I said, last week we talked about this thing. Then I said that, look, if we don't take action now, if you, Wilson Marshall, you don't take action, if Anu Stevens, you don't take action, if I, Evans Unokoge, I don't take action, a time will come that,
what action do you have against an AK-47?
Well,
or a Beretta pistol? What action can you... I don't get it now. You are just here.
There is an action.
No military training, no Mortal Kombat training, and everyone is saying take action. What kind of action?
There is an action.
Can you stand up against the bazooka, an RPG, a grenade?
Listen, there is an action. The action that you have to take now is that you need to understand that this thing you are doing is a crime to your own self. I know it is a crime to your own self. It is a crime to my own self.
For having a Beretta, but not having an AK-47.
Let me explain it now. Now, this whole thing now, it's almost everywhere. Now, until it happens to you, that's when you really know the effect that this thing is not good at all. So, for those that they are either, pretending to fight insecurity, whereas they are supporting it, it's not. We have to stop. We have to put an end to this. Right. Now, for some of us that we know these things, I mean, somebody said yesterday that they saw the kidnappers, that they ran away, that they noticed as one of them that they know him. I mean, what would you say? Why don't you understand that, look, this thing you are pretending as if it's not real. It is real. So it's high time you take the action. It's high time I take the action. And that's the way it has to be, I know.
Okay, well, it's a clear case of persons or some few individuals trying to sabotage whatever effort the federal government is putting in place to fight insecurity in the country. There are those who would say no thanks to the former late President Muhammadu Buhari, who brought in the terminology repentant Boko Haram. At this point, nobody even know who is who. A case of, let's say Evans is a bandit, for instance.
I'm not a bandit.
I'm just saying a case, right? And then you go and, okay, somebody else, right? And then you go, you're free, and they classify you to be a repentant Boko Haram and integrate you back or reintegrate you back into the system. Yeah, so at that point, you wouldn't even know who is who and, what to be done. So I feel also, another thing to also, talk about or highlight is the issue of self-defense. It seems we're tilting towards that era in Nigeria. Over time, we've talked about the issue regarding self-defense. I know a particular senator said, Senator Ned Woko in Delta State was so vehemently strong about having self-defense on, persons or citizens actually carrying arms. So now, is that the case? Right now, we're also hearing the government say that security is everybody's business. And even though there are those who would say that, what about the security vote? How many Nigerians also get the security vote? So it's actually a lot of things to talk about. And I feel at this point, all we do in Nigeria is just talk. We, air our voices on social media. We really little or nothing being done. So moving forward, the right thing should be done. Yesterday, we saw on the front pages of the newspaper that the Senate would be passing the bill for state police in Nigeria. Perhaps that's the way to go moving forward. Would that bring the lasting solution that we want into the country? Only time will tell. Now, with the issue of state police, we also hear that the state governors perhaps might have too much power in their hands. How will the federal government of the day be able to curtail it? The other time we heard the 1,000 forest guards in Oyo State. We also heard some states tilting toward that, disposition and having forest guards in their states. Up until now, we haven't heard any follow-up conversation or information regarding it. Have they been, employed? Are they now in the forest? What's going on? What's the situation of things now in Oyo, in that particular forest? We do not know, and that is what we get every single time. I also feel at this point, Nigerians should stay away from fake news. This is not a time for propaganda, because a couple of days ago, I don't know if you saw it, Wilson or Evans, that the persons who were kidnapped in Oyo State were freed. A lot of persons were sharing it online on WhatsApp, and I mean, I had to go.
You can get us to us.
I had to go check and cross-check, and I discovered that it's not even real. So this is not a time for us to spread fake news. I remember Minister of Information, Lai Mohammed, was so strong, was so vocal about saying no to fake news, especially in this period, the electionary period, with the way insecurity is in this country. Please say no to fake news, and let's just pray that things get better.
Now, Wesdin, if you say that the National Assembly is considering passing the state police bill, you know, I'll tell you that it may not get the accent of the president because of it's too close to it's too close to next year's election. You know, because I'm not trying to make accusation here, but you and I know the issues with that state police, considering the kind of politicians that we have. Now, an average Nigerian politician is always tempted to use anything and everything to his advantage. So if the National Assembly goes ahead to say, okay, we put a pass on the bill of state police, now the president will never accent to that, because I'm not trying to say it because I want to talk about the presidency, as it were, but we are looking at Nigerian politicians, that anything that threatens their political survival is an enemy to them. You know, so at this time, I don't think if the government in power, when they understand how state governors, state executives may use state police to their advantage, I don't think if they may want to accent to that. It will not get the presidential accent. That's my position on that.
Anyway, well, thank you for that position of yours. Many people would differ to ask this question. Are you in the mind of Mr. President?
I'm just only...
because you are not Mr. President.
From the point of view of what I know and of what I understand of the average Nigerian politician.
All right, now...
anything that will threaten his or her political survival, he will not support it.
But don't you think that if he should say yes to state police, that will give an added advantage in the next election? Do you know that?
What if I tell that he won't say yes to it?
What if he says yes to it?
What about if he doesn't?
What if he does not? No, take a look. It's like, I don't know, sometimes I just feel so sad, so scared, and so angry with this country situation. Because, take a look at the Nigerian military, our force, then way back, we were amongst the top 10 in the world. Now look at what is happening right now. Look at what is going on right now. Former President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan cried out on a certain Monday, Tuesday, that when he was the president, then was like, these guys have infiltrated his government. And then just came out, they lambasted the man, said he doesn't know what to do, he's a weakling and all that. After Jonathan, there came late President Muhammadu Buhari. Of course, our brothers opened the borders, no need for you to come with a visa and all that after we won Nigeria. Yes, they've repented, put them into the military, let them be used with the police. And because of that, the men started crying out, before we go for XYZ operation, it's like they are waiting for us. One is informing them about our movement. And now you are saying over 700 of them, they've repented. Let's put them back in the society. Now, I read a story report in the newspaper, one of these papers, was saying that when a repenter, so to speak, bandit was asked if he was going to go back again to the same person. This after the radicalization, you know, the briefing and the rest of them. He said, from the way things are going on, if he's going to do anything about it, he might be tempted to go back. That was one out of thousands that spoke his mind.
I thought...
No, hold on, Evans. Now, just do this, Marks. Do you think that he is the only one that has that mindset? Do you think that he's the only one that we can find right now? I'm a repentant Boko Haram, repentant terrorist. He's going to be goody all the way. I'll say no to all this kind of heinous crime I was doing before. How are you sure that these so-called repentant Boko Haram bandits, when they are integrated into society, how are you sure or how are you certain they will not turn good citizens? Some have tasted money, some have tasted power. Do you know the kind of euphoria you get when you're handling a weapon, no matter your age? So tell me, what plan does the government have on the ground to prevent these guys from going back again to the same set of people?
I know as we wrap up now because of the news at 9:30. Now, state governors are keen into the federal government, attempts to fight insecurity by bringing on board local forest guards. That's what they call them now. Now, the other states has about 500 of them so far, and the federal government in Oyo State, 1,000 of them and all that. Now, do you think this will help in any way? I mean, we are looking at an issue that seems to have gone beyond board, beyond our, it has overwhelmed, I don't want to say overwhelmed the country, but it has overwhelmed us. Do you think that this will help?
Well, so the first thing that came to my head is I am not a security person, but we can only be optimistic. We can only be hopeful that all of this, trying to do all of the techniques, all of the arrangements that were seen from the federal government down to the state government, even though there are those who would say, what about the local government? What are they doing in their own little capacity? Of course, we are aware that the local government is the closest to the grassroots. What are you doing? So we can only hope that all of the things we know eventually pan out and we just eradicate completely insecurity in the country. But whether it will work or not, I don't know. Only time will tell.
Should be hopeful.
Of course.
Just be hopeful.
We're in the renewed hope agenda season, so.
Just remind me of that, please.
Anyway, we'll take a short pause now. Yes, don't forget the program still this morning on ITV. Let's stay tuned.
It's another beautiful Wednesday morning where we talk on the trending stories on social media and, of course, people's reaction about a particular story. Remember, different people with their different reaction. I am Lena. At first, we saw a trend video of some women in Oyo State where they were accepted gifts, food items, Semovita from some APC members, and this particular video has sparked a lot of reactions. So they say that's why we're in the States, and then you guys you guys are still collecting, little gifts from these people, and some persons were saying, is it that those people, they're ignorant of what is happening, or is it that they don't know what is currently in the society? And of course, this particular video, like I said, has sparked different reactions on social media. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
BSA 2027 Kamatokyo Majajina Sarabali Kamatokyo for Sarabali
Interesting. Let's take a look at the reactions. This user on S said, these people are very ignorant of what is going on around them, regardless of nationality, serious orientation. They have, so let's take a look at another user on X. Ada says, I said even those in captivities would vote and campaign for Tinubu when they are released. Mark my words. Interesting. This other user from X says, this is not poverty but lack of contentment and self-control. It is just pure greed. That semo that will feed a family one is what a crowd more does clear and interesting. Let's take a look at something. Shemayu Yopo push in the hands here celebrating a sachet of Semovita handed to you by the same people responsible for your pain and suffering. It always shows you're getting feedback. You are accept anything that fills your stomach, even at the cost of your safety, well-being, and the future of your people. Alright, this other user on X says, if they refuse the Semovita, do the children magically come home? No. The insecurity continues, the hunger continues, and politician wins. Accepting the food is the only logical transaction left for them. Interesting. This other user says, I think that's the same. Let's take a look at another reaction. Oh, that is all the reaction we've got for that particular story. The next story we saw, the newly sworn-in Power Minister, Mr. Joseph Tegbe, where he says Nigeria would appreciate efforts already put into power sector soon and should support the Tinubu administration. And he also said, let's pray for the Tinubu administrations. Let's take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
3 years in this sector. However, we are going to be commissioning projects and ensure that the vulnerables are covered, and also we'll make sure that whatever it requires, we make sure that Nigerians actually get the service they deserve in the power sector. And you see that there is a recommitment coming from people in the sector. You're going to see more of that, but I'm calling Nigerians to support President Bola Ahmed Tinubu.
Interesting. Let's take a look at people's reaction. This user in X says, we are tired of the same people that have been running our government since they won. We need someone new who have never heard any political post in Nigeria before. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other user, Toyin, says, you just got the appointment and the first thing you do or say is this, not how you plan to make it better. God help us. Okay, this other user says, you see how much they're weaponizing prayer. You just know religion is dangerous too for them. Okay, another person says, telling us to pray for electricity after paying heavy band-aids is well. We need a stable breeze, not prayer points. Interesting. This other user said, power has improved. It should be the homes and return. Okay. That is all for that particular story. Our last story would be looking at today. We saw a trending video of a woman when she went to a particular river, you know, to dump a baby in the river. According to the woman, she threw her 5-year-old child rid of the child. She either continue giving birth to children with the same condition or never be able to conceive again. Based on this advice, she was said to have thrown the child into the river. And I mean, she was after the old incident. Take a look at the video before we go to the reactions.
You who picking for river? Edo. Which place for Edo?
I go to Sia.
We see her. Now who might be na man? Na man. Okay. What did the man tell you?
He said if I know go do the right thing for that river.
What will be the right thing?
He said
may you put waiting. Wait now, not the rush. I dey answer you question. You see I say me put the bikini for the river. Wait to go out for the river. The bikini bomb. Okay. Wait. Now what did you see I tell you that? Which which place for Benin here?
I want to be sent.
I want to go. If we go there now you see her. Wait, there you go to you. Who you be to you?
Carry my phone now for
friend.
My phone.
The friend to you.
Yes.
Now carry you go to see her.
Yes. Person carry my phone now.
For a want to wait now. So if
somebody says
when you see a content, you say if you put the pikin, what you go happen?
You go share to Python, so that Python.
Say the pikin are big Python.
Yes.
Say go change to Python.
Yes.
This is really a sad one, trust me. Let's take a look at what social media has to say. This user says this tragedy is the direct result of a systematic failure of our medical and educational system. If there were free, accessible counseling centers and proper awareness about children physically disability in those states, a mother wouldn't look at a paralyzed 5-year-old and see a reptile. Let's take a look at another reaction. P4 Patient says, this is absolutely concerning. No so-called seer or superstitious can justify harming an innocent child. The child did nothing wrong, and it's so sad that fear and misinformation led to this. Mental health support and proper about disabilities crucial in like this. Another user in X said, they will always have excuses when they are caught. A woman in our estate was cheating and she poisoned him. When she was caught, you started giving excuses that it was supposed to be a love potion. If you dig deeper, the lady could lie. Perhaps she wanted to use the child for money rituals. These days are indeed evil. Okay, this other user on the comment section says, how can you carry time off and throw the child of one's years? This is a reason why God is starting faith and pastors, they are the ones spoiling this country. Interesting. This other user says, well, what if she doesn't conceive again after throwing her only child away? Some persons are gullible. Okay, that is for that. This is God for you on CMI Socials this beautiful morning. Thank you for joining our Lagos Network Studio, our Benin Network Studio, and our Abuja Network Studio on CMI. I am Marcelina. Do have a beautiful day out there.
Ugieni Madonna, imagine already, always near go, Manazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will ordain you ordain title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various hymns of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is, the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set roll out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope.
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
certainly the best.
Hello viewers, welcome to Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji, and talking about Viewpoint, it's a program that gives you and I the opportunity to air our opinions, our views, our thoughts about some of the issues affecting us in the country as citizens. And it is no longer news that insecurity, kidnapping, abduction of students and teachers is on the increase. So today on Viewpoint, we're going to be going out on the streets to talk to some persons and ask them questions and get reactions, so to say, about how they feel, the way forward, the solution, and what is expected of the government to bring this issue of insecurity to a stop. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji.
Adoption of pupils and students and teachers is so appalling. It has become so rampant that Nigeria's situation as regard to insecurity is so pathetic, and it calls for emergency. I think the federal government should rise up to the occasion and do the needful because they have all the machineries and weapons at their disposal to so do. We cannot also overlook the issue of this politics, because we're looking at the way it has become so rampant in the southwest. Only God knows where next, and we hope that it doesn't continue, especially in this era where we are going for the next general election. I think the president, as they say, the whole box stop at his table, should be able to do what is needed to be done if he's going for a second tenure. Because as it stands, this kidnapping is actually a major threat and embarrassment to his political quest for a second tenure. I think that is my own personal opinion. Of course, I want to also say that the Nigerian populace, the society at large, should be so vigilant, because with the way things are going, we don't know if the South is safe. I think looking at Benin-Lagos road from this side of our own state, it has become another threat. Not to talk of what is happening at the Edo Central, Edo North. So I can say here and now that the citizens should be at alert, and we should be vigilant enough. And again, this call for local security. I know some persons are clamoring for state policing, but I think local security would do far better if given the opportunity and all the necessary weapons. Take, for example, the security outfits here in Edo State. If they are actually ready to work, they will do very great work, because they are on ground. Their eyes are also on ground, and they know who comes into the community and who goes out of the community. And I'm sure that this will go a long way to help us if actually we are ready to work together as one people, because these persons that are doing this are not from the moon. They are within us. They are Nigerians, or so to say. If actually they are from other African neighboring country, they came in through our border. So I think the government should do something. The society at large should also be vigilant. And then let's look at the religious circle. I think the religious circle should also wake up. In our mosque, in our churches, we should sound it as an alarm to every citizen to have this human feeling. Because these bandits, these kidnappers, I think they have lost it. They don't have this human feeling at all. To slaughter a whole human being and kill a person like a ram, I think that is the height of it. And as for me as a person, I want to plead passionately with those kidnappers and with those bandits and what have you, to please have human feeling and know that everyone has one life to live. They too will die one day, and they will also leave this world.
Nigeria is a failed state. Let's not gainsay the fact that the Nigerian nation has failed the citizens. one of the primary responsibilities of government is the protection of lives and property. And that government cannot guarantee safety is a sign of failure. Government in every nation holds their responsibility toward the citizen. You know, the most annoying part was the message of Mr. President when he was interviewed and was asked about the insecurity and security of the people. And he said they should pray that the bandits have a change of mind. I asked, would the American president ask American people to pray? So it's a clear sign of failure. And I make bold to say that the Nigerian government is not interested about the nation, not the next generation, rather than interested about the next election. And so that's just what they're interested in. It's about 2027 elections. I win, I come in. It doesn't care. A government that promised that he will take care of, he will handle the security, he will ensure that there's light 24 hours light, and even made a promise that if he fails to do that they should not vote for him, that a promise made should be a promise fulfilled. The same government have not only failed, but have left the national grid to have a solar power energy at the Aso Villa. That's a clear sign of failure. And it means they have lost mind, they have no political will, they have no intention, they have no mindset of fixing the Nigerian state. They're just only interested in sucking, our collective patrimony, whether I call it money, whether I call it oil, whether I call it funds, call it whatever you want to call, but they're just interested in. You imagine a Sheikh Tinubu who has actually not worked all his life, buying houses worth millions and billions of dollars across the globe. And so, let's not just talk about it. The Nigerian government has failed the Nigerian people. I just hope that Nigerian people wake up to their responsibility to realize that whatever it takes, they should wake up, because we are all holding our lives in our hands. We are holding, because you are a local government of yourself, you provide light, you provide security, you provide food, provide everything for yourself. Government owes you nothing. So I have actually not seen anything that the Nigerian government is doing, apart from the fact that we are clearly Nigerians. After all, even other foreign nationalities can claim Nigerian. If a serving minister can tell you that Malians and other neighboring countries are their brothers and their cousins, that they are legal as Nigerians, so what else do you expect? I just going through, I saw on one of the scroll recently where the Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, rather than talk about the lives of the people that are... I saw a video recently of those that were kidnapped, begging the government to come to their aid. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory was issuing a threat that any event center or hotel that houses or accommodates a program that is not approved by them, of another political party, will be shut down and their property revoked. That's a nation, and that's a nation that they call Nigeria. What an agony of a failed nation. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I do not think that the Nigerian government is ready to tackle the issue of insecurity, because I read on one of the news pages also where a sheikh was saying he knew his son was a kidnapper, but he thought he had repented. That's when a bag of ransom paid, the bag with which a ransom was paid was recovered in his kitchen. A sheikh. It's in this. I also learned recently that the Sheikh Gumi is denied or banned from entering Saudi Arabia. Yet the man works freely in a country where he makes noise, supporting banditry and kidnapping. So kidnapping has become a lucrative business. It is obvious, because late Sani Abacha said, when insurgents or criminality thrives for more than 24 hours, know that the people who are saddled with the responsibility of taking care of such are involved. It is a clear case that those in government are involved in this lucrative business of kidnapping as it seems today. Because if not, I do not see where or why the National Security Advisor, the presidency, or those security agencies saddled with the responsibility of taking charge ain't doing anything or doing much enough for Nigerian people to see that they try, but just say it get as it day. No, all they say is that you pray or they are our cousins, they are political sons. We are rehabilitating. And the people you are rehabilitating are hitting up your army and killing people. Imagine Nigerian army generals are murdered daily, cold-blooded, recorded and posted. Nothing happens. It's become a business. And those who are gaining it or are making it are obviously not within our ranks, are not among the ranks of the poor, of the average. They are in the up echelon of those within the corridors of power in the Nigerian economy. I do not think that it is going to be easy to curb insurgency in Nigeria because those involved are those in power.
The kidnapping situation in Nigeria is becoming something serious that government need to look about. I was once a victim of it. I spent that many days in captivity, but to God be the glory, God gave me victory. But government cannot do that alone. In police side of police, they have anti-kidnapper units. They needed to be trained in police. Anti-kidnapper unit needed to be trained often to follow up this kidnapper issue. One, and to the government, because only what I see as a victim of that circumstances, I know if you forget the way I pass when I'm there, but only what I see, the development is ahead of us in this country. The development is ahead of us in this country. If the government go fit tackle for us to be able to cope. Understand? In my own research, even when I'm there, I come out, I research, I wish if they can just even revise us back, no use of phones. Let's just cancel phones because we never prepare to use phone. It's like Nigeria never mature to be using internet. So all these things is what I personally think is our really problem. But we are still encouraging the work, the police are still trying, but the force agencies, the president in particular, they should put much fun. They should really take this kidnapper issue to become a serious issue they will need to tackle. Because without this, it's a country that no security, no how investors will come into the country. We still thank God they're still trying their best, but their best is not enough.
Such an abysmal level where, reprehensibly, it seems as if human life is next to nothing. It's quite unfortunate, and I must say the political elite should be held accountable. Because if they are not, so to say, in quote, patronizing them, I think the issue of insecurity would have been a thing of the past. Because a situation where people are kidnapped, and rather than rescuing them, the government come to pay ransom. It shows you are helping them to strive, to thrive. And it's not like the new normal now. It's a big business. One of the fastest growing business in Nigeria. So a situation where if you kidnap somebody, demand for ransom, and you get it. And these people, they are not even hiding their faces anymore. They have social media accounts. They interact, and money is delivered to them. DSS is there, SS and all the security agencies are all there, and nothing is done. Because they know that government is really treating insecurity with kid gloves. That is why it's fostering, it's flourishing, and it has come to the level where they are now degenerated into kidnapping school children of 2 years, 3 years, and all of that. It's a pitiable and very unfortunate issue, very, very unfortunate. Because if you are a parent and imagine that your 2-3-year-old child is in the bush for several weeks, you will see that it's quite unfortunate. So I think the government, it's a call to government to wake up to its responsibility, because the foremost responsibility of government is to secure life and property. And any government that cannot secure the life and property of its citizen has failed, no matter what other thing the government is doing. Security first. So it's unfortunate that the case of the Oyo pupils are still in the bush, and their teachers In fact, one of the teachers was beheaded. And up to now, Nigeria is still going as if nothing happened. Quite appalling, quite unfortunate. There are places, in a more civilized clime where this would have caused a lot of serious upheaval or serious, destabilization of the whole system. But here we are going as if nothing happened. Somebody's head was beheaded and school children are still there. But rather we are focusing on 2027 as if that's what matters in Nigeria most. So it's a call to duty or to the government to take drastic responsibility or take responsibility for what is going on. They must take charge of the territory of this country, take charge of life and property of this nation, because that's their primary duty. If they fail in that, they have failed in all. They failed in all.
It is very disheartening that things are falling apart in Nigeria, and the government, as it were, seems not to be bothered, not to be concerned or doing anything reasonable about it. Kidnapping, terrorism or banditry in Nigeria is becoming a way of life to us. Meanwhile, the essence of government is the security and welfare of the citizens, which the government have failed woefully to protect the lives and property of Nigerian citizens. It is disheartening. We have seen that kidnapping in Nigeria, banditry, has become a business venture for those in authority and their counterparts, terrorists. Because the Nigeria we know as a giant of Africa, the military we know that have conquered territory, that have gone to other countries and fight war in Liberia, in Somalia, and every other places, cannot stop terrorists, those riffraffs that are not trained, those sycophants that are not trained because they are holding firearms. Why has Nigeria government not be able to defeat terrorism? That shows that it's often believed or say that when terrorism or crime go beyond 24 hours or stay 24 hours, that shows that the government is involved. When we say government is involved, it might not mean the president, but powerful individuals in government are conspiring to destabilize this country. And the government continue to play politics with everything. They play politics with our lives, they play politics with our resources. Just recently, we saw the inhuman treatment being meted on the innocent children that we adopted in a community school in Oyo State. And this is not the first time. This is not, we heard of that popular Chipo guest, and there have been series of kidnapping and adoption of children, killing of innocent citizens. Yet you don't see government coming now to take a decisive decision to address this matter. That tells us that the government of the day have an agenda. Either they have an agenda or they are conspiring with those who want to overrun this country. Let us not pretend about it, that a particular religion, a set of people want to overrun this country. That is what is plain, and that is why you see the relative silence from the part of the government. In other sense society, when a citizen is unjustly killed, you will see the government giving a marching order, the presidency giving a marching order to all security agencies. Here in Nigeria, you will see a situation whereby 50, 100 or more persons are adopted and killed. Yet you will not see the government or the security chiefs making a statement or taking decisive action to address it. One thing I want to tell Nigerians, because the government are not in this alone. The same people, the electorate who keep voting, who keep supporting these fake politicians and fake government officials are also conspirators. Election is coming. The Nigerians should look forward to an individual who will be able to come into government to rescue us. Because as it stands, the Tinubu government has failed and has continued to demonstrate that it does not have the political will or the capacity to secure Nigerians. So as such, I will also advise that Nigerians should stand up to defend their assets, by any means to defend their assets. We cannot continue to wait for government that have failed in their responsibility of providing us security.
The case of insecurity in our nation at this particular time is a disheartening situation where everybody, the citizens, are no longer secured. And the rate at which these bandits are kidnapping people is a very alarming stage, and it's not ideal for the common man, even though the rich, the middle class, and the poor, all inclusive, is what this kidnapping issue has been affecting. They are kidnapping the ordinary people. They are kidnapping those who are in government, even to the extent of military. And the funniest one is the teachers and students being kidnapped in Oyo State. It's a problem to this nation. It's a great concern. And the root cause of all these things, we cannot easily figure it out. These bandits, they are not spirits. They are human beings, and they are in our society. Government should take a proactive step, call on tribe, because the forest at which they apprehend people into, this forest belongs to a community, and they have the Enigis in that community. They have the Okaigele in that community. If an alien came to your community, the people, the indigenous of that community, could be able to fetch it out. If somebody you do not know is in a society, you'll be able to locate that among these people that is always coming into our society to apprehend people. Many places like that in our community in Edo State, in Ovia Northeast, in our state. This insecurity, with the people that are engaging in this negative art, they are not spirits, they are human beings. And I don't know what the community are doing about it. They say community policing. Government is not giving, they are not taking a proactive step on that issue whereby they should allow community to raise community policing. This will also help to curb this situation of this kidnapping, because everybody is not safe in the society. They kidnap people, they collect you sum of money. Some, if they didn't make up to that amount, they eventually kill them. Many lives who are destined to live long, they are being cut short by these hoodlums, by these kidnappers. It is a problem in our society. And the reason for this is because of the weak institutions.
Let us get some things clear. Every crime in every society is curtailable. There's no crime that is bigger than the government or bigger than the society. It is what the people accept that stay with them. There are countries that have accepted drug use or drug marketing as their trademark. It is there with them. We are now gradually accepting to be the terrorist capital of the world. If we accept it, it will stay with us. Now, we have a government that does not seem to even be able to understand issues. I think that's our first problem. Because when you have a problem, you must first of all understand it before you solve it. The government we have at the moment, they don't seem to understand that there's even a problem. Unless and until their own is kidnapped, then they will pay money and say, go and bring it back, don't worry, let life move on. Life cannot move on like that. How many can you bring back? Because we've had cases of judges being kidnapped. We've also had cases of commissioners being kidnapped. Recently now, it's now military generals being kidnapped. It will not take long. It will get to maybe a governor, a deputy governor, a minister, or even somebody higher. So we cannot sit down and fold our hand and say it's business, because I heard one governor then say it is business. It is kidnapping for ransom, so it's business. It's no such thing as it's a crime against humanity of the highest order and should be treated as such. And if we consider it to say, because a governor one time said treason is higher than kidnapping, that treason want to destroy the entire country, kidnapping want to kill is just about some persons. We don't understand the value of life. That's why we're talking. Human beings existed before society. Human beings, the right to life existed before the right to a government and the right to a country. So if the right to life existed first, then we must protect life first before we talk of protecting country and protecting government. The way we protect government in this country, if we give the same attention to this kidnapping saga, it would have been over by now. Now, the issue of paying ransom, I have seen that some persons in government, as exhibited recently by one of the House of Assembly hopeful in Katsina State, some persons in government are directly benefiting from this kidnapping. They collect ransom. Ransom gets to some persons in government. That is why nobody is checkmating. That's why nobody is bothered enough to say, I want to do something to stop this nonsense. Because it is something that is stoppable. But because people in government are getting it, there are times you even go and report to the police. The policeman is asking you, how much did you pay after you have come out? They want to know how much you paid, so that maybe they will get their own share. I don't know. Then there are also times people in government, they are more interested in the ransom being paid so that the matter will die quietly than going out there and facing this police. The truth is, I tackled one military man one time. I say, why have people, not even now that it has become this bad, during the Jonathan era, why have people not been able to go into this bush, get these Chibok girls out? Then when it just started, get them out and say no, they don't want victims, they don't want casualties on the air. I say, let me tell you, there must be blood sacrifice to end a scourge. If we had ended that scourge at the Chibok girls' time, by now we will no longer be talking of kidnapping for ransom. Whether the Chibok girls will survive or not, it will be in God's hands at that time, to be fate. And that's how responsible countries go after these people who kidnap their citizens. If you kidnap an American citizen, they don't negotiate with you. They will come after you. They believe that if they do it rightly, if things go well, the citizen will survive. But it can happen that the citizen doesn't survive, is sacrificed. But at the end of the day, whether he's sacrificed or not, that kidnapping business ends. That's the ultimate goal. They put it in such a way that the person who wants to go into that business next time, he consider that, look, if I go to this business, it's a short death sentence for me. When you now know that it's a short death sentence, whether you win or lose, short death sentence, you won't go into it. Nobody wants to die. So you see, the reason kidnapping has going to first time in this country, despite our laws, we have a law in Edo State that criminalizes payment of ransom. I'm aware of it. We also have that kind of law in many states of this country where they criminalize payment of ransom. So that if you go and pay ransom for to kidnappers for the release of your person, your relative, you have committed a crime. But nobody enforces that law because we know who we are. Even the judge that you are going to bring in before, the judge has also paid ransom one time or the other. The government, the police who want to do it, a commissioner of police was kidnapped and ransom was paid, or vigilante went to rescue him. There are some we've heard of where ransom were paid. So if people who are supposed to stop it are paying ransom, then who is now going to stop it?
The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is becoming an epidemic. And insecurity in Nigeria can be chased away in 24 hours if our government are responsible. And the opposite of good is evil, and the opposite of evil is good. Whenever impunity is legitimized, crime becomes the order of the day. The problem we're having now is because the impunities in the land have become the superintendents of the country. And when the superintendent become a superintendent of the country, criminality become a daily norm. They say they live with us, they are part of us, they know them and so on. So if you know somebody that are causing havoc, somebody adopting about 100, 40 people and keep them in a sovereign country where a government resides, what happens? It's a failed state. So that is why we will not forget the philosophies of Thomas Hobbes, a great philosopher in the 17th century. He said, what is? He said the scenarios of a failed state is a state where a government have lost its legitimacy, where a non-state had to take over. And when it's happened, he said such people cannot be able to defend the life of people. Such a government does not fit to exist. In the days of tyranny, when Abacha were leading this country, when Babangida were leading this country, Dele Giwa took bullet because why? The government feared journalism. But so today they have been able to censor the medias. So the problem in this country, we have criminality in the helm of affair, and the only way we can dismantle this insecurity is when criminality is out of the country, because a government that cannot secure the life of his people, the property of his people, does not fit to exist. Because right from the day of Pablo Escobar in 1984 in Colombia, when they took over the system, they hijacked the executive, they hijacked the judiciary, they hijacked the police, they installed in their people, criminality take over the places. In those days, when one person died in Nigeria, till you see they will declare protest. The university government organization, they will declare protest. What is still happening now in the state now, in Oyo State? Because that can also envisage. And nobody can just abduct about 40 people and put them inside the forest in a sovereign state. That means we are no longer that state any longer. How can you adopt about 40 people inside the forest and they have GSMs, they have media, they communicate with people, they record them. Then when you want small boy in the street, when you put against government, you pick them up. And these people are making video in the forest in the Oyo State. So the only way, get rid of the government, get rid of the bad heads for the city. If not, we that are discussed will be the next victim. So the media should do their work, we also going to do their work.
While fear is being considered as the order of the day in the lives of citizens, as insecurity is gradually becoming a daily activity amongst us as a citizen and as a country. The citizens are also using opportunity to call on the federal government and well-to-do citizens and well-meaning Nigerians to help to combat the issue of insecurity that is currently affecting the lives of citizens, and to ensure that the lives of students, teachers, and individuals at all levels are protected as we deal with the issue of insecurity. Opinions are still out there that government should intensify efforts to combat the issue of kidnapping, abduction of school children and teachers amongst the society in order to have a free and safe environment. As citizens are no longer feeling safe in a country where they call their own. It is Viewpoint on ITV. I am Caroline Okonji. Government at all levels should stand up and fight for the lives of citizens, as it is their sole responsibility to protect the lives and properties of citizens which they govern.
ITV, certainly the best.
On the headlines, amidst worsening insecurity, reps to vote on state police bill Thursday. President Tinubu urges prompt tax payments, inaugurate Atala Road in Abuja. Edo High Court sentenced 5 to death by hanging. ITV and radio holds commendation service in honor of late staff Kingsley Uchegbu. Nigeria's first female auto mechanic, Dr. Sandra Agwebo, awarded as First Africa Skills Ambassador. Good evening and many thanks for joining us on ITV Network News. I'm Oloije Oikohai. You can watch ITV Live online at www.itvradioNG.com/live. Follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook, X, IG, YouTube, and TikTok at ITV Radio NG. And joining us from Abuja studio is Victor Ogani. Good evening, Victor.
Hello there, good evening, Olahiji, and many thanks indeed for having me on the presentation tonight.
And from our Lagos studio, we have Patricia. Good evening, Patricia.
Good evening, Olahiji. It's good to see you on the screen tonight.
And welcome to the news from the Federal Capital Territory. From the National, we hear that the House Executive said vote on the State Police Bill tomorrow, Thursday, as part of its effort to address Nigeria's growing security challenges. Deputy Speaker Honorable Benjamin Kalu disclosed this while briefing members of the House Press Corps in Abuja. Our correspondent was there, and now the reports.
Wednesday, day 2 of the series of project inaugurations by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike proceeds as scheduled. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, says development is a partnership between government and the people. He notes that while government provides critical infrastructure, citizens must fulfill.
Parliamentarian correspondent at the House of Representatives Media Center, Deputy Speaker Honorable Benjamin Kalu, speaking on behalf of the 37 caucus leaders in the Green Chamber, said the proposed constitutional amendment has become necessary due to the increasing cases of terrorism, banditry, kidnapping, and other violent crimes across the country.
Invite our members
Organo disturb me.
Function Nigeria. Let them in evaluation, cut it into all our members to be in the house so that we'll show our constituents that we are in support of state police and that security is priority on our list. And we have discovered that leaving the law as it is will not give us that expectation.
Kalu noted that the current provisions of Section 214 of the Constitution do not permit the decentralized policing structure required for a more effective and rapid response to security threat. He added that extensive consultations have been conducted with critical stakeholders on the proposed state policing framework.
National consensus has also arisen on it. The executive have bought into it. The governors have bought into it. That there is the need for police. The Constitution has allowed as it is, especially Section 214, and other consequential amendments in that particular Constitution, not bet the state police that will guarantee.
If passed by the National, the amendment transmitted to the simplification board presidential assent from the House of News. Victor, ITV News. And now from the National Assembly, President Bola Tinubu is urging residents and business owners benefiting from ongoing transformation in the Federal Capital Territory FCT to pay their tax obligations promptly. FCT correspondent Joy Iguchi Yakina report that the president, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, made the call during the inauguration of the full-scope development of Arterial Road Naira 5 Obafemi Awolowo Way from Life Camp Junction to Ring Road 3 in Dapi District, Abuja.
Despite the heavy downpouring on Wednesday, day 2 of the series of project inaugurations by FCT Minister Nyesom Wike proceeds as scheduled. President Bola Tinubu, represented by Vice President Kashim Shettima, says development is a partnership between government and the people. He notes that while government provides critical infrastructure, citizens must fulfill their civic responsibilities, including the prompt payment of taxes.
With the residents and business owners enjoying this transformation, I urge you to meet your obligations, pay your taxes, pay your land and ground rent fees. Your compliance empowers the FCT administration to build more roads like this one. Furthermore, to our traditional rulers, community leaders and youth of Dapi and neighboring districts, this road belongs to you. Protect it.
On his part, Wike challenges a group of demonstrators carrying placards and alleging that they were not compensated for properties demolished to pave the way for the newly constructed road.
These people are carrying placards here. Let me tell you. So if you like, if people send you to go back and carry placards, fire, it will not work. Road and told that who to come out and know what is happening, not to be in the office. That time just would have a problem. Saying that they're indigenous, but that they're paying those who have houses. We're only paying those that have demolished their properties.
From Abuja, Joy Igochie Herkina, ITV News.
And now the need to give children a voice in shaping policies that affect their health, education, and overall well-being has been reaffirmed. Education Minister Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa engaged in an interactive dialogue session on Abuja. Education correspondent Comfort Chidoko report that engagement underscored the vital connection between quality education and healthy living, while providing a platform for children to share views, experiences, and aspirations that direct impact.
For the first time, students had the rare opportunity to dialogue with the Minister of Education, Dr. Maruf Tunji Alausa, an initiative aimed at creating a direct channel for children to engage policymakers on issues affecting their education, health, and future development. Addressing the students, the Minister of Education, Dr. Alausa, emphasized that education and health are inseparable pillars of national development. He noted that children can only achieve their full academic potential when they are healthy, well-nourished, and learning in safe and supportive environments.
Good personal hygiene, good nutrition, get your immunization, and then go to school. Make sure you study hard and pick a career. Be of good characters. Be a good citizen and dream big.
Highlight of the event was an open dialogue session where students freely asked questions and shared concerns ranging from school health services and hygiene to learning conditions and personal development. Responding to the children, Dr. Alausa reassured them of the federal government's commitment to inclusivity and improving access to quality education while strengthening health-related programs in schools.
As part of our national education agenda, we have inclusivity in our education system. We provided 5% of our budget, education budget, for people with impairment, like hearing impairment, visual impairment, or other form of impairment.
The dialogue also reinforced the importance of preventive health care, proper nutrition, and healthy lifestyles as essential factors for improved learning outcomes. From Abuja, Comfort Idoko, ITV News.
Let's now take you back to Benin Studios for more reports.
Well, welcome back to our Benin studio. We start out with a report that says 5 out of 6 suspects arrested for the abduction and murder of a Benin-based lawyer, Barrister Osiobase Omo Ioa, has been sentenced to death by hanging. One of the suspects, Solomon Isuike, was arrested alongside the 5 convicted suspects, was discharged and acquitted. Jonah Omowa has details.
Barrister Omo Ioha was assaulted and taken away on May 9, 2020, following an intervention in a street quarrel between a descendant of a local chief family and another individual. After being beaten to a pulp, he was whisked away to an unknown destination, only for his lifeless body to be discovered by the police in a shallow grave in Aduawa, Benin City. Delivering judgment after a detailed analysis of the statements of the accused and arguments of the prosecuting and defense counsels, the trial judge, Justice Efe Ikpomomba, found 5 out of 6 accused, Valentine Debbie, Solomon Onobu, Ambrose Amadi, Enoma Okonrai, and Saturday Magbe guilty of conspiracy, abduction, and murder, and sentenced them to 14 years in prison for conspiracy and abduction and death by hanging for murder. Both convictions are to run concurrently. Counsel to the second defendant, Solomon Asuike, who was discharged and acquitted for having no link with the incident, Barrister Douglas Ogbankwa commended the judgment.
I want to say that justice has been served today, and we feel very much, would I say, satisfied with the judgment of the court. As you know, a lawyer was involved in the matter, so for some of us, doing the matter was emotional, but there's nothing much we can do because Constitution gives every person that is accused of an offense a right of representation by a lawyer. So there is some level of satisfaction, particularly because when this incident happened, I was the publicity secretary of NBA, and I know how much we fought to ensure that we got justice in this matter. So we are happy that there's justice one way or the other in this matter.
The alleged prime suspect in the abduction and murder case, Osasu Osadolo, is still at large. From the High Court in Benin, Jonah Omowa, ITV News.
Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo has pledged to work closely with the Federal Ministry of Education and Environment to protect and preserve the state environment, assuring that his administration will take decisive steps to address environmental challenges, including encroachment into national parks. The governor made the commitment when the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Lawal, paid him a courtesy visit at the government house in Benin City. William Siama has details.
Addressing the Minister of Environment and his delegation, Governor Monday Okpebholo said environmental protection remains a key priority of his administration, pointing out that sustainable management of natural resources is critical to the state's development. Governor Okpebholo disclosed that the state government would establish a committee to tackle the growing problem of encroachment in national parks and other protected areas. The governor noted that preserving environment is essential for the well-being of present and future generations, pledging the support of his government for initiatives that promote environmental sustainability and conservation.
We are very much willing to work with you, to partner with you, to see that everything you requested from us today is protected. We set up a committee to look at the boundary so that people will not encroach into the land. We have capable hands. We have them. I must be frank with you. We will be getting in touch with you to let you know the progress we have made so far in protecting the land and the ecosystem.
Earlier, the Minister of Environment, Balarabe Abbas Musa, thanked Governor Okpebholo for receiving him and his entourage. The minister commended the governor for his continued support for environmental programs in the state. Mr. Lawal described Edo as a leading state in environmental management, revealing that the state has a forestry commission, which he said is the first of its kind in Nigeria.
We're trying to create some accommodation for the national park guards and the rest of it. And I'm sure Your Excellency, you know the commitment of the President in terms of trying to improve the parks and put them in the center of our security issues. Because that's why the President has approved forest guards across the country.
The visit underscored the commitment of both the Federal Ministry of Environment and the Edo State government to strengthen cooperation in tackling environmental challenges and promoting sustainable development. William Siama, ITV News.
The late reporter of independent television and radio and government house correspondent Kingsley Ndubisi Uchegbu has been eulogized as a man who was humble to a fault, an exceptional journalist whose memory will not be forgotten. These eulogies were made during a commendation service organized by the management of ITV and Radio in honor of late Kingsley Uchegbu, held at the Communication Complex Igosa, Benin City. Deborah Gbefun has details.
It was an emotional moment as the management and staff of ITV and Radio, family members, government officials and media colleagues gathered at the St. Gabriel's Hall Communications Complex, Igosa, for a tribute of service in honor of the late reporter Kingsley Uchegbu, who died at 47. In his remarks, the managing director, Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, said the memory of Uchegbu is such that can never be forgotten. He said late Kingsley Uchegbu was an exceptional staff and used the service to reassure the family of the late reporter of the station's support.
We try as much as we can to make you feel us and humble. But please remember, the person that did the press in no situation, let's give God thanks.
In his sermon, the General Overseer, Glory Royal Assembly International, Dr. Emeka Ekwaga, said late Uchegbu was a man who lives right with God and urged everyone to live a life worthy of emulation because death is inevitable.
And I say in my mind that my spirit
My birthday by standing here, let it be a tribute to a man I value, to a man I say humble to a fault.
In their tributes, Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Okpebholo, represented by his Chief Press Secretary, Dr. Patrick Ebojeli, Zonal Director, National Broadcasting Commission, Ihuoma Enegbu, General Manager, Group Commercial Services, ITV and Radio, Mrs. Odun Balogun, Assistant General Manager, News and Current Affairs, ITV and Radio, Egosa Gbolaho, elder brother of the deceased, Carl Ucheegbu, friends and colleagues, eulogized Kingsley's commitment to journalism and his warm relationship with colleagues.
And I think for Kingsley to live a very life, not of privilege or propaganda, but really to person. And we see naturally of more journalists. I want you to remember Kingsley because dedication or intelligence.
The Commission recognizes the critical role correspondents play in keeping the public informed.
Nobody can wake up and say this is when I'm going to die. The owner of life is the only person that knows when he's going to come home.
He was hardworking. He was an agreeable gentleman. He was very amiable and respectful.
I want to thank NTA and ITV for the platform you provided, because without these platforms, perhaps we won't be having anything to do today.
He left me consoled by the fact that Kingsley Ucheegbu lived a very impactful life. He was an example to others.
Each time we had issues to discuss or issues to handle, Kingsley was always very, very valuable.
Prayers were offered for the immediate family of Kingsley and ITV and Radio amidst songs ministration. The late ITV Government House correspondent, Kingsley Ucheegbu, survived by wife, 4 children, aged mother, brothers and sisters. He passed away on May 6, 2026, after a brief illness. In Benin, Deborah Ugbefun, ITV News.
The exit of Kingsley, our whole go out family, the entire of ITV and Radio. Let's now join our Lagos network studios as Patricia Gabriels is waiting to continue the news from that axis. Part is over to you.
Thank you, Victor, and welcome to ITV News, Lagos. May Kingsley's soul rest in peace. The news. Nigeria's first female auto mechanic and president, Lady Mechanic Initiative, Sandra Agwebo, has been recognized as the first African ambassador in the international sector, serve as a symbol for inclusion and to advocate for regional integration across Africa. The award and recognition was presented to her during the 2026 National Conference for Technical and Vocational Education Training in Lagos State. Aigboje Huera tells us more.
A prestigious award and recognition of the first African Skills Ambassador to champion the international sector, serve as for inclusion and to advocate for regional integration across Africa, was presented to Nigeria's first female auto mechanic and President Lady Mechanic Initiative, Dr. Ambassador Sandra Agwebo, by the Governor of Lagos State, Governor Baji, presented by Dr. Hamzat Education, Allow Executive National Board for Technical Education, Professor Idris Mohammed. Congratulations for the fifth Executive Secretary, National Board for Technical Education, Professor Idris Mohammed, said Dr. Ambassador Sandra Agwebo deserves the recognition following her contributions in ensuring that young Nigerian ladies get trained in automobile repairs. Deputy Division Federal Institute for Vocational Education and Training, Germany, Michael Shiwat, said the award is a clear indication that the young ladies in Nigeria can be gainfully engaged.
She has done very well for over 30 to 40 years. And for that reason, the Sub-Saharan Skills and Apprenticeship Network gave her the title of the first African Skills Ambassador.
Getting this award to the lady mechanic is really reaching.
Dr. Ambassador Agwebo, what is time was prepared to expand of the initiative and spread the good work to other African countries?
Said as the, ambassador for African skill ambassador, it means that we need a whole lot of support from them so that we are able to implement this in other countries.
The awardee, Dr. Ambassador Sandra Agwebo, also joined Professor Idris Mohammed to inspect some of the projects done by young people from Lagos. Agbuji Korea, ITV News.
Congratulations to Dr. Sandra. In another story, some ambassadors from Europe and other parts of the international communities have called on the Nigerian government and the private sector to see skills acquisition as the way out of unemployment in the country. The different council generals made this known during the 2026 National Conference for Technical and Vocational Education Training in Lagos State. Ayegbuji Kwara has the details.
Briefing journalists during the 2026 National Conference for Technical and Vocational Education Training, Consul Generals of Germany, France, Switzerland, and the head of European Union Cooperation to Nigeria said skills is the only out of the growing unemployment rate in Nigeria.
Transport, business, pharmaceutical, and renewable energy sectors that targeting this together with the other members of the European Union, what we call Team Europe.
I'm very happy to hear the strong message in favor of TVET. In the German case, I think our cooperation dates back more than 60 years, and TVET has always been part of it, and I'm sure that is true for all other partners.
Commenting on efforts of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu in curbing unemployment, the Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, told journalists that the President has given the ministry a marching order to ensure that most Nigerian youths get the right skills for their chosen career. Deputy Governor of Lagos State, Dr. Bafemi Amsat, said the state government is also playing its part.
We have 60,000 students, 60,000 young Nigerians who have been trained across 1,600 skill training centers across the country, all over the state, 36 states of the country, including FCT, of students.
Training from Lagos and Korea, ITV News.
This is it for the political category.
Many thanks for staying tuned. Moving on, the resident pastor of House of Favor International Church, London, Mrs. Jane Onaiwu, has offered a surprise birthday presentation on Sunday by the women's group of the church. The women's leader, Deaconess Julie Brown Robertson, eulogized Pastor Jane as a woman with heart of God, filled with humility, love and kindness for the people. ITV UK correspondent Roslyn Aburame has this report.
It was a joyful moment for the resident pastor of Homefake in London, Mrs. Jane Onaiwu, as she was hosted to the cutting of her surprise birthday cake organized by the Radiant Women Group of the church.
Jesus, happy birthday to you.
The celebrant, filled with joy, expressed appreciation to the women for celebrating her birthday. Her husband and senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, wished her more years of celebration in good health.
I'm grateful to God for the gift of life. I also want to thank God for my wonderful husband that gave me a very special birthday treat on Saturday and beautiful, beautiful gifts. No one gave gifts. And thank you for being the best man in the whole world that God has blessed.
God will continue to bless her, honor her, and take her to greater heights. Bless her with long life in good health.
Amen.
Together we say happy super birthday to the resident pastor, Mrs. J. Onaiwu. In another development, the family of late Mr. Stephen Uzame Ofi has offered a special thanksgiving to God for the successful funeral of the father who passed away in Nigeria at the age of 73.
My dad was a very cheerful person. He loves reading, he loves writing, and he wants to impute that in anybody that is close to him. He was a real gem.
My uncle impacting the knowledge he had on all of us. He's a great man, a caring dad.
The senior pastor, Reverend Lucky Onaiwu, commended the children for the successful funeral, offered prayers for the family, while urging them to remain united and faithful to God for greater blessings.
Those that have come to support our one will also bless them.
Until his death, late Mr. Ofi was a veteran journalist and regional editor of daily independent newspapers South South and Southeast and the Trumpet newspapers in same capacity. He is survived by 2 daughters, Reva and Fejiro Ofi. From House of Favour, London, Rosalie Emorame, ITV News.
Scientists, researchers and students from across the country have converged on Akidaka Main Auditorium, University of Benin for the 25th Annual National Conference of the Nigerian Society for Experimental Biology. The 4-day conference, which coincided with the Society's Silver Jubilee celebration, was declared open by the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoike, SAN. Offery Aneto has details.
The 25th Annual National Conference of the Nigerian Society for Experimental Biology, NICEB, opened with the Vice-Chancellor of the University of Benin, Professor Edoba Omoike, SAN, describing the Silver Jubilee celebration as a milestone and commending the Society's contribution to national development through research.
It's gratifying to know that NICEB has been, for the past 25 years, one of the most vital intellectual communities in the Nigerian life sciences field.
Welcoming participants, National President of NICEB and wife of the Vice-Chancellor, University of Benin, Professor Eimema Omoike, reflected on the Society's 25-year journey of scientific excellence, research and mentorship across the country.
Our membership is made up of committed scientists who believe deeply and unshakably in the power of knowledge to transform lives.
Chairman of the Board of Trustees of NICEB, Professor Oyibamiji Oladini, encouraged participants to uphold the Society's ideas, while keynote speaker Professor Lawan Bilbis Suleiman advocated stronger support for scientific innovations and the commercialization of research findings.
If NICEB is to matter in the next 25 years, we must pivot to innovate for impact.
Nigeria is rich in scientific talent, strong publication, and promising discoveries.
The event featured the presentation of plaques and honorary fellowship awards to distinguished personalities, including the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Edoba Omoike, SAN, and the Chief Medical Director of the Federal Neuropsychiatric Hospital, Uselu, Dr. Imafido Agbonile, as well as the induction of new fellow, Professor Olalekan Adeyemi, into the College of Fellows of NICEB. From Benin, Ofuri Aneta, ITV News.
Elders, women, youth and residents of Ugbine community in Ovia North East local government area gathered on Tuesday to honor the memory of their late traditional head, Pa Usiobaifo Usayande, through a cultural burial ceremony known as Ukbikbe. The community also received the encouraging news regarding the federal government's coastal road project in the community. Usemudiame Osaige has details.
Ugbine community in Ovia North East local government area came alive on Tuesday as elders, women, youth and residents gathered to perform the traditional burial dance known as Ukbukbe in honor of the late Odionwe Pa Usiobaifo Usayande, who passed away on January 5th, 2026. The colorful Benin cultural display showcased the community's rich heritage and served as a tribute to the late Odionwe for his contributions to the development of Ugbine community. Leading the ceremony were the Ozukpo giver, regarded as the second in command in the community, Pa Useye Iriamato, the women leader, Madam Victoria Uhuwangu, and the Okaigele, Dominic Edubo.
Today was our general meeting, and also for the traditional dance of our late Odionwere, there is a culture that we must perform. So since it passed on, we have not able to do that. But today was the day we set aside for that.
Speaking at the gathering, Engineer Bright Mark informed residents that the federal government-sponsored Coastal Road project is expected to pass through Ugbine community, a development welcomed with excitement by members of the community.
We are from the Coastal Road. We are the ones doing the soil investigation for where the roads will be passing through the alignment.
A major highlight of the meeting was the inauguration of a land verification committee tasked with authenticating and verifying land ownership documents within the community. The elders expressed optimism that the committee would help promote transparency in land administration. Ugbine community is a peaceful agrarian community. From Benin, Osemdeme Osagi, ITV News.
Let's now take a break for some commercials. We'll be right back. Many thanks for staying tuned. The primary 5 pupil of Igbenedion Education Center, Benin City, Eli Abo, has emerged winner of the 3rd edition of the Igbenedion Got Talent competition for Montessori and junior secondary school students. Joy Obaisiagban reports that the grand finale held on Wednesday at the school premises on Maritala Mohammed Way in Benin City saw Eli clinch the top prize, which introduced cash rewards and a proposal for an original song presentation.
Igbenedion Education Center Got Talent competition themed Unleash Your Skills drew participants from Montessori, nursery and junior secondary arms who showcased singing and dancing skills with confidence and boldness. The contest commenced on Tuesday night, June 2026, at the school premises with 20 contestants auditioning, 10 qualified with 6 advancing to the final round after the first stage of performances. Speaking on behalf of the school board, the Director of Administration, Pastor Angela Igbenedion, said the program was designed to go beyond academic performance by discovering and nurturing talent. She noted that Igbenedion is committed to creating platforms that build confidence and creativity in children alongside their studies.
Apart from academic performance of the children, we also want to allow the children to show us their creativity. The total complete child is not just bookwork alone, but the talent that the child has. And I want to appreciate our board that through these programs, we're able to identify those children that are gifted in different areas, and we're able to support them to build them in that area of their gifts and talents.
The hall erupted in applause as primary 5 pupil Eli Agbo was announced winner, capping the finale with cash rewards and a proposal for an original song presentation.
I thank my mom and my dad and also my teachers for building me to this level.
I really want to appreciate the deputy chairman for giving us the opportunity to do this, and also my principals and also the parents of the children for allowing their children to explore and unleashing their skills.
Students from other schools also featured, adding to the variety of musical presentations. From Benin, Joy Obaisiagban, ITV News.
A former House of Assembly aspirant for Asan South East constituency and a proud son of Asan land, Honorable Ernest Iyere Ahamoje, has expressed appreciation to Edo State Governor Senator Monday Okpebholo following the governor's personal acknowledgement of his loyalty, prayers and commitment to service. The statement by Honorable Ernest Ahamoje says he was deeply humbled and honored by the governor's gracious message, kindness, accessibility, and wisdom in personal receiving all House of Assembly aspirants from Asan South East constituency. Honorable Ahamoje said such a gesture speaks volume about the governor's leadership style, a leader who listens, who values loyalty, and who cares and carries everyone around. According to Honorable Ahamoje, Governor Okpebholo's vision, foresight and unwavering commitment to good governance continue to inspire many and strengthen faith in the future of Edo State. The former House of Assembly aspirant said under Governor Okpebholo's leadership, Edo State is witnessing purposeful governance, infrastructure renewal and people-centered policies. Honorable Ahamoje declared he intends to launch Edo is Shining movements in the USA and Canada in honor of the amiable and hardworking governor. He said that he remains a loyal member and steadfast supporter of the All Progressive Congress and the governor's exemplary leadership. Honorable Ahamoje explained his readiness to contribute his quota in strategic areas critical to the success of the Okpebholo administration. The federal government has reaffirmed its commitment to protect Nigeria's biodiversity conservations and environmental sustainability with the inauguration of a key infrastructure and community support project at Okomu National Park in Ovia South West Local Government Area, Edo State. The project is executed by the Food and Agriculture Organization and Global Environment Facility 7 Biodiversity Project attracted government officials, development partners and stakeholders, including representatives of the Edo State government, and inaugurated by the Minister of Environment, Malam Balarabe Abbas Lawal. Alfred Neta has more.
On his arrival in Benin City, the Minister of Environment, Malam Balarabe Abbas, led a high-power delegation to Udo community in Ovia Southwest Local Government Area for the inauguration of key projects under the FAO and GEF 7 biodiversity projects.
Built-in commission.
The intervention, supported by the Global Environmental Facility, the Food and Agriculture Organization, CIRA, and the National Park Service, include a ranger barracks, renovated FOCA office at Okomu National Park, and conservation support equipment for host communities. Welcoming the delegation, Conservator of Okomu National Park, Lawrence Usaze, described the projects as a boost to biodiversity conservation. Honorable Nusa Adams, who represented Governor Monday Okpebholo, reaffirmed the state's commitment to environmental protection.
It demonstrates the federal government's unwavering commitment to protecting our nation's rich biological resources. I want all beneficiaries to take ownership of them and ensure that they are properly maintained.
FAO representative in Nigeria and to ECOWAS, Dr. Hussein Gandani, commended the partnership and reaffirmed the organization's commitment to environmental sustainability.
The facilities being commissioned today represent more than physical infrastructure. That implies our shared commitment to protecting biodiversity.
These facilities will provide better working conditions for our rangers and strengthen the protection of vital ecosystems.
High points include the unveiling of conservation and livelihood support equipment, inspection of a guard of honor, and a guided tour of the newly commissioned facilities. Earlier, the minister paid a courtesy visit to the ESL of Udo, His Royal Highness Patrick Igbeneghu. From Okomu National Park, Ofuri and Neto, ITV News.
Let's take a pause for some commercials. We'll be right back. The Odionwe and elders of Ugoni Okoriowo in Orionwan local government area, Edo State, have warned members of the public not to transact any business with the suspended Enoge Eduge Ogiriaki. Usamudiame Osaige has details.
A statement jointly signed by the Odionwe, Pa James Ebo Ehige, and Okaigele, Mr. Vincent Agbonhikpakpa, says anyone who transacts business, especially landed property with a suspended enogi, does so at his or her own risk. It advised anyone who wishes to transact business in Ugoniye Kurion to do so through the Odionwe appointed by the Palace of the Oba of Benin. The statement also called on all landed property owners in Ugoniye Kurion to present their documents for verification and authentication. According to the statement, the verification exercise will take place from 1st July to 31st October 2026. The statement advised anyone who wishes to make further inquiries to contact the Odionwe, Pa James Ebo Ehige or the Okaigele, Mr. Vincent Agbonhikpakpa through the phone numbers on the screen.
And now on to the ever exciting world of sports, where the 2026 FIFA World Cup is set to begin on June 11th, 2026 across the co-host nations, United States, Canada and Mexico. This will be the first World Cup featuring 48 teams, expanding from the traditional 32. Defending champions Argentina return as one of the favorites alongside France, Brazil, Spain and England. Several nationals have made history by qualifying for their first ever World Cup, including Jordan, Cuba and Cape Verde. Among the notable returnees are Norway, Scotland, Australia and New Zealand. Major absentees include four-time champions Italy, who makes a third consecutive World Cup, as well as Nigeria and Cameroon. The tournament promises a truly global field with record participation from Africa, Asia and the Caribbean, making it the most diverse FIFA World Cup ever. And that's the size of a package. I'm Olu J. Oikokai. Do have yourself a blessed night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
ITV, certainly the best.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Loki Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osamui Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Upuma Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program. Memories on independent television every Sunday. Remember, for your events to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
Atwadi, Abba,
We're broadcasting live on Independent Television. This is International Forum. I am Lawrence Osifo, your anchor, standing in for your regular host, Wilson. Marshall, sincere apologies for coming a little bit behind shadows, trying to fix one or two together. Now, the international scene has been embroiled with a whole lot of, you call it challenges, you call it conflict, you call it war, you call it Cold War, anyhow you want to put it. Over the years, this is what we see for international diplomacy to remain and to strengthen ties. No thanks to Russia-Ukraine war, no thanks to Israel-Gaza, and the one really we've been embattled with lately since February 28 has been the U.S., Israel and Iran in Iran war that have caused the Strait of Hormuz to be blocked, leading to a non-shipment of crude oil and all of that. We know the ripple effects that had, especially in our country here in Nigeria. But that's not going to be our focus. Basically, our focus is going to be on the China's President Xi Jinping visiting North Korea and the impact on the Korean Peninsula. That's what we're going to be looking at this afternoon on the show. My guest, seasoned analyst, seated right here with me in the studio live, a lecturer and also a man of God, a preacher of the word, and I have the person of okay, Honorable Amego live for me in the studio. Honorable, good afternoon and good to have you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, sir.
Yeah, it's been quite a long time you and I together on set, but yes, here we are.
Better late than never.
All right, happy new month to you.
I wish you so.
All right, let's walk through you know, the issues around the international scene. You are someone who follows whether international politics or domestic politics. You are everywhere, so you understand the situation. But looking at the visit of China's President Xi Jinping to North Korea over the Korean Peninsula, if we should begin with that as an opening intro, what would you think, beyond just bilateral diplomacy and international diplomacy as we see, do you see any other thing more beyond that?
Yeah, that visit is much more than we can imagine.
Okay.
On the strength that, I think for the past 7 years, Xi hasn't gone to
Yes, 7 years exactly.
So, and you'll get to understand that a lot of things were said. Even there were some behind closed doors. I was trying to monitor. It was on Monday, and the whole thing should end today. The 2-day visit.
A visit that started yesterday.
They didn't talk about things on nuclear, denuclearization. Nobody mentioned it, and that would have been a major thing that the U.S. government would have been interested in. All this while, he has been playing host. That Xi Jinping has been playing host to several world leaders. But the first time, okay, let me also go out to meet our old friend, and they have had that treaty between North Korea and China for the past 65 years. So it was a call for renewal, and a lot of things would have been said, not known to us, you and I here.
Exactly.
And among the things that would have been said is to form a new world order exempting U.S. from it.
Okay.
I'm sure U.S. will be wondering what they would have also discussed. And my major concern is why exclude U.S. from it? Because from the discussion, we observed that even Putin was in the know of that meeting in North Korea and some other allied nations to China. So what I am thinking is U.S. being the super world power at the moment, they are looking for a way to exit U.S. from having that name.
Okay.
So one would not know what will happen thereafter. So a lot of things were discussed between China and North Korea, and one would not want to cast aspersions on them because they have that freedom of interaction to know common things that, or things that are common to both nations, and try to form a new world. That new world system is what I am bothered with.
Okay.
I wouldn't know what that will cascade to over the years. I'm sure U.S. by now will be wondering. You know, some time ago in May, the U.S. president, alongside with some rich Americans, Bill Gates and the rest, they went to China. On this floor of the studio, we're wondering why China will play host. But it's now getting clearer now that China is trying to gather information and to know what to do. The Chinese people are very smart. Unlike Trump, that in a way, noisemaker.
But a lot of persons will don't agree with you that Trump is a noisemaker.
He is a noisemaker.
You actually, that's your opinion anyway.
It will become opinion now, after now, that even when he has an idea, he blows the
too much trumpet before the idea is before it's implemented.
So he blows it out and everybody gets to know. It does not to show in leadership.
Probably it's sounding according to his name, trumpet, you know.
Yes, the sound of a trumpet is just Trump. So that is in leadership or in management, is not everything you bring out first. You should have surprises. That you're going to do this, you at least I've told the whole world that I'm coming to do ABC. And by that you're going to put your enemies on the guard that do not plan something differently. So as he was explaining, the caliber of personalities that be leaving Washington to China, and the Chinese people never mentioned the kind of people they were presenting to receive the U.S. president with his associates. So that goes to show that it's not everything you just blow open so suddenly. There should be some aspects of surprises.
Some secrecy and surprises.
So now that the Donald Trump with his friends have gone to China and back, they're going to see now that there was no need to be too loud. This Xi Jinping that you are thinking is docile is not as smart or sharp as we are, as the joker to his chest. And his joker that is playing out now all through. And it becomes a major challenge when it comes to world peace. World peace, they might end up leaving U.S. on his own. Maybe U.S., Canada, Britain, Germany, and the rest. But what the president of China is doing now is to play the role of Solomon, a wise person.
The very wise king.
So he's moving from nation to nation to feed the apostles so that he on his own will know what to do thereafter.
Now, talking about the New World Order, you made mention of. Do you see this as a threat to the United States? Because over the years, we've seen the U.S. wed its, shed its chairs as a world power, which other countries, when you try to definitely want to compete with them, whether with nuclear powers or any other way, they try as much as possible to want to suppress you. Does this New World Order you're talking about sound like a threat to the United States? Because we also know the powers China have when it comes to production of, weapon of mass destruction and all of that. Does this sound as a threat to the United States?
It's not a sound, it's a reality. The U.S. government, analyzing the meeting they heard in China, would have come back on those, what not to have exposed all our arsenals as we did publicly. If they had known that after U.S. came to China in May, that sometime in June, this man, Xi Jinping, will move to North Korea, they would have had a rethink. So it's a new world order they want to form. Russia is in the forefront. Of course, Iran is part of it. If Iran is there, Pakistan is there, a lot of them are there. So I'm sure the U.S. will go back to the drawing board to recalibrate a lot of things so that they want to mitigate whatever challenges that will accrue from this meeting. Because if you form, it's not like a secession. You want to leave, separate yourself
separate from a country, sovereign state.
So there'll be a resistance. So if there will be a resistance this time, the resistance will not be fierce because a lot of other world powers would have joined hands together to withstand the U.S. So I'm sure after now, if things put in place, is negotiations they will now start doing. Especially the use of dollar in the markets and all that. So a lot of countries now, even in Nigeria, as dollar exchange rate is increasing things are increasing.
Getting tougher.
And Mura would have used our naira to trade. We are using the naira to trade. The economic value is nosediving.
It's dwindling.
Yeah, that's it. So a lot of things will change. Even in the market, world market, sanctions here and there, a lot of them will be lifted.
Okay.
Because if the U.S. refuses to lift such sanctions, the other components forming the new world order will join forces, and whatever sanction they placed on you, say, don't worry, I will supply it. If the management of your place of work says your salary will be cut 50%, and somebody tells you whatever cut they do there, I'll make it up. So by that, you know,
so you are not scared. So even if they cut it, someone have to supply to fill in the gap.
Whatever difference, I'll make it up.
Yeah.
So that's the direction of the new world order now.
Okay.
They are tired, rightly or wrongly, of U.S. being persistently the world leader.
Okay. One of the fallout of the meeting as at yesterday is that both leaders had a summit. I'm quoting now. Both leaders had a summit and agreed to expand cooperation in politics, economy, and culture. Xi Jinping is a deeper, more comprehensive understanding with a clearer path of ties. So if you look at the fallout of what I just read now, it shows that it's beyond what probably the U.S. can just say, oh, the guy just went there probably to flaunt his muscle, or he just went there because he just want to go on a tour. Deeper than that.
It wasn't a tour. It was well planned, calculated, extrapolated. All the ingredients to form a new world, the ingredients were the things that China moved to North Korea, and in the kitchen of politics, they have been able to synchronize all what it will take to create a new world order. So what U.S. needs to do now is to make sure that things will go in their own favor.
Okay.
And if things go in their favor, all well and good. Otherwise, we're going to have some world challenges, because if your boss, as it were, used to give you directives here and there.
Yeah.
I now got to know that you, on your, if you don't obey those directives, nothing will happen.
Absolutely.
So by the time your boss gets to know that whatever directive he dishes out to you, and you refuse to accept or to carry on, nothing happens. So everything is neutralized. So the U.S. will have to be very careful.
Okay.
If a way U.S. can also do it is a suggestion to them that as China is going about it now, you know, China and U.S. have been having trade wars here and there.
Yeah.
And China is not relenting. They still want to be in charge of trade. More so, they have the market for it. A lot of things that you see done in the world today, you see China's input in it.
Yeah.
So they have the capacity to mass produce at a much cheaper rate. They have the labor to ensure that those things are brought to bear. So U.S. will have to recalculate within this short time and project to know where China is actually heading.
Okay. But we saw the sweeping tariff on this same China by the U.S. Some months ago, the sweeping economic tariff that the U.S. cut across the market of China. At a point, the Chinese government also retaliated to the U.S. as well. But okay, don't you see more of this whole trade tariff and everything after this visit coming up, going back in? Because Trump is someone that somehow you said is somebody that can be predicted, but in some cases it's also unpredictable. He can just wake up tomorrow morning and say, oh, we've hit another 150% tariff on China because of this trip that Chinese president has gone to in North Korea. Do you foresee that as well?
As far as I know, I can tell you the next move of Trump. Because he will say it. It's going to be something prophetic or something that I would now need a telescope to view it in the galaxy.
To view it very well.
Trump will say it.
Okay.
While he was campaigning before the second term, he told the whole world what he was coming to do. And all the things he's doing. So Trump is not going to come up with a new secret. His character will betray him in an attempt to create a secret agenda and suddenly will surprise the whole world. You can easily extrapolate and know that if Trump did this, this is the next thing he's going to do.
He's going to do.
Yeah, he will say it by himself. Don't just be in a hurry. He will say it by himself. Out of pride or arrogance or anything, he himself will be the one to say it. So that's unlike the Asian people, let's say the Chinese now.
Yeah.
The next thing you see is what you never expected. The U.S. government never expected that after the meeting between U.S. and China in May, that the Chinese people will go and have a meeting with the North Koreans.
With the North Koreans.
Yes.
True. They didn't see it coming.
They didn't see it coming. So it's just like you look at your opponent's weak point.
Yeah.
That's
You use it against them.
That's what they're doing. So if Trump had been silent, I'm coming with Elon Musk, I'm coming with Bill Gates, I'm coming...
But he's coming with the people that have influence and money.
Yes. So all those things, even if they came, you would have announced it.
Yeah, you do it secretly.
So as they announced it, China would have gone back to the drawing board. What are the implications of these various personalities coming?
Yeah.
Are they coming to intimidate us or coming to steal technology and all that? They will be on their guard. But if the reverse had happened, such that suddenly they saw various well-meaning personalities appearing with President Donald Trump, it would have been too late for them to start thinking. And that meeting they had in May last month, there's a return leg of that meeting later in the year.
Yeah.
I'm sure that return leg, first, China will not display or disclose people they are coming with. And number two, on the other hand, US would have been more ready now to know that the Chinese president is coming to play a game. And this game, they should beat Xi Jinping to that game. Otherwise, the second leg of that meeting between China and US, if US does not take proper care, it might not work in the interest of US.
Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, some of the goal of this peninsula from China's end are in three parts: to reassert influence, strategic cooperation, and denuclearization stance. Let's take them one after the other. Now, do you foresee to reassert influence? That is what China is trying to do now, because the peninsula is strategic to them, so they want to reassert influence. Do you think with this move by the Chinese president to North Korea, it's going to bring back all of that within the space of a little time?
It sure will, because it's just for the paperwork. Otherwise, at that level of governance, a lot of things would have been put in black and white.
Yeah.
Let's formalize it. It's the formalization of that we are seeing now. Let it not be that by phone call or by email we'll sign some agreements.
Yeah.
Let me just come for 2 days. Otherwise, you look at it ordinarily, 2 days will be too short to accomplish
exactly those things.
They have to formalize it.
Okay.
Let the world know that I came. Not that suddenly the relationship between China and North Korea will be a major shock to the world.
Yeah.
So within these 2 days, I'm sure maybe the fiscal signing of documents would have been done. Of course, no matter how much of the documents, they should be able to sign it in 2 weeks. in 2 days. Yeah, they should.
It's not a project work.
Yes.
That you have
I'm sure some of them would have been signed through Korea.
Yeah.
Okay, there are some that the press will have to
be there. Okay. We're still on to the program International Forum. We're still looking at Xi Jinping's visit to North Korea, talking about the Korean Peninsula, the impact it's going to have on the international stage. But we're going to take a short break. When we return, the conversation continues, because my next question to Amego is going to be, if Trump wouldn't want to outsmart Xi Jinping again, but probably they'll just go give something juicy to North Korea that could just make them change their mind overnight. But let's go on a short break on the show. Stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. Still International Forum, broadcasting live on independent television. We've been taking a critical analysis on Xi Jinping, that's Chinese president, to North Korea to see the North Korea leader on the Korean Peninsula. The impact is going to have on North Korea. And my analyst, Frank Amego, Honorable Frank Amego, who's been here helping us to make sense out of the issues. We've been looking at it bit by bit, and the next stage, what this diplomacy between China and the North Korea is like. The president of China has been in North Korea since yesterday on a 2 days working diplomatic visit yesterday, and today definitely he should be returning back to China at the end of the day after so many probably paperwork, like he said, has been signed and all that. But we're still trying to make sense out of the threat this might be to the United States, because the United States has over the years flaunted itself as a world power, and they don't want any nations of the world, whether I want to call it China, whether I want to call it Russia, to want to flaunt muzzles with them. So the only thing they do, they support all those other nations who try to want to say, oh, they want to also rise to become world powers, and you know, see how they gain influence and get, you know, something out of it. You know what they always say, that America does not come to help you without having an interest in your country. So, but now, Honorable, before we went on that break, I already gave you a heads up to my next question. I was saying, what if America, via Donald Trump, decide to now go back and rethink and give the North Korea juicy, you know, bringing juicy opportunities to the table and say, let's get things done this way in order to also crush this diplomatic visit from Xi Jinping, that's China's president, to North Korea. Don't you think that might be feasible? Because you're saying Trump can be predicted. What if he now chose not to be predicted this time around?
First, there's no table. Not about Donald Trump bringing juicy things to the table. There's no table.
You think so?
It's obvious.
Okay.
Because the relationship between China and North Korea, they signed a treaty.
Yes.
It's about 65 years now. It was actually in 1961 that treaty was signed. And that's about the only country China signed that thing with. And America, as a nation, has never had that in their consciousness, to have a good working relationship with North Korea. You know, up to now, without thinking too far, that America knows that North Korea is an ally of Russia and of China.
Yeah.
So those ones are already forming their own. So there is no way that Donald Trump, as President of America, will now stoop so low. Stoop so low.
Almighty America.
Yes. So that's okay. Since China has gone there,
yeah,
let's also go there, let's negotiate.
Let's negotiate.
Who is the best friend of North Korea? America will never do that. That's stooping too low. That let's make friends with North Korea. No. They won't do that. Because a lot of policies that North Korea has put in place, they were not going way down well with America in any way. So I'm sure what our American government will be doing now is to find out the depth of their relationship and know how to create an alternative route to ensure that that tie between China and North Korea is kind of neutralized. In other words, will be of no effect to the world entirely. But if Russia is showing interest in that relationship between China and North Korea, American government should be worried. Of course, Russia will be interested in it.
Of course.
A part of that resolution in that meeting yesterday and today, China is still insisting that Taiwan belongs to them. And we know that America says, no, Taiwan is sovereign, is independent.
Independent of its own.
Yes. So that argument, I'm saying it so softly, that argument between US and China will not allow them to now go back to North Korea to create a sudden friendly relationship. It will be so strange.
Yeah.
North Korea will view it as something strange that American government is coming towards them with a carrot. And you know that they collect that carrot, the next is a strike. So America is not going to stoop low to go after what China is going after. China is doing that because of the Korean Peninsula, which at the moment is not the interest of Donald Trump or America.
Okay.
So what they, I think, America will do now is to create an alternative. Should that agreement between China and North Korea come to reality, what options do we have?
They have.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's
look at also the Russian factor. Do you see that also as a, should I call it a threat or a merit or a demerit actually on this same peninsula that is the main issue right now? Do you see the Russian, because we know the person of Vladimir Putin as well is someone who also he can strike at any time. He can also do things. He's somebody who he doesn't really give a damn about what comes out of it, because we've known him as a warlord for a very long time. Do we see the Russian factor also to play in this situation?
Yes, definitely. Russia, anything like Russia, China, like Siamese twins.
Yeah.
Anything one of them does is to the interest of the other.
Okay.
So I'm very sure, because of the close working relationship between China and Russia, China would have told Russia some details of their meeting in North Korea. And they would have ironed out...
Even as they are still there since yesterday and today, you think information will pass?
Communication. Even though there are some gray areas, they would have been able to iron them out.
Yeah.
Otherwise, the Xi Jinping will not just go to North Korea and return back to China. Oh, I should have said ABC.
Yeah, yeah.
Anything missing, if there's any missing link, would have interacted with Russia.
Russian
president. Because both of them are more superior than North Korea. So there's a thing we wanted this boy to do for us, North Korea. When I get there, I will implement. And Russia will now interact with China. As the boys submitted to everything, he said no. Okay, did you mention this area? I said, okay, please mention that area now. Okay. So that interaction between China and Russia, North Korea is not actually a threat to US. It's more of China. In terms of, if you want to grade it, number one there is China before Russia. So China and Russia collabo will sort of want to intimidate or harass the American government.
Okay.
So it's of great concern if and when Russia shows so much interest in the meeting in North Korea, between China and North Korea.
Okay. So in the end, as we begin to try to, wind down the conversation, in the end, what will be the implication of the peninsula at the end of the day? How beneficial is it really going to be, both from the side who has gone there, that is China, and even the North Korea in itself, or globally at large? What benefit should everybody be expecting after this 2-day street? A lot of signing has been done, a lot of I will do this, I will do that, which we are not privy to now as a stand. But what should the mind of the average person on the global scene be expecting from the peninsula?
You just have to key in, because the agreement was timed.
Yeah.
Whatever agreement that is being reached between China and North Korea is a Korean peninsula. It's an American peninsula or Nigerian peninsula.
Yeah.
So agreements will be binding on that peninsula. Whosoever that wants to traverse that territory will be based on that agreement.
Yeah.
There might be some qualifications for you to move through there or not. So that agreement will be binding.
Under international law, it is called Pacta Sunt Servanda.
Exactly.
That every agreement entered into has to be binding to the latter.
Yes.
Okay.
It has to be binding. So if you are not, if the clause there does not favor you, you have no business there.
If the clause doesn't favor you have just like just like the US is right now. It seems like the clause is not favoring them.
It shouldn't favor US from this interaction now, from this movement from China to North Korea is against US. They want to see that the dominance of US is dissipated.
Yeah.
It's brought so low.
Brought so low that their influence will be
so that all of us will not become equal.
Yeah.
So that's the whole reason. Otherwise, such a matter should have come up under the UN.
Yeah, United Nations.
Yes, United Nations. Okay, let's talk about Korean Peninsula. But now they avoided all that. So the two of us can interact.
Looking at the UN in itself again, because don't you see the UN like, I don't want to tag them like what we have in the West African sub-region ECOWAS, that's like a toothless bulldog that can only bark but cannot bite. Don't you see that the UN also, probably they are being very careful not to bring such issue before their table, in order not for them to be seen as being biased, or because if you look at the UN as well, a lot of persons have argued that the UN is controlled by the US. A lot of persons have had that argument that, oh, the United Nations is fully controlled by the United States. Don't you think probably that is why the UN is trying to be discretionary in order not to bring it before their own table at the UN General Assembly?
It's time wasting, resource wasting, to argue that US is not in control of UN. They need to argue that it's US that's in control. I'm sure.
Are there facts to that?
Yes. US is in control of UN. There are a lot of things that US will do.
But you have sovereign countries that come together to make up the United Nations.
Are you aware that Jaguda Game Master?
That's a street language anyway.
Are you aware of that?
You said the same. Every boss has a boss.
Yes.
Okay.
So US runs things
in the UN.
Nigeria runs ECOWAS.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. If you remove Nigeria from ECOWAS,
ECOWAS is just new ECOWAS.
So is anything Nigeria says? You recall that I think once upon a time, it wasn't in Liberia or somewhere.
Yeah.
Of recent, that our troops, our army guys, have to go. Was it? I forgot the country.
Yes, it's not Liberia now. We have border in Lagos, Benin Republic.
They went there to stop the coup, reverse it.
Yeah. While we were having our own challenge here in Nigeria.
The city president, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, go there and stop.
Sent to Kano jets that we couldn't get to the forest.
Reverse that coup. So that showed the superiority of Nigeria in ECOWAS.
Just as same US.
Same way US can overrule anything. US can.
Okay.
So bringing that matter before the UN would have been a wasted effort.
Okay.
Because UN is not saying that countries should not interact. So, on the strength of free interaction, China went to North Korea.
To North Korea.
There are two of us council.
We can talk, we can agree, we can do something.
Within our sovereignties, we can do something.
Okay.
So, since it's Korean Peninsula, it was now very important for Xi Jinping to leave China to come and
meet him in North Korea.
It's not Chinese peninsula.
It's the Korean Peninsula.
Yes, you ask them that, let me come and meet you.
So they
I'm sure the North Korean president will say, no sir, boss, let me come.
No, don't worry. You know they say the person that is looking for something hand is longer.
In international politics, diplomacy is for me
you, yourself to
prepare the documents. I'll come and sign it. Of course, before those documents were printed out, soft copies will have gone to China,
like you said,
dot the I's, cross the T's, and return to North Korea. I'm only coming to sign.
To make it formally official.
So the challenge US will have there is, if that agreement is firm.
Okay.
If it's firm, US, as I earlier said, has to think of an alternative to that.
Okay.
Otherwise, is a gradual fall of American influence in the globe.
Okay, let's wrap up with this. Bottom line of this trip is that this trip is less about breakthrough diplomacy and more strategic calculations, like you said earlier, because it's really a strategic calculations. That was the reason why he had to move. China wants to secure its stabilizing force. This is according to one of the statements that was brought out as at yesterday. So as we wrap up finally on this show, do you see a firm and stabilizing force in the course of this trip, that at the end of the day it's just going to be a done deal, whether the US can even have access into it, whether by any means of either coercion or negotiation or by any way?
What I think US will do is to kind of destabilize the implementation of that agreement. Yes, the US can easily do that. They have the diplomatic acumen to
do things like that,
break into it so that it will not really materialize. Because if it does materialize, it will be to the detriment of the American government. So is not left for North Korea. North Korea is like a poor country to me.
Yeah, to an extent.
Yeah, poor country. So US might want to give them 1 or 2 incentives.
Yeah.
And that will kind of sway their minds for a while. And before they can recover, send another thing. That we're actually friends.
Yeah.
And you can use the might of the UN to say, on your nuclear power,
we stand.
What will happen is, we said you shouldn't start, but you start, do 10%. Okay. Then we'll see what we can do. So diplomacy can play out to ensure that the treaty or the agreement does not really hold waters. That's the only way it can play out. I think so.
All right, you know what they say about international politics? There's no permanent friend, there's no permanent enemy. The only thing that's permanent is interest. So you never can tell. Tomorrow, the US can just go there with something juicy that might be in the biggest favor of North Korea, rather than what the China came to do between yesterday and today. But I want to thank you very much, Honorable Frank Amego, one of our very great both political analysts and international analysts. Thank you for your time, for joining us on the show. That's the size of our package today on the program. God willing, next week, your regular host, Wilson Omasho, will be around to take you through. On behalf of my team here, I want to thank you for investing your time with us on the show. I'm Lawrence Osifo. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best.
Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Itchings and Voices here on Independence Television and on radio. My name is Mamedu Rebecca and I'm your host for today. And first of all, I would say hope it's not too late to wish our children a happy Children's Day. And we'll be continuing on the conversation that we've been on for a couple of weeks now, which is on inclusive education. And this is a special edition because this week we celebrated our Children's Day, which we will be here to also talk about the importance of education for children. For the past few weeks, most of our guests have talked about why inclusive education is more important than just integrated education for every child, most especially children with disabilities. And today, of course, we have our sign language interpreter, Cynthia Godwin-Aya, that will be doing justice to our hearing impaired community. And our guest for today is Mr. Kingsley Eromesele, who is a teacher in Iyogbe College. Welcome very much, sir.
Thank you very much.
It's nice to have you. Okay, so we'll go straight into the conversation. So with your experience, we know a lot of people have different ideology of what inclusive education means. But I want to ask you personally, what does inclusive education mean to you? How do you see inclusive education?
Thank you very much for that question. My own perspective of inclusive education is a system of education whereby learners learn in the same environment, irrespective of their person, irrespective of their disability, in view of what in view of what Federation of the Deaf, we also support inclusive education, but with a condition that it must be that inclusive education must be made culturally accessible to hearing impaired children, to the deaf children, with the use of a sign language interpreter to give them access to information, free access to their peers, because there is no way you can train a deaf child without including them in an environment where they have hearing counterparts and friends. That's how I see inclusive education as it relates to the deaf.
Oh wow, thank you very much, sir. So what would you say, aside from what you just said, can you throw more light on the exact importance on inclusive education for a child that is hearing impaired? Because you made mention of how culturally it should be made available for children with hearing impairment. So can you throw more light on the importance of it for children with hearing impairment, if you're specific now?
That the very first importance is that education is a fundamental human right. Every child, irrespective of the disability, should have access to education. But as it is, education is not fully accessible to some deaf persons. In Edo State now, for example, we have 18 local governments with only one secondary school that is accessible for the deaf, and we have 5 primary schools. So in that regard, education, we can't talk about inclusive education because it's not accessible to many deaf. Again, our children relate with their friends, they live and relate with other people in the society. Inclusive education, as the children are relating and mainstreaming with themselves, they learn to live independent life. That inclusive education is important to the deaf person because it will make them to see that the society is wider than what they think, because they have access to relate with other people. But if the school is segregated, it is possible that some deaf will not benefit from the importance of inclusive education.
Oh, wow, thank you, sir. And from what is said, are there some challenges that are perhaps particular to students with hearing impairment that maybe children with other kind of disability might not experience? Because since we've been talking generally on inclusive education, but now bringing it to students with hearing impairment, are there some challenges they face that maybe a child with physical impairment or visual impairment might not experience per se?
A child in wheelchair, for instance, can get admission into a nearby school, can look for a way to enter the classroom and learn with other children. But for a deaf child, cannot just gain admission into any school, whether the school is closed or the school is what the parents, is the choice of the parents. If that school does not have provision for inclusive education, a deaf child cannot benefit from it. And as sign language interpreters, deaf education is meaningless. When we really want to talk about inclusive education for the deaf, it will mean a situation whereby everyone can sign. For example, I, as a teacher, if as a teacher in a deaf school, imagine a hearing child, for instance, coming to gain admission in a deaf school, and every person in the school, the learners, the teachers, they are all signing. How will that hearing child benefit from education in a deaf school? So it is the same. That's how a deaf person also feels, being in the midst of others who can hear, who can talk, but they cannot hear and talk. Again, lack of technological devices can also affect deaf learners in an inclusive system. The deaf, they cannot hear, but they depend largely on what they see. But if you go around, you will see that they don't even have technological devices for teaching them, even in schools where you have sign language interpreters. No projector, no pictures, no. Again, some children have hearing aids. They were given as gifts. Some of them do not know how to use it because they do not have access to audiologists. The schools are very far from the homes of our deaf children. Now that we have one deaf school in Benin City, some of our students live at Saple Road Bypass, some live at Oluku, some live very far away from school. Leaving the house, no matter how early, they will arrive school tired and late. All these are challenges that the deaf are facing in an inclusive system. I know that deaf education is expensive. The money you will use to train 3 hearing children is not enough to train 1 deaf child because of these challenges. A parent came to me last week sharing the daughter's story that the child is looking for admission into a higher institution. I referred that parent to Ilorin, where the child will have access to facilities that can help him or her to learn. I did not mention University of Benin. I also mentioned University of Calabar and University of Ibadan. But I couldn't mention University of Benin because I know that we do not have the facilities there. There was a time I visited the deaf primary school. I saw more than 5 parents sitting in the compound. And I asked them, are you people not going to work or to your business places? The parents answered that they come to school every day because their houses are very far. So they will hang around until their children will close and they will take the child back home. Just imagine. They are supposed to go home in the morning after dropping the child and come back to pick the child. But just to ease the cost of transportation, they now decide to be staying in school until their children will close. So those are some of the challenges that we are facing in deaf education presently.
Wow, that is a lot. And some of the things are things that might not naturally or normally cross our mind. And from the first thing he said, he made mention of how one of the things we need are teachers that can sign. And I want to ask a question. So for education for children with hearing impairment, should there be a separation for sign language interpreters and then teachers, or it's meant to be like incorporated? Because a lot of times we talk about sign language interpreters and then we talk about teachers separately. Is it supposed to be like that, or most of these teachers are meant to be teachers that can sign and relate with children that have hearing impairment?
Please take the question again.
Okay, so a lot of times we have sign language interpreters, and when we're talking, we make mention of the need to have sign language interpreters. But now we need teachers for students with hearing impairment, teachers in maybe deaf schools. So are they meant to be 2 separate jobs, or teachers are meant to learn to sign too? I don't know if you understand the question.
In real practice, sign language interpreters are different from the teachers. I attended a program in Abuja that was organized by Gallaudet University. There we had some teachers who were deaf teachers, and we also had interpreters. They made us to understand that the work of the sign language interpreter is different from the work of a deaf teacher. So that is what it's supposed to be. But in real practice, when we have a sign language interpreter who can also teach, we bring them together. But in the real sense, they are supposed to be separated. But in Nigeria, we put them together, we mainstream them. In Nigeria, we are talking about inclusive education, but do we really have the facilities for inclusive education? No. So for that, personally, I recommend partial integration, whereby you have special needs students in the same school environment with regular students, but having their lectures in separate classrooms. Inclusive education, I fully support it in higher institutions, because at that level we have students who have gone through the process of a strong foundation from primary to secondary. Then at the university level, they would have gained enough skills and attitude that will enable them to cope in the same classroom with others. But for primary school, I do not recommend inclusive education for deaf, even at secondary level. In primary school, maybe junior secondary school, up to junior secondary school, you can have some students who will not be able to make a simple sentence, but it's not the same thing in the regular school.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We'll have to go on a very short break, and when we come back, we're going to continue from when we stop on the conversation. Thank you. Welcome back from that break. Like we were talking about earlier, so you spoke about how you would advise for children in primary and secondary school to have partial inclusive education, if I'm correct, and not full inclusive education for the need to be integrated properly.
Yes.
Okay, so but now talking back to the teacher, so what is like the ideal process for how it should be? Since he said in the real term, it should be that the sign language interpreters are separated from teachers. So how is the class system going to be? Like, will teachers be teaching while we have sign language interpreters interpreting? Wouldn't that like slow down the flow of like lectures for the students?
Thank you very much for that question. In the classroom, the teacher will teach with sign language. The teacher who understands sign language will teach using sign language directly. But if you now have another teacher who does not have the skill of signing, that's where the interpreter will also come up to interpret what that teacher is teaching. So in that situation, that sign language interpreter shouldn't be given a subject because the workload will be too much. So that person is just there to interpret, and for other communications outside classroom, the interpreter will come up to do the job.
Oh, okay, that makes more sense now. And I think there's a bit shortage in the teachers for the disabilities community, like teachers that are in the disability community. I can be corrected, but how can we integrate more teachers? How can we change the system and have more teachers who are well equipped to lecture in special education? Maybe teachers that can sign and all of that. What does he advise, or what does he think can be done to have more teachers be integrated into the system?
We have to start from school, encourage students to study special education. When we have more of our regular students, hearing students, having interest in studying special education, if they graduate, they will certainly come back to teach in a special school.
We don't have Edo State. Other states may have it. Other states may have a lot of challenge than here.
Yes, if we want to check statistics, other states may have enough special teachers, more special teachers than us. But here, as you said, we do not have enough special teachers. It's not everybody who can interpret that can teach, and it's not everybody who can sign. It's not everybody who can sign, who is a sign language interpreter also. Neither, we are talking about special teachers. We also do not have enough sign language interpreters in Edo State. If you go to our special school at Afuzi, Auchi, Uromi, just visit the school. Just go there and see if we have enough special teachers or not. We do not have.
Wow. I want to know, what does he think? He made mention of the need to go back to schools, like school is the solution, maybe advising more students to go in the field of special education and study special education. What does he think about integrating it into like general schools now, but now special education as like a subject from primary, secondary, university, so it's like everybody is integrated into it instead of people just specializing on special education? What does he think about that?
So that would be a very welcome, that would be a plus to the deaf community. It's a welcome development. The federal government, if the federal government can do it, it will be a plus. Where we now have sign language as part of our curriculum, should be a language that should be studied. After that, you now have students who will develop interest in studying different special education, so they will come back to teach in a special school. The government should also, apart from that, encourage teachers, because teachers are poorly paid. Nobody wants to go to school to study education. Let the government make the profession attractive to the younger ones, so that we can have more and adequate teachers in schools. Anything short of that, nobody will be interested in it. Yes, no matter the policy that we make, it can fail because teachers will not implement the policies in the classroom because their welfare packages are poor. So let us treat teachers the same way we treat doctors, lawyers, and engineers. If we do that, you see a big difference. People will be rushing to study education courses, including special education.
Well, that's very true, because at the end of the day, we want to be able to feed and make ends meet from every single profession that we are in. So So I know we are still talking a bit about the teachers. Yes, we'll go back to children later on, but I want to ask one more question pertaining to teachers. Are teachers that focus on special education, are they segregated too? Is there like a segregation in the teachers? Because we are talking about inclusion generally. Is there any form of segregation?
He's asking if it's in form of salary or what?
In salary, yes, salary or any other thing.
Okay, in terms of salary, I would say that special teachers have special education allowance. But looking at the nature of their work, that special teachers allowance is not even enough. A regular teacher can just enter the classroom, explain within 15 minutes, 20 minutes, they are through. But a special teacher will enter the class. That same lesson, the teacher will not be able to finish it in 30 or 45 minutes. So the workload is different. You can never compare a regular teacher and a special teacher. So there is segregation. Even if it is a teacher for the visually impaired or a teacher for those who are intellectually challenged, you cannot compare the workload with a regular teacher. So the special teacher's allowance should be increased so that it will become more attractive.
A child came to the school and is young without language.
Just imagine a special child, a deaf child, coming to school at the age of 8 or 9 or even 10, no matter the age, without a language. The teacher will have to go and start from the scratch, teaching alphabet, teaching 1, 2, 3. It's not as easy as we think, because regular students at that age would have acquired some level of language, would have acquired even some literacy skills before coming from home. So it is not the same. You can't compare the workload. So government should work very hard to increase the teacher special allowance.
Okay, I had to make mention of that so we know what exactly we are facing and the different challenges even with teachers, and not just with our students. But I would like for him to take us back a bit. So he mentioned assistive technology earlier on, and he made mention of the importance of children with hearing impairments to visualize things. Can you help us to make mention of some of the assistive devices that students with hearing impairments might need?
Okay, a few deaf can make use of hearing aid. When I was younger, I used the hearing aid. With it, I was able to take dictation because my level of hearing at that time was higher than now, but now I can't. Hearing aid, before you use it, you must go through the audiology test to know the level of hearing and to know the suitable hearing aid for that particular person, not just to gift someone hearing aid and you expect the person to use it. Projector is also another technological device that the deaf can benefit from. It shows pictures. When that child sees the picture, they will remember the picture, they will remember the spelling, they will remember what is used for. So it helps them to learn a lot. Deaf do not learn in abstracts. The deaf also need audiologists. We have special teachers, but in every special school we are supposed to have trained audiologists for placement. But smart board, yes, smart board is something that the deaf can also benefit from, but we do not have it. There are speech to text devices, one of which can be glasses. Some of them are glasses, some of them are wristwatches, but for students they can benefit from glasses. Whatever you are saying, the screen of the glasses will just be bringing it out in text. Wow. The child can read it and see it, but we do not have it. So when they have such glasses, they don't need a sign language interpreter. If the language is in English, as you are talking, the device will just be translating into text and the child can read from it and will know what you are talking about. But we do not have all of these, but these are the technological devices that can help a deaf child to learn.
Wow, this is very nice, because I think most of the time a lot of people think it's just sign language interpreters that can help a child communicate better in society, and just sign language. This just made us know that there is actually so much more to it. So I would like for him to, in a few words, what can he say to maybe government, to people who can assist, and what word would he want to pass out to the government, people that can assist, even parents, when it comes to encourage them to maybe send kids with hearing impairment to school, and what way would he tell the government to assist them more?
Government should assist deaf students with scholarship. It will help many deaf to further their education after primary and secondary school. I'm in love with Ondo policy of education. As a student, every student from Ondo, they are all on scholarship, special students. Every year, they collect scholarship. All through my education, I never benefited from scholarship. Only the one I benefited was from First Bank. From my state, there was nothing like that. This will encourage many parents and students to further their education. For parents. For the parents, they should not relent. They should not be tired of encouraging their children to continue education. They can become what God wants them to be through education. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you very much, sir. It has been a very impactful session in the studio today. Thank you for joining us. And in a few words, I would say that education is a leveler for every child. Every child needs education. From a child with hearing impairment, a child that is visually impaired, every single child needs education. So we are calling on to the government and to developmental organizations that can help even here in Edo State to make sure education is accessible for every single student. And remember, this is NAVID, Network for the Advancement of Persons with Disability, and we're bringing itches and voices to you. And I remain your host, Rebecca Mamidu. And remember, spot the itch and be a voice. See you next week Friday.
ITV, certainly the best. ITV, certainly the best.
Wabotao, Edonewa, Edonewa, Wabi Negekai, Wabi Danio. Ere se Mayadu Gie, Ibota. Ibotana, Okbe no giswe, na ya bwedo ade, or giswe, na ya sie mokoko, na ya sie bekoko, ayariwa otane, besori maido atoka mama, enwani ni nokokwa aga webo, na ya ga hemi na hiae, ina ya inye, o ibota, ota mai, ota anyowa, binu kisema mwe, binu ya nyikere ni ade, umwe ade, otano. Unta ni makiari la dawe na ke yere no yino no yezu malele wotedo eso we mi esi no eso we mi dano o ewe o keke no kuri owo boy yoto o ga bo nana mi ewe bi no do mana he eso we ri aseri owe o te befu odo enze unde we o awodo ni eme eso we o makeke kaka onaze mana wona mola dia na ya wibude yo na domiki na he imi no keke iyima na ogun egun eme na okere magwe iyima an atu ni no pa yima eho usioma orewa iyima boke on wa tok be meto me no wo mu no ade na o ire ohe pastor Kabari erima no we no mo mu no we ugina ero wania ona zenara we nigade nido imudi ane ini magwa kamili kataba o iwe owa no kubo ekunoro wodo ino do manae okedi uto odomae okedo befu odomae ni mayi wa hon bukike na ni anoyi mawe na mo ina ladi ana diai okeyiwe okuna bowa obo ifune owa ni ara aye oye wo wa ni maye no mayi fun ya gbese ana na gwa lo wo be okuna ke lae ona do mi o wa ni ebo eri amoye o mi o wa ni ebo ona ha modo we mi o wa pa ni tawada boy na do la o odo na rigo ni ana ya asa ana lawani ogbupe ha gbukpe nebo ya supise ina do mana he wi go ni asa epo bo kiyen oju ori adu wa ni ho ni ide yo to ho mi owu ara do duiko baka yi mo yi odo we ma ri to yin ma ebo wa ala wo ma we ayi mo yo wa na jina odo na we onya wa ni na mo yo wa ni ye o wa ya ye ba na we ayi wa ta ma ya ye na gbode na temata o wa na nu we ye na o bukhana no ri awa no gbena na gbube ba ya na so oni ri ma we pe me ade ni ke asayo wa na owo kin ga asana ni epo agba ya le olere ni ana mi go ya asa ana wona mo ladia eso we ko ni ma we se eso we mo mana wona we gbe gun ayo uru no zedo ejima ma when we retire na egbe we de wa mi igo ko ya bo wa ino mana tamodo emi dano emi esi no
emi dano go you talk o matamoda fun ofu o metin bi o talk o metin bo wa so pa ona ga ko no robodo go mana tamo da fon e unyi me no gba boge ne mata opia o uta opia unwa o odo o osalobu anupo geva ogoku opia odion ugbe yen ugbe robodo we me go nu we kan ya ri to ugu tamoda fon uge ori kwe o mana kwe we ri uzo seyo we utama dogo na opia no piesi yo hian suwe ya gun aluto
dona ga piesi
hem yo hian suwe ya gun aluto yo hian mudia buwe buwani sukma nu gbe ya ni oto nu ya bowa we no da fon ma oga hon ege no didi ya hon o pe ani mana ku egui egbo tian gui e ko kian ri
wese
domosa
ya no tare on da do ya ekpita we ope amenye ohugbe sukme na yen ise yin aji ege na no tene na ladia meke wi no ta no bo makedo mo ladia me pet uwe na oge ibota so we mu du yin odo lori ayuwa e ma tagile no we odeso omo yin no wa yin iya bo ameru wa yire na miewe ona roge no paroge megibe no ta serio ara de do ka we opana ya uje ma we ini ene bo wania o tonera ibe ya ga hune 100 by 100 no yerige anyanyo da asie osekoko ari kinana danyo wa danyo gbeso osiloho yina yeti ewe yina de ana go kwere ke ti odo ni we lare odo me yina go we na ya so gbe ona be gele la wo wa minu na re no wina so pa gbeso ya gbuzole ha gbuzole va gbeso pede ha no ya mo ho yi ute o ga rodo o ga ire o ma gi egun na le kalubi ya o owo na wo ri sege yina ana go kwere ni eri oto ni eso ya ye makazi oni yina de go la de ye go gi ma ya so na ya gbolu yo otonare munu eri ma wa re erowi dana ona we ni eri yina de 800,000 yina de na ana ya gbolu ye re gada we yina wo ye so egbena owe na ya meken yo oni ni boti e feeling na ye kan ha ake egbe ke ba temu ana de woma yina de 12 trip yina de ne owo ri mo ayo yegi sira no to be ere no wana imiege ya kai ba owo we tipa strike ere tipa no nya egbe mara no nya tipa re rebu ogere lukune ere wa ta mari ni amawo be mo yo eno wa no mu yimi akeka ofonoro ha pe ana ohura ori ke isi ezo ni ana wa wo be ri go re ori ere e mo na wa ga te mele mo na ga university na ze ge we ni yo to owo ezeyin eye zeyo wona la wiye na ya zebiyo ina agwa lu tokereri ni awe mudari ke wa akwa mune o wa di yo unda ye na doja o ya se gbe mi na re wo wa o we zeyo yo pa azire ba yo pa wona aye na o ze ni na ila wa la e atobi eri oto ni e bo unda se so ma mo gbagbo yen se ti le zo bo ni le ebe eri yo o ni tamame ina wo gbe mu pa bu re we e ma tagele na gele ni o pe ani dobu no ma zi agbo mo ko na mi we e ko mu di ake we ni egele iwe ni na ya ma so kun ye no bi ani ma o le gbe egbo wo do wa bi bu de wa ri ni ya mi a bi a ke ma gbe ya o ko we kini ya
wa we si e pi so waro no ji ku onyi ni me egbe na tana o pia no ma mu gbagbo we ma bo ma geno oko no metin go webo ma mudia nu ya gwezio benu wa ya bo eso waro oko awa mego ni awe da fun me ya gun me oto ni oko ni mio mi to mi go ora wa gun owe Inyo ta wana.
Inyo gele uta.
Inyo dafeno nya wana.
Inyo gele no.
Ige bae eze. Ige suku oge mo. Ha. Ukpon. Da yoko ni kun. Ama wete ode ye mo kun. Egbopo weri oyen na gbogbo. Ehia wa akun amunokpe ani. Tokian zi onegbe. Egbe poweri omo gbogbo wa le o. Le. Ndu ni wo pe ani nda ga yen go me wanara omi e. Oga yen go me sele omi e. Omo na rie ne okori de. So negbe mi weri o ni ge sunu e de ye ope ani yin igo guyen odobo wa le. Ete onyin me no gba so plan onyin pi ani bun osie ni kwo ni bun na we pe iberio
wese edunowo me wa ho ni yima na ya na ege yima opoko atu an mata no owe emi osi ni oke ke ni ma e bu te ewu mana we oho egwo ma dioma gi agba muso gi agba ma oko kini ni bi no wa kai owe de baeziz iyo agbon magba ma ebi no wana ati help meet gia koko we na sira okukin okbi ara zuru mama gbon ohori bo bae unda emi okunaro pa ho oke ri ege nota owe ina so no ya esi wan abetima si wan owe oban mo ma o se wa obu se so mana we go ma ro loro yeke no gweru ai we kiamu iru yeke igawo yo bonu e mata no emi no samo bazun da eri oku onokbia we no ri obo bae no ya muso no wi yo bonu so pipi so da gele mi we obo sami ai ami adueki igo la obo ye ba lo egbo a ye gi zeyo ohoni eso me ara si go wa eso yo zige bae eso yo zige suku uye no mi we e monye so ba ke sukure abawo ni arigo ina ye igbo ko neria uda gi ne sano ye oge kan amunene okuda amunobo oso amogie ne nebo ye gi de gbo ko di ememo e moni gi de gbo ko bi ya ne rabu wa e gbo ma be rio baga gele gbo na temata edunu peru nu da be ni mata ba emi osi ni no ko na zo de nu da o ke mi ha wo pe a o ni maka ni o ka do alu o pe ani o maka ni o ka do awu tabo se ba eye omuweni be odo mi go yi ohun ni ototo eye ki aga je ohun ni le megbe we ni egu edolo yi owo di agba mo wa e no ya bo pe ani mo wa e o pe no ma mu egbe ni makata ti we so aro we ra ye bi ama ku be kiama o ko mare ebe wa yi wa na yi wa lo me vi o mo we yo ule ke ni je na la wo ko na epopo me e ko fo me osobo ke ye be zio owe ta na ni ba ni ana sa me ba wo me no de we adebodi uhu wo bera agbe na mi we bo we bai iri ono ikwe so gele ro na mi we o mego ya mu na wa we no ya bo wa de ni na de ka me ma bo wi o bo wa ni na okpa ni obo emi okpa ni aro me de ni okpa be dokpa yi ma be katare ugi e bota na mi we okpa ni na yari okwo ni na ri oto ona di go lo pe ani no ri oto pe ni siba ona we ohono ni egbe ni o kan yo ona gbe mi eto boye yo o na we o ma mini oyo pa ye bi e na ado fi ene yo nya ye nje pe to pa no ri ohun ona ewe bo owo ni kewu o ma ego pe ani yari owa ni oto ni kiene o ma ani wu o pe ani ne mo ho be no ka bi ene ana wo ma na ya mo yo bi jia yoni seba agbolu yone yi baba ma so to bi yema mi yi mari e be ba ni na na wo wi agboto na we do to no ki yi wo ka mu wa ye do to o woni le mortuary aya ki yo na o to bi yi ane mu bo e de ni ya gbe ba re ni o na ni na wo gba lo to e ma e ani gba lo to ma no gbolu yo oni we ri ya o ki eni e o ru pe a baraka gbiradi ibeke na gbo nyawu ite ya mo e lari o ko no ri wo ya doto we na wa egun e doto wu da o no mo gberi oto na why no da able to submissiveness or mo gberi to no nya na nya pe to pa no ro mo adafene ne kesi eni keni no me ona we awa no ge eri mo ese gume do si o ni ha e ti ya lo e we di we ugbo do to o ni gele o we ye mo to keke yi ni ha o ni de o to ho ni we na ya ri o to na ri kiye una ya mu no ho una ya danyo o ni wu ni ha mu da we o no pa bi ne amari go na mo ye wa ni amami o to mo yi ana ya mo yi te ebe re ri o iho na egbinye re ri o wo ya yi we iho ha iye ìbọ́ká gbẹ́ ẹ̀nàgbọ́n kára.
Ìpè èso wà gbélé rọ̀ nùyí mi yàn èso wà gá ọ̀dà zoe ọ̀dà zo wa.
Eva mi a oye rọgbọ wa àbí mẹ́nà mẹ́ ìva kúgbẹ́ a.
Èso wà mẹ́ ìva.
Àdàzó ọbẹ̀ àmọ́gbọ wa.
Ọ̀dà zoe nọ̀bẹ̀ ọ̀dà zo wa. Ẹ̀bẹ̀ lọ́gọ̀ náà ẹ̀ ọ́ni òkú èsì ọ́ni òkú à. No mudia gidigba okpu anokeke no opogaru jina no dazoe no bi odazowa no dazoe odazoe ne odazowa yen we no keke wa we enyu ni me odafe no nya wa enyu ni me no uta ogowa omo anogwego benu mo ese uberi nese okwo nome obirire ogugwe no pia we wa ku omo bujwe egbomo be ri ona do nwan uji no keke eki aro se era meno sokpan uji no keke eki aro se ne egbopu arerio dogu umego omo na no egori uri enebe no mese okwu eweri bai okwu awoko na kokoko mo riere no ro odigbagbe fere
wese unda ye yi mo boro ba ya un ta bu wa e okwu aboko wa un ta wo wa
okwu ahun ta
bo okwu
ya salo bo ya ji e
no da gan gani e mo ya un ta ìrìnà bẹ́ẹ̀ ìwé ìrìnà no keke na do wa okpo ya un ta
beno salo bo ya ji okwu ya ona ka ji okwu ya ke ju okwu ototo okwu ya oji uda okwu akaji okwu ya salo bo akaji okwu ya okwu ta okwu ya o be kam okwu we iwe mewe do meme ogwo okwu ya keke no ku ojo okwu okwu ya ojo okwu
we so wa talk me na obonu we lari na re ye na mewe adosi kana oika bobi tagbe me ni ku yeso no ya wo ku owere no ku
onyi me no gba
what is it only re ma we no ku ri okpia
ọmọ jebe mi ọmọ jebe ọkàn no okpia si bugwe no ku ajowa okpia okpia ekeno riri akin oge otema le kwina ana mo bogwe okpia ebewebo okwo na bugwa okpia sijo
okay agwa wo ko bo wa pe asiyo
agwa
okay no agwa no ro iwe no na migo bodo na mi ko do nya wa ni
uji ari enegbe opo na mu gbe ekun soto ona aruji no da fun opiani obe egwe to ku oni ri uji niyen ege gbin o ebe no go vie ege lu ebe no go vie nda opo o vie beno pe agwale uji bebo oboko eri mani ko eri ma be gwalu uji ahwe mama no say bodo
wese
bana kuku gbe ome orienien so onwo
wese edunogo me wa he ni magwan we ma ya na de si we ohu mo go sokbia emi agwa sukma okeke we emi no kbia ma seti ohu lori iwara we agbari yi megbe unda ana mi wo kbia we hin erebo na ri yu bonwe ni ya buwa we ga ye dagbo we ya fe momo wana imiewo ko ri wa ori egbe yobo ninu ipe soro itegbe nu ogun atu agbe ogun eri ogun lala ogun ejo wani ogun ejo woho ogun ido bo wa yesi lele ogun awawa o baba brother e tu si lele iyo boya enu we na ga o pe ano he ni gbo saloba no gbo ni gbe wa mi we ogun ni no da no ya to bo ga bo wa ni wo mu ko da o so pa edono pe o ma mu pa bu rege ma be no tabo eni ze no yo ko to bo yin na weri o be no na mu e pe o ne odo ọ̀rọ̀ àwọn ìwé lórí ẹ̀ẹ́ta máa wáyé ọ̀tọ̀bọ̀ ẹ̀ láyé láwọn ọmọdé yẹn kìnnà náà tọ̀ náà gbá wà gèdèmà mi ẹ̀ gèdèmà ẹ̀ ìgbà wẹ̀rẹ̀ wẹ̀yẹ̀ wọ́n wá máa ẹ̀ ọ̀wọ́ wá máa ma agbèrè wúgbó kéde oríire yẹ wọ́n mẹ́ òkú ẹsẹ̀ tí wà bìbì pa ìnáná mi wẹ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ̀ mọ̀wẹ̀ òmọ̀wẹ̀ ọwọ́ àgbà ẹ̀ bá ní màgè bọ́ òkú onídàárọ̀ ọ̀bẹ̀dẹ̀ wọn wẹ̀ kọ́ ọ̀nà gbé kọ́ ọjà ẹ̀ gbé òkú rírì ọ̀kí sopana ìnìyẹnẹwẹ ìrì ọ̀pá wà sí ọ̀pá wà gbáhín òkú ẹsẹ̀ tí gbàgbọ́ wọn mẹ́ ọ̀pá rárí ẹ̀ yàrí òtọ̀bí wọn bẹ ọ̀sùn ẹ̀rá bọ́ ọgbólù ọ̀gá àwọn èèyàn ọ̀dọ̀ bọ́ wa ní ọbẹ̀ fún ìdánmọ́ná tá máa wẹ̀ ẹ̀dọ́ màkà gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà àárẹ̀ tí máa ní kẹ́ẹ̀ka gbọ̀nkàmẹ́ náà bẹ̀ ògẹ́ mánàrántàm mánàgbẹ́nà tó mú ẹ̀làdì àmọ́ ọ̀gẹ́ dùn ebi èsì náà sopin na ọkọ di ọnọrọ wẹ ọhana bó táyì wẹ òhù onírì bọ ọrí sè wà ní ara ayé anáwó ní agbó àlùwá ìyẹn náà yà agbó àlùwá wó bọ èmi ẹ ọ̀nà kà máa dàfọ́ ẹni èmi ò wá lẹ o dàfọ́ ẹkẹ ìdìgbò làdí aná yà á sà aná yà rẹ ní yàrá páàkì adé owó òhù ní ìpó nẹ ní ayé àrò wa ní ọ̀dọ́ ẹ̀ máa ẹ wẹ ọ̀hùhà ọ̀nyà wà ní ayé ìkẹ́tìkà náà wọ́n ní ẹ̀ ìhó ní ọ̀rọ̀ ìmìẹ́ ọ̀dìwé ní kẹ́tíkà èdè ní màdá mà wá kàkà bọ́ yìí gbé aka ẹgbẹ́ ìrírí ọmọ akẹ́kẹ́ ìní dá ẹ̀rá ní ìhó nínú ìwé ẹgbẹ́ wọ́n àbẹ̀bọ̀ bò wá wà kí á pàkì àkíyá dé lálọ́dì nára yé nọ pòpò wà kàbà wà wò kó ìtẹ́ bọ́ wà yé fọpa ǹda ònyìn ẹ̀wẹ̀ ẹ̀wẹ̀ máa mú egbe tẹ̀nẹ̀ wọ́n tẹ̀ tẹ̀nẹ̀ rẹ̀ máa tiẹ̀ gbọ́ wẹ́ wẹ́yìn ní ẹni ata ọ̀dàfọ́ náà ìwé náà yà á yún hàmù ẹ̀ náà sọ́kò kókó náà bòkó gbó ọyẹ́ kéré ìtẹ́ tàmá ẹ̀ náà wọ́n ní tiwa ní tàmú wa lèkè náà jẹ́rẹ́ ní alákẹ́yọ̀ déédé ọ̀rí náà wẹ ọ̀kẹ́wẹ̀ yà wà bá ní kú nílẹ̀ gẹ́gẹ́ náà rí yé ẹ̀ náà wọ́n ma nídó tàmú wa gẹ́gẹ́ náà rí yé náà ní àyè màmí ẹ̀ náà gbà náà rẹ̀ ní àríwá ẹ̀pá ní etí wọ́n máa nọ àwa wá abẹ́ tẹnuwẹ̀ tiẹ̀ ní ètè ní pé abẹ́ tún wẹ̀ yíyànfẹ́ tí mọ̀ ẹ̀kọ́ tó tọ́wẹ́ lárí òkú náà máa wẹ̀ ní dáa ònyìn ní wọ́n yá èrè ìnáwó náà sọpá ọmọ mẹ́lẹ́ náà ọ̀yìn tì wẹ́ nìyà ní wàá kíá ẹgbẹ́ ọ̀dì ebe yà náà yà dótọ̀ ọ̀bí náà ọ̀mù náà wáyé dá ẹ̀wẹ̀ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ ké ẹ̀gbẹ́ ìní parọ́gbẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹ̀ kú wẹ̀ kí mẹ́ẹ̀kì mọ́ni ní ọ̀wẹ́ màyàkí ẹ̀ ó jáde máa èrè ayà ọ̀pọ̀lọ́gbẹ̀ ọ̀ọ́sẹ̀ sọpá wẹ̀ kẹ́wẹ̀ gbé ìwé rẹ̀ gíá máa rọ̀ wẹ̀ka yìí kó làdìá òrìyèmí lópìá náà wíyò bọ́ ni wẹ̀ nígbó náà gbọ́lọ́dẹ dáná ya dòtọ̀ òyèrè bí a máa ní ara ọwọ́ máa lè dẹ́ ọ̀rìrè dẹ́ wọn náà lè rí kó làdìá wẹ̀ gíga yà gbólù bí a máa ní ara ọwọ́ òpè àrí máa lè gbólù gbogbo ẹni rí dá yìí wẹ́ẹ̀bẹ̀ máa lè lò dẹ́nà kó dẹ́nà kẹ́kà wà gẹ̀ẹ́ wà gẹ̀ẹ́ ilé bọ̀ ìyọ́ ìyẹ́rẹ̀ náà yẹ ayé ìrẹ́rìn gbé ẹsọ́ bí kọ́tù wáyé kọ́kà ẹ̀rẹ̀ ìyá wọn mà nù kí ìbéèrè náà bọ̀ màdìá nínú ká mi mástá ẹ̀ríwó nínú wá dúró kí èkéré ọ̀gbìn ìyá wọn mà nù kí nìyà wẹ́ kìnnìkìnnì máa kún ayé ẹ̀hún náà dá ẹ̀dá wà rìgó wẹ̀ yà kẹ́wẹ̀ ọ̀nà wọ́n yẹn ọ̀nà ẹbí máa olùwẹ̀ o ọ̀nà jẹ́ asẹ̀ o sábà bá lọ la ọ̀ ń da ẹni máa mú làdìá náà ọ̀kẹ́ kàkà bọ́ isi okòwò tẹ́ dówẹ́ òhòbò wa lẹ́yìn ẹ á wú àwọn òhòbó wa sọ pé wẹ́ẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀rù náà gbogbo ẹ̀yà gbòòrò olóòpè á ní ẹ̀yìn nù tàmá ẹ̀ igi gbogbo ẹ̀nà ayárí òtọ́ tàmá ẹ̀ igi gbogbo ẹ̀nà ayá gbólú ọ̀wí ẹ̀ mọ̀ bọ̀wọ́ gbẹ̀gá yìí ní ènìyàn so sẹ́wẹ́ ìtàmá ẹ̀ wọ́n ní ènìyàn so sẹ́wẹ́ igbá bá ti ẹ̀ yìí wọ́n ní ènìyàn so sẹ́wẹ́ ẹ̀yìn náà tó bọ̀ mẹ́ bìbí akẹ́ yagbọ́ alótọ́ rí etí mà wàlà ọ ijó bọ̀ ẹ̀yà bí yí máa yí wàgé bọ̀ wò hàn mẹ́gbó sẹ́wẹ́ we debai we na egbove we ga go ho we o de no uji no kwa no we eniwe no ade mo iya uyo kwa no we ni meje de na owo kame na di moto mu meti wa fie iwa fie o awon pa no be magme owo kame jo e ba mana mu die ibota na se fun obe ki edo ya ofo igbo sagwa eyo pati maye wa iwi na jina oba atokpe is
ITV, certainly the best.
It's great to have you back once again, ladies and gentlemen. It's the Guys Hangout Show on independent television, reaching you live from the city of Benin. One show that teaches men to put themselves first. My name is Harry Aigboje, and of course, it's my pleasure to have you join me on this episode of the show. Now, tonight we're discussing control. Should a man be controlling in his relationship? Okay, most of the time we hear ladies complain that their men are too controlling. Okay, that their men always want to boss over them. So the question we're asking tonight is it okay for a man to be controlling in a relationship? First of all, what do you even, how do you describe a controlling man? What are the things that men do that make women see them as though they're controlling? Okay, is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship? Okay, can a man be controlling at the same time have control in his relationship? So these are basic questions that we're going to be answering tonight. My name is Harry Aigboje, and I'm not going to be doing this alone. I've got two gentlemen with me. One of them is an old-timer, but the other one is still a very fresh face. So I'm going to be starting with the fresh face. I'm talking about the one and only Emmanuel Walters. Good to have you in the show, bro.
Pleasure. Pleasure being here this evening.
How's it been?
It's been very, very awesome.
All right, seated next to Walter is the one and only Benedict Ochagu. Welcome on board, bro.
Thank you so much, Harry. Always a pleasure being here to do what we love to do.
Absolutely. All right, so we're discussing something really interesting tonight, something that has to do with control. Now, I'm sure in your interactions with people, you must have heard some persons, especially the other gender, complain about some men of this era being too controlling. Okay, so let's examine the word control. Do you think a man should have control in his relationship or even in his marriage? I don't want us to just limit it to relationships, okay? Do you think a man should have control? And what is control to you? Maybe we should even begin from there. Okay, what's control to you? Is it okay for a man to have control in his relationship or to be controlling? Let me begin with you, Benedict Ochagu.
All right. Well, the thing is, when you're talking about controlling, as long as the relationship is between a man and a woman, they must be controlling.
Okay.
Is the hard truth that a lot of younger women are struggling with. But the truth is that the fact that you are finding it difficult to accept does not change the reality.
That's actually the part that I find interesting, because it seems like this generation of women are the ones, you know, having a hard time coming to grips with the fact that, you know, there has to be somebody, you know, that wields some level of control in the relationship. Yeah. It seems like, you know, our mothers of old didn't quite have a problem with it.
Yeah, you see, I was discussing with you before we walked into the studio earlier, and I said that the hardest time to be a husband, for example, is this generation. It is very, very difficult to be a husband in our generation. In the time of our fathers, it was easier to be a husband because women understand that I am going to be loyal to a figure, a male figure. A woman understands that I am going there. For example, the man is a farmer or the man is a businessman. I'm going there to support my husband and make sure that he succeeds. And from the product of his success, my children will also be taken care of. Right? Even sometimes they go into the marriage understanding that another woman might even come in and they will still be loyal. So it was quite easier in that concept being a husband in those days, in our father's time, in our forefathers' time.
So you're saying
But
that they go in with polygamy in view?
Of course, it was a general thing, especially in African setting, that it was almost like a 70% thing that as I'm going into this marriage, if I'm the first wife, the chances are
that there will be a second wife at some
will
point.
bring somebody. And so you are even being trained by the society as the first wife to be a mother figure to the younger ladies that will be brought in by your husband.
But some persons now see this as a barbaric practice.
Oh, yeah. It depends. You look at it from contextual
Perspectives, okay.
Right.
Yep.
The world is growing. We are evolving. We are becoming more modernized. And then again, people awareness has increased. And so some persons will say, I don't want anybody to share my husband with me. And even some husband will even tell you that it is even difficult being a husband to one wife these days, how much more bringing another person. Like I told you, it is a difficult thing to be a husband in our generation because we have people, younger generation, who doesn't want any level of control. They want to pick up their phone on social media and say anything. They want to on Twitter and say anything. And so because they have learned a culture of, in quote, a free speech on Twitter, and so they try to apply it within everything without understanding how to separate between the social media
reality
life and the reality on ground, right? So it becomes a very, very big problem because with due respect to women, I found out over the years that women don't really filter. Women, because they have womb, they take in. And so that extension of being a man with a womb also affects them negatively in other aspects. That's why a woman reads a book, he swallows the book without digesting the book, understanding the one to take and the one not to take. She can just swallow the book and be applying it in her home and be using it against her husband because of what an author said.
Without filtration.
She wants the husband to fit into what an author said in US, without understanding that the scenarios are different.
Okay.
That's how that's how they are. And so some of the things our Gen Zs learn on social media, they want it to play. And that's what brings, especially maybe on movies and social media, and that's why when you come to propose to a woman, if you don't kneel down, she feels you don't love her enough. That is the effect of home videos and Hollywood and Nollywood movies and the social media, where love is defined by physical paraphernalia. But that is why they just want to do anything. She feels when she's wrong, don't scold her, rather correct her with a shawarma, for example. That is what she feels as well. And so when you don't do that, when you try to be a man, because a man is supposed to be a leader, and leadership comes with a level of control. You may not want to hear the word control. Okay, let's call it leadership. Let's not call it control.
Because I think that's where the problem is.
Yeah,
it's a case of grammatical inexactitude. Some persons will tell you, well, don't say control, just say lead.
Yeah.
But is there really a difference between both?
No, let's choose their word. Let's call it lead. Because at the end, it's still control. Because if I'm given a position, God naturally gives a man position to lead.
Okay.
And within that position to lead, you have to control. You have to look out for her. The Bible says nurture.
Okay.
In nurturing, you look out for her. And in that looking out for her, you control her.
Okay.
Because if she goes out, in nurturing her, she goes out to take in something and she begins to have stomach constipation. The effect will still fall back on you. And so you must control her to make sure she don't take that thing. In the bit of trying, for example, you can be in a relationship with a woman and you are telling her the way you are relating with boys, the way you are accepting every guy, chatting with every guy. I know this road you are following, this bush you are following, it was people that cleared it. Me as a guy, I know where this can lead to because perhaps either you have used that skill to get a woman before, or you have, sorry guys, because I'm breaking guys' code.
Absolutely.
People like Zabi watching us may not be happy.
Apology accepted.
Apology to the guy. So because of that, the guy tends to say, young lady, please set this boundary. Please set this boundary. Then say, why are you controlling me? You don't just have to wake up and say, I'm traveling for this birthday, I'll sleep over the weekend. Because, for example, maybe the relationship the guy was in before, it was that thing that took away the lady from her. So then the context is contextual. That's what I'm trying to say, that as long as the lady listening or watching us, you must understand that, for example, you accept to be with a man, you have accepted to be controlled. If you don't want to be controlled, just remain a single lady and be hanging out with your single ladies and other of your cosmates that are men.
All right.
But accepting to be with a man as a husband and a wife, you signed in to be controlled.
All right, thank you very much. Your own perspective to this issue seems to be more towards the marriage angle. But let me get your perspective on this, Walter. Do you think it's healthy for a man to control his woman?
According to what is said, majority of what is said are correct.
Okay.
But inside there, I'll still be opposing some of his words. Such as the part he made an example that the lady goes outside, takes some stuffs and start having stomach constipation. I won't say control in that context. I will say protect.
Well, isn't control protection?
No. Take a look at it now. They have two meanings. Protect in a relationship. From my own aspect now, protect now, you are aware of where she is. You understand? You are just trying not to make her make some certain decisions that you know is harmful to her. You understand? But control, you are trying not to make her use her own autonomy.
A free will.
A free will.
Okay.
You understand? You are like, what are you doing? Why are you there? Like, you are making decisions for yourself.
Okay.
You are not letting her take her own personal decisions.
Very well. You're saying that there's a clear difference between restriction and protection and
control. Yeah.
So when you're protecting someone, it's in their own interest.
Yes.
But when you're controlling them,
someone,
you are trying to restrict them.
It's something more of like a military regime.
Okay, you are trying to prevent them from exercising their fundamental.
Yes, that's just it. You understand?
Okay.
So now he said some words about the stomach constipation example, and in that context, I'll put it as protection. You are protecting the lady.
Okay.
And in the other word, last words he said, as a lady, if you have decided to be with a man, know that you have signed up for control. Very correct.
You agree?
I agree with that.
All right.
Yes.
Thank you very much, Walter. That was a very good one. Now, let me get back to you, Benedict. He just pointed out a clear difference, or should I say his own perspective as far as the difference between control and protection are concerned. Do you think there is a difference or they are the same thing?
Well, the truth is contextual.
Okay.
In the sense that, for example, what Walter was trying to say is, I think there's a lot of sense in what he was trying to say. But again, when you are dealing with an individual, it depends on what that person sees as protection and control.
Okay.
The thing you call protection to her may be control.
So it's probably based on the person's perspective.
Right. For example, I'm telling you, don't go there for so and so reason. For her, because she doesn't see anything. She wants to learn by experience, and you don't want her to learn by experience. And so trying to prevent her, she sees it as control from her own perspective. But from your own perspective, you see it as protection. So context is the issue here.
Okay.
But in the essence, he made also a very salient point, trying to take the person's will away from her.
Them,
That is a dangerous one. And as a man, if you try to do that, if you try to capture that within the frame of your leadership sphere, you are trading a very dangerous path. Yeah, you are trading a very, very dangerous path. You don't take away the person's will. Let her express her will, but you provide leadership and guidance, right? That is what some women tend to be. When we say the word con, we are not saying take away her will, because that also is an extreme. It's weak men that do that.
Okay.
Within her will, within her profession, within her career, she pursues her career, she does her thing, but you monitor, you check.
Okay.
Right? You have to, maybe at one time, at intervals, find out how is it going, what is happening around you. Find out, because men are very logical in their thoughts. Women are emotional.
Okay.
So they do almost everything they do with emotions. As a man, you give it logical analysis, and then you bring the the offshoot of your analysis to bear by telling her, let's do like this, let's do like this. But the challenge is that we have a lot of women that doesn't want any form of, whether it's leadership, you call it, whether it's protection, you call it, whether it's control, you call it. They don't want any kind of interference. Once the emotion tells them do this, anything that interferes with it is control. And that's where the problem.
We're asking a very salient question tonight. Is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? And by relationship, I'm not just talking about, you know, boyfriend and girlfriend kind of connection. Even in marriage, is it healthy for a man to exercise control? Now, Walter, while he was, you know, making his submission before I interjected, he was talking about the fact that there is a generation of women who do not want to be told what to do. Now, do you think that has anything to do with feminism?
Yes, it has a lot with feminism, because I've met a lot of ladies like that now, and I think I currently have one as a friend that I'm not in support of her. You understand? Like, I tell her every day, your idea, your ideology, your thinking, your mentality is not stable. You understand? Because take a look at it now. You don't want to be controlled by a man. But without a man, you lack many things. You understand? Without a man, you can't. Okay, she's a single mother now. I told her, since you don't want to be controlled by a man, since you feel you are independent, you can do everything without the help of a man, what's the need of giving birth? Why did you need a man to give birth?
So you are not as independent as you think you are.
As you think you are. In most cases now, she will need some little help. She will run to me. You understand?
So she needs a man.
She needs a man to help her. I'll be like, I'm not helping you because in your own context, you don't need a man to do anything. If I say I don't need somebody to do something, there's nothing that will make me run to that person for help. Because I don't need her. If I say I don't need my dad now to help me in a situation, I'm not going to run to my dad. Probably there are other means I have
to sort yourself
to suit myself out. So now, for you to say you don't need a man in your relationship, you don't need a man, you are an independent woman, you don't need a man for anything, you should have other means that's going to solve your problem. There's no need moving to a man. So I'm very correct. It's very correct in that regard. You understand that? For a lady, for you to come up with the ideology of saying you don't want to be controlled, don't ever think of going into a relationship.
Interesting.
The fallacy, just a quick one. The fallacy is, for example, he pointed a single mom. The fallacy is that most of some persons that are bruised emotionally end up becoming a kind of role model, mentors, and advisors. And that's a dangerous one. A very recent case study is Tonto Dike. Tonto Dike, when he had problem with church, went on social media and became a mentor, damaged a lot of young ladies, and now she has given her life to Christ and had gone back to reconcile with church, which means that her position...
It's interesting how you said that she reconciled with church and not with God.
With church...
with church, okay, all right.
No, of course, I don't doubt...
You don't judge.
God. No, I'm not even talking... Whatever she has with God, I feel it is real, although she needs to be
mentored,
trained and mentored. That's the word. So now she has reconciled with Churchill, her ex-husband. What then happens to the people that saw her as a mentor when she was damaging them? Because she was broken there. She was damaged. You remember those days I constantly say that Tonto is a damaged entity. Then she has a big platform and used it to further damage a lot of young ladies. Now she sees life in the true perspective and has gone back to settle with the guy. She called a lot of names, she's this, and used that example to also coach young ladies.
And the question now is, what happens to the people she misled?
She misled. A lot of them might have left their husband or their guys,
their relationship
because of the lessons they took from Tonto Dike and the stage 4 cancer girl. Blessing see you. Right? So the thing is that basically, if you don't want control,
you have no business being in a relationship.
No.
Don't have any business being in a relationship.
If you don't want control, just close your leg. In fact, you have no business opening your leg for sugar daddy. Because if you, a lot of them that say they don't, like this analogy he brought, Waters brought, that lady, you may be surprised you will be going somewhere to do clean legs to somewhere.
Sure.
You understand? First, a lot of ladies sometimes on this regard live in their bubble of fallacy, and it's a very dangerous place to be.
It's a very dangerous place to be. Now, one of the challenges that a lot of young men of this era are facing is having to deal with women who believe that they do not, or they are not answerable to any man. Now, what's your word of advice to such men?
Oh, all right. First, as a man, the world is already too hard. Life is already somehow a bit unfair to men, right? For you now to allow a woman make it harder for you. When you find out that a woman is not have as a matter of ideology that submitting to men is making yourself a less of a woman, then it means that woman does not need a man. And if you as a man, you continue to bury your head inside there, whether in the name of love, whether in the name of she's your benefactor, it means you are gradually digging your grave. It doesn't matter. That's why when I look at young men that are all emotional in relationship, I love her, all mushy, I tend to a kind of caution if I have the opportunity. Because men, for me, I don't feel men are supposed to be all emotional in relationship. No. Men are supposed to be thought-based people.
Logical,
thought-based, love that is with reason. If a woman does not want to be interrupted, does not want to be controlled, does not want to be led, then what is the essence of being with such a woman? Because once a man, as a man, if your woman does not respect you, you are about 60% dead.
It's like you don't know what you are doing.
An ideology that this woman just means that she will never respect you, you are about 60% dead. And if you refuse to do anything about it, the rest 40% may not take the next 5 years and it will accumulate, and that is the end of Solomon Grant.
So just add to what he said.
Okay.
You know, the Bible, it says, men, protect your wives. Then it also, the same Bible also said, women, be submissive to your husbands. You get? Now, if you take a look at those women that are deciding not to be submissive to their partners, you can see that they are falling astray. They are disobeying the word of God. You understand? And coming to the other part that he said, to fall in love is not a crime. But nowadays, from our generation, it's something more of like a big deal now, falling in love. Because we are thinking, the guy is thinking of, okay, I won't be able to control her. I won't be able to guide her. I won't be able to protect her just because maybe the kind of girl she is. She has that, maybe she has met someone who don't control her, who give her that free will.
Okay.
So she's coming to
She has dated a permissive guy in the past.
Yes, she's coming into a new relationship. She's still having that same ideology. You get? Okay. She's having that same ideology. In some cases also, the guy will also be thinking about spending on a lady.
Material investment.
You understand? So you are loving someone now. Like he said, there should be a reason why you are loving that person, except maybe both of them know they are just coming together for fun.
Okay.
Once they know they are coming together for fun, okay, they shouldn't waste their time. I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should not waste their time. Okay. But being loving for a reason now, some guys will tell you that the reason why they love a lady is because she's pretty.
Superficial reasons.
Well,
is that a bad reason to love someone, though?
It's not a bad reason, but as a guy that is a logical thinker, you need to think deeper.
Okay.
You need to think deeper. You need to look beyond the horizon.
Okay, so on a final note, what would be your parting word? What would be your word of advice, your counsel to young men out there who dealing with women who have refused to submit to them, or who have refused to listen to them?
The final word I would say is, if it's something that they see is affecting their mental health, because situations like this affect the mental health.
Okay.
Simply walk away from the relationship.
Walk away.
Yeah. There's difference between, I tell people, if you want to go in love, they use the word fall in love. I tell people, don't fall in love.
Okay.
Walk into love.
Wow. Okay.
You understand? Because you can fall in love now, and at the end of the day, you will break your leg.
Or you may not even be able to.
You will not be able to pick yourself up. But once you walk into it, if you are tired, you just walk out.
All right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's been a very interesting conversation. Is it necessary to, or is it healthy for a man to exercise control in a relationship? I'm sure my guests have said all that needs to be said on this particular topic, and I want to say a very big thank you to Benedict Ochiago for taking out time to be here with me. It's always a pleasure to have you. And of course, my homie, Walter Emmanuel, good to have you on the show as well.
Thank you very much.
All right, I think a word is enough for the wise, just like they say. Control is not robbing you of your will, of your fundamental human rights. I think that's one thing that some persons need to understand, okay? There has to be somebody that will exercise control, even in your workplace. That is why your boss is there, okay? If there is no control, then it's only a matter of time before everybody just, does what they deem fit or what they deem necessary. And of course, you know what happens in situations like that to lead to chaos. Well, my name is Harry Aigboje, and until I come your way again, same time, same station next week, do the right thing, stay out of trouble, and have yourself a beautiful night rest. Bye for now.
ITV, certainly the best. certainly the best.
Hi, we expect that our vast viewership may have need for varying fitness concern, and in respect to these, we have made provisions for personal training sessions available for everyone, for we are poised to giving you a satisfactory one-on-one training. So, hire our service today and get a visible but lasting result. I am your host, Hegato Destiny. You can call me the Man of Steel.
certainly the best.
The land of Onwa is inhabited by the people with common ancestry, language, religion, economic and socio-political ties. However, irrespective of their subtitle differences in language and culture, they share common traditions. The people are known for their hospitality. Onwa traced their origin to Benin Kingdom as a result for a man to find a comfortable place for living. The name Onwa was derived from the largest and longest river in the area, which is known as Onwian or Onwa. It means one who makes merry in affluence.
ITV, certainly the best.
Onwa is rich in culture and traditions. The people are a mixture of traditional worshippers, Muslims and Christians. Onwa is located at the northern part of Edo State. It consists of two local government areas, that is Onwa West and Onwa East. It has a total number of 13 clans and 21 political wards, according to National Population Commission 2006 census. The population of Onwa people is put together at 251,686. The people love tradition and culture. Historically, the people ancestors in deep quest to hand down on their future children a society of love and friendship.
In a rare display of botanical brilliance, the palm tree defied natural norms, sprouting multiple branches that bear fruits. This rare occurrence has become a wonder to many, as experts are calling it a one-in-a-million phenomenon. Could this multiple-headed marvel hold secret to agricultural breakthroughs, or is it simply a freak accident of nature? An agronomist with Nigeria Institute for Oil Palm Research, NIFOR Benin. The strange palm tree also raises issues of a blend of science with human interest and cultural significance for maximum impact.
The Ugewe is the final ceremony of the series of festivals. It is one of peace and lightheartedness, following the more solemn of the ritual year. Ugewe is the festival of the Ewe leaves, a symbol of good luck and joy. It is the most popular of all that heralds the dawn of a Benin New Year, new vow, newness of life and freshness of life, and a new hope for the future. In the evening, the Ewe leaves are presented to the Oba of Benin in grand style in a colorful ceremony. The Ihogbe Society, amidst singing and dancing, bring the sacred leaves that symbolize good luck, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Each of the senior members of the Ihogbe proceeds to give the sacred leaves directly to the Oba of Benin, and others put theirs at his feet.
What does one do with a bunch of memories? Laugh about them, cry over them, or capture them? I know what I'll do with such memories. I'll showcase those memories. Yes, I will show them to the world. I will flaunt those memories. Showcase that marriage ceremony of yours. Burial ceremony? Yes, let the people know that you buried your person in a grand style. Thanksgiving, ordination, baby dedication, housewarming party, and lots more on your entertainment program, Memories, on Independent Television. Every Sunday, remember, for your event to be considered thick and classic, then it has to be on Memories. Memories.
This is Aqua Game, a popular game in Africa played by our ancestors to entertain themselves after each day of farming. It is also relevant in our coronation in Africa. It is a sport and indeed very interesting, as every seed had a role in the game.